The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Good evening, and welcome to the May the 28th, 2024 installment of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Let's get on with this day in history. In 585 BC, solar eclipse as predicted by Greek philosopher fails, while Lydens at war with the Medes leads to a truce, one of the cardinal dates from which other dates calculated. In 1431, Joan of Arc is accused of relapsing into heresy by donning male clothing again, providing justification for her execution. In 1588, King Philip II dispatches the Spanish Armada under the Duke Mondi Sidioni from Lisbon, Portugal, to invade England. In 1830, U.S. President Andrew Jackson signs the Indian Removal Act, a key law leading to the forced removal of the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Chakal, Crete, and Seminole tribes out of Georgia and surrounding states, setting the stage for the Cherokee Trail of Tears. In 1936, Alan Turing submits on Computable Numbers for publication, in which he sets out theoretical basis for modern computers. In 1972, White House plumbers first break in at the Democratic National Headquarters and install listening devices at Watergate Complex in Washington, D.C. In 1951, BBC radio program Crazy People, later titled The Goon Show, premieres on the BBC, created by Spike Mulligan. In 1742, first indoor swimming pool opens, Goodman's Field, London. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbott and Costello program. Listen to the rhythm of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the great song styles of Connie Haynes and Bob Matthews, and that happy, heavy, hippie little horseman who, when asked to pick the winner of the Kentucky Derby, glanced at his racing form and calmly said,
just say that I'm a friend of yours, and I'm sure that they won't get wise. And when they see us together, I'll brush the dream from my eyes. I'll tell my heart it mustn't sing the song of remember when. So just say that I'm a friend of yours, that you happen to me again. Just say I'm a
There you are, Costello. I've been looking all over for you all week. I telephoned your house Tuesday night, and somebody answered and said you were taking a bath.
You know I'm lost already?
Right at the beginning, Magee. You heard it. Somebody... Look, never mind. This is no kidding. Somebody deliberately told me that you were taking a bath.
Somebody said that I was taking a bath?
I called up Tuesday night.
Tuesday night?
Yes.
Brother, did you have the wrong number?
Well, look, my wife said she saw you in a tattoo parlor on Main Street this morning. What were you doing in a tattoo parlor?
Well, I got lonesome for my girlfriend, Tessie Tinfoil.
Yes?
You know, the one that's in the Army?
Yeah.
So I had her picture tattooed on my back.
You had Tessie's picture tattooed on your back?
Oh, yeah. Sure. And I had me tattooed on my chest. Look. See it?
Wait a minute, Costello. I don't see you on your chest.
Am I back there with Tessie again?
Talk sense, Costello. I understand that Tessie is going to get out of the Army next week.
Oh, that's right, Abbott. And she's going back to her old job posing for a designer. He uses Tessie's knees for models.
He uses Tessie's knees for models. What does he design?
Doorknobs.
Doorknobs. Wait a minute. Costello. Costello, just a minute. Turn around. Let me see that picture of Tessie on your back. Go ahead. Turn around. Aha! I thought so. She's knock-kneed.
Tessie is not knock-kneed.
Well, her knees are touching.
She just stands that way because she hasn't got any garters.
Look, Costello, if you're so crazy about Tessie, why don't you marry her?
Well, I don't believe in marriage, Abbott. Marriage is like soup.
Marriage is like soup?
Sure. By the time you get through spooning, it cools off.
That's ridiculous.
Well, always, Abbott. You know, I don't know if Tessie wants to marry me or not. You see, she's also in love with 9 other guys.
Tessie is in love with you and 9 other guys?
Yeah. You should have been there the day Tessie left for the Army.
What do you mean?
It was beautiful. The 10 of us chipped in and bought her an engagement ring.
Wait a minute. I understand you had a little spat with Tessie before she left. Well, what was it about?
She got mad at me because I stole a kiss.
Oh, now that's silly. Why should Tessie get mad because you stole a kiss?
I stole it from her sister. And you know something? That's the first girl I kissed since last Christmas.
Oh, Costello, you mean that from last Christmas till now you've kissed just one girl? How do you account for that?
Oh, I guess I'm just a wolf. I can't control myself.
I can see that.
I'm a cad. I'm lower than a cad. I'm an old Studebaker. With no fog lights.
All right. Just cut that out, Costello. The trouble with you is that you wear your heart on your sleeve.
That's a lie. I might have a little liver and onions on my vest and a smudge of tapioca on my trousers, but I ain't got no heart on my sleeve.
No, Costello. I only meant that you are fickle.
I'm what?
You're fickle.
I never touched the stuff. I've never been fickled in my life.
Now, look, I'm not referring to drinking. I'm referring to love. Do you know what love is?
Oh, sure. Little pigeons make love. Butterflies make love.
Yes.
Oysters make love.
Yeah. No, wait a minute. Oysters make love.
You'd be surprised what goes on inside them shells.
Now. Costello, you don't appreciate romance. You know, you don't, really, Lou. You don't appreciate romance at all. Oh, when I was courting my wife, there was a big grandfather's clock in the living room. We used to sit and listen to it tick, and it said, "Take your time, take your time, take your time."
Yeah, but things are different now, Abbott. Today, when a fellow sits in a parlor with his girl, there's an alarm clock on the mantel that says, "Get together, get together, get together, get together, get together."
I'll never forget that old grandfather's clock. It's a great memory, though, Lou. That old grandfather's clock. The day we were married, it stopped.
Stop.
Yep.
Your wife must have looked at it.
I guess... yeah, wait a minute. Are you insinuating that my wife's face would stop a clock?
Well, it ain't running, is it?
Look, forget about the clock, Costello. What happened to your romance with that tall, red-headed girl?
Oh, you mean lean against her?
Yes.
Oh, well, we're married and happy.
Married and happy?
Yeah, she's married and I'm happy.
I'm glad she married somebody else. The only reason you wanted to marry her was for her money.
Well, marrying for money is better than getting married for no reason at all.
Costello, when I married my wife, everyone said it was a perfect match.
Match is right. She struck you and you went out like a light.
Well, at least I'm not henpecked.
Henpecked? Before you were married, you used to snore in your sleep. Now you cackle.
No, that's not true. Before I was married, everything was lovely. I'd sneak into the parlor, and I'd catch her in my arms.
Now you sneak into the bedroom and catch her in your pockets.
Oh, forget about my marriage, Costello. I'd like to get you straightened out. Now, Tessie Tinfoil is not the girl for you. Tessie is too blasé.
Too what?
Blasé. Tessie's too blasé. Blasé.
She's got more than two blasés. She's got a red blasé and a green blasé. And she's got a yellow blasé. She wears them with her checkered skirtay, under the cote of her soute.
No.
There's too many
No,
K's.
you don't understand, you dummy. When I say she's blasé, I mean Tessie's sophisticated.
Sophisticated?
That's right.
How do you like that? And she promised to me that she'd stay on the wagon.
Listen, you imbecile, please. When I say a girl's blasé, I'm not referring to her clothes. Anyone who is blasé is sophisticated, and sophisticated has nothing to do with being inebriated. It merely means that a person has reached a degree of sophistication, where he or she becomes blasé.
Oh, when you say a girl's blasé, you're not referring to her clothes.
No.
And anyone who is blasé is sophisticated. And sophisticated has nothing to do with being inebriated. It merely means that a person has reached the degree of sophistication where he or she becomes blasé.
Now you've got it.
Now I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Get him out of here.
And now here's that romantic Bob Matthews.
I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. I guess I'll always be this way. Nothing you do or say could ever change me. I'm for you forever. You're my whole life through. That's how I am, and I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. I'm for you forever, just yours my whole life through. Now that's how I am, and I don't care who knows it. I'm in love with you. Let them say what they will, dear, I love you still, and I don't care who knows it.
Gonna take a sentimental journey. Gonna set my heart at ease. gonna make a sentimental journey to the new old memory. Got my bag, I got my reservation. Spent each dime I could afford. Like a child in wild anticipation. Long to hear that all aboard. 7, that's the time we leave at 7. I'll be waiting up for heaven, counting every mile of railroad track that takes me back. Never thought my heart could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roam? Gotta take the sentimental journey home. 7, that's the time we leave. 7, I'll be waiting up for heaven, counting every mile of railroad track. Takes me back. Never thought my heart could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roam? Gotta take the sentimental journey home. I gotta take that journey, that sentimental journey, 'cause it takes me back home.
Say, Costello, hey, wouldn't this be a dandy day to go to the beach?
Oh, yes. If we had a telephone call, we could call up some girls. If we had a nickel. And if we knew any girls.
There you go again, girls, girls, girls. Can't you think of anything better than girls?
There's something better.
Oh, look, Costello. Hey, there's Connie Haynes. Why don't you ask her if she'd like to go to the beach?
Okay. Oh, Connie. Hey, Connie, how would you like to go to the beach with me, huh?
Well, Mr. Costello, honey, I don't know if I should. I suppose you all want to teach me how to swim?
Oh, nothing like that.
Well, you all won't try to hold my hand?
Oh, you know me better than that, Connie.
And you won't hug me or kiss me?
Oh, gee, Willikers, no. I mean, after all, I promise I won't.
Then what are we going for?
Then what are we going for? We're going for something.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Costello, honey.
All right, honey.
Well, Costello,
That kid murders me.
Now, wait a minute. You certainly got turned down fast by Connie.
Well, maybe she's sure because I broke a date with her Saturday night. I was supposed to meet her at 7 o'clock.
What happened?
I waited around till 11. She didn't come, so I just stood her up, that's all. I wish Connie would go to the beach with us because she's got the cutest bathing suit.
What's it like?
It's made of 2 pieces of string held together by a handkerchief.
Well, it's too bad Connie's not going. Come on, get your trunks, Costello, and let's go to the beach.
My trunks?
Yes.
Why should I take my trunks? I don't want to move. I just want to go swimming.
Well, you swim in trunks, don't you?
I do not. I swim in the water just like anybody else.
Never mind, I'll rent you a swimming suit. Would you wear a rented suit?
That depends where it's rented and the size of the rent.
No, come on, Costello. Let's get started. I'll get some lotion to rub on you so you won't sunburn.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me, Abbott. I never burn. I just take a nice, healthy, even blister.
Well, come on, Costello. There's nobody around, so get into your suit. Oh, isn't the beach beautiful? Just look at the birds flying over the water.
Oh, I wrote a poem about them birds. I'll recite it.
Go ahead.
A wonderful bird is the seagull, which can fly quite as high as an eagle. They sit on the sand, and sometimes they stand, but you can't tell a he from a she-gull.
Hey, Costello, here comes a cop.
Hey, you guys, this is a private beach. You can't swim here. It's against the law.
Well, why didn't you tell me before I got undressed?
Well, there's no law against undressing.
Look, let's go. Let's go over behind those ropes, Costello. That's the public beach.
Look at that beautiful redhead. I'm going with her and teach her to swim.
Suppose she knows how to swim.
Then I'll let her teach me. Hey, Abbott, give me my pail and shovel. Right here is the spot where I covered Ruby Pool Cue up with the sand last Sunday.
Well, what do you want your shovel for now?
Well, I figure it's about time to dig her up.
Look, Costello. Hey, look at that fat lady in that rubber bathing suit.
Oh, them rubber bathing suits. They're made for fat ladies.
They
got a 5-way stretch.
5-way stretch?
Yeah, up and down, back and forth, and a shelf to take care of the surplus.
Hey, Costello. Look at the man over there feeding donuts to his horse. Can you imagine that?
Hey, you mister, what's the idea of giving all them donuts to your horse?
I just want to see how many he'll eat before he asks for a cup of coffee.
Hey, what are you doing on the beach with that horse?
Well, you see, I came down here to go swim.
Swimming?
No, fishing.
Did you catch anything?
No. You see, my wife was with me, and the fish took one look at her. When they saw how badly I was hooked, they wouldn't bite at all.
All right. Never mind him, Costello. Why don't you go into the water? You've always bragged to me that you were such a great lifesaver. Now, come on.
I am a great lifesaver, Abbott, and I'll prove it to you. I can save anybody. Anybody at all. Anybody want to be saved? Anybody at all would like to be saved?
Save me!
Are you a man or a woman?
Woman!
How old?
57!
Anybody else want to be saved?
Never mind. The lifeguard got her. Lucky for you. Now, look, Costello, when you go into the water, stay close to the life boy.
Stay close to the what?
The boy. Stay close to the boy. That's the safest thing.
Stay close to the boy. That may be the safest thing, but if you want to have some fun, you got to stay close to the girls.
Costello, girls have nothing to do with this kind of a boy. The kind of a boy I mean will keep you up.
Well, what do you know? What is the boy's name?
The boy has no name. It's just a plain red and white boy.
A red...
Dummy, this boy is anchored to a sandbar, and it has a bell.
What is that bellboy doing in a bar?
No, the boy is not in the bar. The boy is on the bar.
He probably crawled up there to steal some pretzels.
No. Listen, you imbecile. That boy is on the bar to keep people from going on the rocks.
So he finally learned his lesson. Why didn't his mother keep him out of that bar?
This boy hasn't got a mother.
Hasn't got a mother?
No.
That did it.
What do you mean?
Abbott, you have gone too far. I didn't mind when you said that the girls will have nothing to do with this poor boy. And I was only mildly surprised when you told me that he was half red and half white. I said nothing when you pushed him up on top of the bar to steal pretzels when the bartender's back was turned. But when you tell me that that poor boy has no name and no mother, you have not only besmirched the sanctity of the American home, but you have cast aspersions on the good name of the Campfire Boys of Troop Number 35, USA, Patterson, New Jersey.
Get him out of here!
Of New York.
Lovely Connie Haynes on stage now. With Will Osborne and the orchestra, Connie sings...
Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Nice, nice, nice. That's you, that's you. Fine, fine, fine. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Your tasty lips are sweeter than a lollipop. And every time I kiss you, ooh, I hate to stop. I rack my brain to find the proper adjective, a sentimental compliment to give you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Nice, nice, nice. That's you, that's you. Fine, fine, fine. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Sweet, sweet, sweet. That's you, that's you. Yum, yum, yum. That's you, that's you. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. I never went to Cornell University. Therefore, I have a limited vocabulary. And so I use the language that I have on hand while you were making love on my veranda. Good, good, good. That's you, that's you. Nice, nice, nice.
horseshoe.
I'm going to throw it over my left shoulder and make a wish. I wish that Hedy Lamarr was the head of a giraffe and I was the body.
Oh, now that sounds silly. That's ridiculous. Why should you wish that Hedy Lamarr was the head of a giraffe and you were the body?
I always wanted a long neck with Hedy.
Right. Costello, you've got to get girls off your mind. Why don't you walk in the park at night and admire the stars?
You mean like Betty Grable, Lana Turner, and Dorothy Lamour?
No. I'm talking about heavenly bodies.
Brother, we're both talking about the same thing.
Hey, look, someday you're going to get in trouble chasing girls, and you'd better keep away from that young divorcee that lives next door to you. You'll never get to first base with her.
I did get to first base with her, Abbott.
What happened?
Her ex-husband was on second.
Yeah, dummy, girls like her a dime a dozen.
Yeah? Dime a dozen?
Yes.
Well, here's a nickel. Get me 6.
I think you've got women on the brain. Last night in your sleep, you kept hollering for Ingrid Bergman.
Well, Ingrid Bergman happens to be my favorite actress. Since I saw her in that bathing beauty picture.
You saw Ingrid Bergman in a bathing beauty picture? What was it called?
For Whom the Bath Towels.
Costello, please. Do you dream of women every night?
Not every night.
Well, that's better.
Sometimes I take a nap in the afternoon.
Come in.
Oh, there you are, you fat, impudent little slob.
That's me.
Yes, you. Costello, last night I dreamt that I went out with you.
You did?
Yes, and I've never been so insulted in my life. Take that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Now, the next time I dream about you, maybe you'll act like a gentleman.
How do you like that? The next time she dreams she's got a date with me, I ain't even going to show up.
Well, Costello, I'm convinced that your dreams are the cause of all your girl troubles, and we've got to find out what they mean.
Gee, I wish we could. Really, I do.
I'm glad you said that, Costello, because we have with us tonight the world's greatest authority on dreams.
Good evening, gentlemen. I am the world's greatest dream analyst, Professor Melonhead. known professionally as Dreamboat Melonhead.
Dreamboat Melonhead.
Dreamboat.
Looks like somebody plucked all the feathers out of your crow's nest.
Here, young man, are you trying to infer that my head is bald?
Infer? If you put your head in fur, it would look like an oversized mothball. Hey, Abbott, get a load of that slippery dome. I've seen ostriches sitting on better-looking things than that.
No, Costello, please.
And you get results.
I know. Please. You shouldn't make cracks about the professor's head.
If his head ever cracks, I'll make an omelet out of it.
Look, gentlemen, we're wasting time. Professor Melonhead,
Yeah?
can you tell us what causes Costello to dream about girls?
Of course, Abbott. Tell me, Costello, do you dream about girls all the time?
No, only when I'm asleep.
That's fine, good. Now I'll have to have a little of your case history. Do any other members of your family have peculiar dreams?
Yes, my Uncle Artie Stebbins.
Mm-hmm.
Last night he dreamed he was pulling the weeds out of his garden.
He dreamed he was pulling weeds out of his garden. What happened?
When he woke up, his wife was as bold as an eagle.
All right, now let's get back to you, Costello. What type of girls do you dream of?
Beautiful girls.
Beautiful.
Once I dreamed of beautiful, gorgeous blonde, and when I put my arms around her, something electric passed between us.
A shot?
No, she slipped her light bill into my pocket.
Well, Professor Melonhead, have you found out what causes Costello's dreams?
Well, Abbott, my superficial diagnosis tells me that Costello's dreams are caused by contraction of the nerves in his head, making his brain 2 tenths.
My brain is 2 tenths?
Yep. 2 tenths the size of a normal brain.
Melonhead, for 2 tenths, I'd sock you right in the puss.
All right. Now, Costello, I will attempt to remedy your condition by massaging your head. First, I will stuff cotton into your auditory canal. Then I will pack your cranium in cracked ice, tighten your cerebrum, loosen your cerebellum, and then I will rub horse liniment into your medulla oblongata.
You wouldn't dare. You haven't got the nerve.
Oh, now, Costello, a person's equilibrium is often an important factor in the cause and effect of dreams. Therefore, I will have to test your equilibrium.
Melonhead, if you as much as lay one finger on my equilibrium, I will call my mother.
No. To test your equilibrium, Costello, I want you to climb up this stepladder here and balance yourself on the top step. Go ahead.
Well, it's very silly, but I'll go. Here I go.
Costello is now climbing the ladder. He's up 15 feet. He's up 30 feet. Keep climbing, Costello. Now he's up 75 feet. Costello has now climbed up to 100 feet. Now.
Wait a minute, Professor.
Matter?
That stepladder is only 9 feet tall.
Oh, my goodness. What a mistake. Costello, come down here at once. Hey, Abbott, what happened? Costello, do you realize you climbed up 100 feet and that ladder is only 9 feet high?
Now, he tells me.
Oh, let me out of here.
Let me at that melonhead, will you? Let me at melonhead.
And now here, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word. Well, Costello, I think I figured out a cure for your mania for chasing girls. I've asked Connie Haynes to give you a nice big kiss.
Hey, Abbott, that ought to cure me. Go ahead, Connie.
Well, pucker up, Mr. Costello, and I'll kiss you. How do you feel now, Mr. Costello, honey?
I feel fine, but that sailor in the first row just fainted.
Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Almond Joy's got nuts, Mounds don't. Almond Joy's got real milk chocolate, coconut and munchy nuts too. Mounds got deep dark chocolate and chewy coconut. Ooh. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Peter Paul, Almond Joy's got nuts, Peter Paul, Mounds don't.
Plus, now there's also a new Mounds with creamy rich milk chocolate.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
We're coming your way again thanks to General Electric Light Bulbs and Fells and Company.
I just happen to have a Gentle Fells type song ready.
Hold a piece while I snap on the GE light so you can see the music.
When you see a field where grass is blue and everything looks good to you, you're in Kentucky sure as you're born, where a million sunbeams light your way. Come on, stranger, won't you stay? You're in Kentucky sure as you're born. When the shadows creep, you can go to sleep on a carpet of moonbeams. You can dream your dreams neath the blanket of gleaming stars. If you wake at dawn mid glistening dew and find old Dixie kissing you, you're in Kentucky sure as you're born. You're in Kentucky sure as you're born. You're in Kentucky sure as you're born. When the shadows creep, you can go to sleep on a carpet of moonbeams. You can dream your dreams neath a blanket of gleaming stars. If you wake at dawn mid glistening dew and find old Dixie kissing you, you're not in Texas, you're not in Memphis, you're in Kentucky sure as you're born.
What are you doing, Bing? Checking up on the ponies?
Please, I'm not speaking to horses since Ballyache let me down in the Kentucky Derby.
That's a horse? It sounds more like a complaint.
How right you are. Ballyache was supposed to win the Kentucky Derby.
And he didn't?
Where have you been? You remind me of this friend of Catherine's. Sat through the Derby on TV, sat through the rebroadcast, then asked, when are we going to see the Derby? This story here proves my point.
What point?
That men and women look at things differently. There's this color psychologist.
What does he say?
In a test on the color appearance of food, there was male and female agreement. Oh, that we could use more of. The tomatoes look better under incandescent light bulbs.
General Electric soft white?
Everything looks better under GE soft white, Rosie. And it's also, he says, the best light for viewing the human face.
What a clinical way to put it.
But it's raw beef that separates the men from the girls. Men prefer the looks of raw beef under regular incandescent light bulbs, but women would rather look at it under fluorescent.
Thank you, but I'll have mine cooked.
Excuse me, Rosie and Bing.
Yes, Ken.
Well, General Electric has already settled this argument with a new kind of fluorescent designed especially for the home. It combines the color qualities of ordinary fluorescent and incandescent. It's called General Electric Homeline, and it makes both food and you look natural.
Why, that's the kind of light you've been recommending for kitchens. A soft, warm, pinkish glow, not like ordinary fluorescence.
That's it. Great for bathrooms, too.
How about getting me some, Ken?
GE Homelines?
Yeah.
Sure, Bing, but you'll find them all over now in all the popular fluorescent sizes. Be sure to ask for GE Homeline fluorescence.
Johnny Burke has fashioned a lovely lyric for Errol Garner's tune, and they call it Misty. I'd like to sing it for you now. Look at me. I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree. I feel like I'm clinging to a cloud. I can't understand. I get misty just holding your hand. Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. It might be the sound of your hello, that music I hear. I get misty the moment you're near. You can say that you're leading me on, but it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. Would I wander through this wonderland alone, not knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove? I'm too misty and too much in love.
If you dislike the old-fashioned messiness of cleaning white shoes, listen. Now you can spray on a dazzling shoe white in just 10 seconds. You do it with push-button Penny White, the new Penny Shine sensation. Imagine no moisture, no muss, just spray. The white goes on to stay. Covers scuff marks, too. So make it 1-2 whiten your shoe. Get Penny White, the quicker, cleaner white shoe polish. Penny White, another fine Penny Shine product by Turtle Wax.
Real fine, buddy.
I want to yak a little today, Rosie, about charmed lives.
Charmed lives. That's a lively topic, I'd say.
Yeah, you know, the miraculous things that happen to people. Things that are almost incredible. For instance, I read where a mother lifted a station wagon because her child was trapped. Saved the child, lifted a station wagon. You hear me? Think of that.
Oh, I know.
A sailor falls overboard and swims in the shark-infested waters over in the China Sea for many, many hours. And finally, just by the oddest stroke of luck, he gets rescued.
I see where a man fell 14 stories. He was real shook up, but he's going to make it, okay?
Going to make it. Well, that's amazing, you see. Over in Hawaii, for instance, two brothers collided in jet planes 36,000 feet up. Hear me? Both planes landed safely.
Oh, some people have charmed lives. There's no doubt about that.
I just heard about a man that's really covered with four-leaf clover, so...
Who's this?
Well, he's a fellow named E.L. DeWitt.
E.L. DeWitt. I don't believe I know him.
No, you wouldn't know this cat. He's a postman in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, and how has he mocked fate?
Oh, tremendously. He's been impervious. E.L. DeWitt has carried the mail for 30 years. Now, think of that. 30 years a postman, and he has never suffered from a bunion or a dog bite.
No bunions and no dog bites for 30 years?
Yeah, and I think he better quit while he's ahead, don't you think?
Yeah, some cantankerous pup is apt to get wind of Mr. DeWitt's outstanding record and bust it right up for him.
Just chew a hole in it, so to speak. He's going to be a target now.
This man is on the spot.
Sure, a record such as this is tough to keep unblemished, all right.
You know what's funny about dogs? Wonder why they bite postmen so much.
Well, in the first place, postman never brings the dog a letter.
I see.
He gets hacked.
Yeah.
I suppose year after year a dog gets sick of it, you know. No mail for him, so he chews on the postman a little to let him know he resents it.
That might be it. I suppose we might nip the mailman, too, if all we ever got year in and year out was a little pat on the head.
It'd be frustrating.
Yes. But with all the dog foods and all the trick things they make for dogs to chomp on, they still prefer the postman, don't they?
Yeah, the ankle of a mailman will top any fancy dog food on the market to date.
You'd think they could outsmart the canine element.
Oh, some do. A lot of them are pretty cagey. They wear leggings under their trousers. Slip a little bit of hamburger in envelopes and drop them near the mailbox. Get him occupied.
Yeah, I imagine cute steak postcards would placate them.
Oh, yes, as long as they're dogs, though, and postmen. This little feud is going to go on, I venture to say.
Maybe someday the United Nations will take up this problem, then.
I wish they would. Meanwhile, don't you think Mr. DeWitt, the postman who beat the game, deserves a song?
Oh, definitely. I would be very honored to sing Mr. DeWitt a song.
I'll just kind of growl in the background.
I'll roll you a meatball if you do.
Yeah. To E.L. DeWitt, who never got bit.
Love letters straight from your heart keep us so near while apart. I'm not alone in the night when I can have all the love you write. I memorize every line. I kiss the name that you sign. Start love letters straight from your heart. Darling, then I read again love letters straight from your heart.
Hey, Rosie, did you see the story in the newspaper headline, Dishpan Dilemma? The Colorado Medical Society has made news by advising a sensational way to avoid rough, red dishpan hands. You know what they recommend?
Gentle Fells with lanolin D.
No, they suggest stacking dishes from several meals and doing them all at once.
Well, using Gentle Fells is better. Gentle Fells has lanolin D to take care of your hands no matter how many times a day they dip into dishwater. Wash dishes after each meal with Gentle Fells. Then you can keep a neat kitchen. I hate dirty dishes lying around.
I thought you'd have something to say about that.
Well, I mean it. Gentle Fells is the only dishwashing detergent with lanolin D. And you know what lanolin does for your skin.
Keeps it soft and smooth.
And prevents skin from looking prematurely old. That's why women keep lanolin lotions right by the sink and drench their hands with it after washing the dishes. But with Gentle Fells, those lotions aren't necessary. Gentle Fells has lanolin right in it.
Saves a bit of money, too, I imagine.
Oh, it certainly does. And Gentle Fells is a big time saver, too. Goes right to work cleaning dishes and cuts right through grease. It washes dishes and glassware absolutely spotless. And you don't have to use up time and energy wiping them, either. With Gentle Fells, dishes dry clear and sparkling. They even have that hand-polished look.
Gentle Fells takes care of fine washables, too. It contains a fine nylon brightener.
That's why it's a good idea to buy Gentle Fells by the pair, one for the kitchen and one for the bathroom.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
Gentle Fells with lanolin D for dishes.
And Instant Fells naphtha for laundry.
Now, Bing, how about doing a solo?
Why, of course, Rosie. The microphone is yours.
Not me, you.
Me? Wow, I bow to your every wish, buddy. Let's go. Love me or leave me, let me be lonely. You won't believe me, but I love you only. I'd rather be lonely than happy with somebody else. You might find the nighttime the right time for kissing, but nighttime is my time for just reminiscing, regretting instead of forgetting with somebody else. There'll be no one unless that someone is you. I intend to be independently blue, so blue. I want your love. I don't want tomorrow to have it today. Give back tomorrow, for my love is your love. There's no love for nobody else. Unless that someone is you. I intend to be independently blue, so blue. I want your love, but I don't want to borrow to have it today and give back tomorrow. My love is your love, there's no love for nobody else. Yes, my love is your love. There's no love for nobody else. Goodbye for today. Remember, we'll be right back here tomorrow.
Try to give us a listen, will you?
Certainly been nice being with you, and we'll see you tomorrow then.
Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
This is a cubic foot. There are 5 more of these inside the new Chevrolet than there are inside this year's older style full-size cars of Chevy's nearest sales competitor. That's based on U.S. government estimates of vehicle interior size as reported in the 1977 EPA Guide for New Car Buyers. The new Chevrolet with 5 more cubic feet of room. It stacks up beautifully. Now that's more like it.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Well, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight from Hollywood, Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent Show with Bob Hope's special guest stars, Eddie Cantor, Red Skelton, Fibber, Magee and Molly, Amos and Andy, and Walter Winchell. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Hope is still on the high seas en route to England, and you'll hear him in person from London next Tuesday night. In his absence, we present an all-star cast of Bob Hope's friends, starting with our guest master of ceremonies, Eddie Cantor. Get up off your knees. Bob Hope is here now. Gee, thanks. Eddie, you know, this is swell of you to drop in and help Bob like this. Well, who could refuse? He left a note under my door, come down to NBC and get a surprise. Some surprise. They shove a script in my hand, point to the microphone, and that's not enough. Before I start, they make me brush my teeth with Pepsodent. But, Eddie. Yeah? What do you usually brush your teeth with? Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. I got a sponsor, too. Oh, but I'm only kidding. I'm very happy to help an old friend. By the way, Wendell, did Bob say anything before he left about how much, about the, did he have anything at all? Yes, the usual. I see. Who shall I make it out to? You mean Bob isn't paying you anything for this, Eddie? Wendell, you know that expression, a fool and his money are soon parted? Yes. You are working for the original Quiz Kid. I've known Bob for so long, I can tell you all his weak points and all his strong points. Well, what are some of his strong points? Short joke, wasn't it? Oh, you're just jealous because Bob's going to Princess Elizabeth's wedding. I'm not jealous, Wendell. The king asked me to attend his daughter's wedding, but I turned it down. Just turned it down. Did I not go? I don't want to go. Well, wait a minute. You turned down the King of England after he asked you to be a guest at his daughter's wedding? Who said anything about guests? He wanted me as a technical advisor. Him with his 2 girls, amateur. I thought Crosby was getting that job, Eddie. You know, he's quite a family man, too, you know. Crosby, are you kidding? With Storks, who know Hollywood best, it's Cantor, 5-4. Don't encourage me. I'm not going to do an encore. Anyway, I'll be represented at the wedding. I helped Bob out with his wardrobe, you know. Oh, but Bob's so much bigger, Eddie. Why, he couldn't get into one of your suits. Who's talking about suits? I loaned him one of Ida's corsets. Say, Eddie, do you think we ought to talk behind Bob's back like this? What'd you say? I said, do you think we ought to talk behind Bob's back like this? Why not? It's so nice and roomy. I was kidding about Ida's corset. I loaned him one of my suits. I really did. Well, I still don't see how Bob can wear your clothes. He's 35 pounds heavier than you are. Well, the tailor put an extra piece in it, Wendell. Bob will look great at the wedding. He'll be the only one there wearing British morning trousers with a Scotch plaid seat. I love to spend one hour with you. Not a very good voice today. I don't feel too good. Of course, I always feel this way after I've had my distemper shot, you know. I think I got a little fever. I took my temperature with Moore's pressure cooker thermometer, and it said I was about ready to can. Well, I was able to do my work before I come to town anyhow. I fed the chickens, I fed my horses, I fed my pigs. Pigs. That reminds me, I ain't eat yet. Well, as soon as I find out why Bob Hope ain't on the air tonight, I'll warm my innards with some fiddles. Well, let's see. Wonder which studio it would be. There's the rolling program. We'll skip that for now. Maybe this man knows which studio Bob Hope broadcasts from. Howdy Doody. Could you tell me where the Pepsi Dent program broadcasts from?
Why, yes, you go right through that door. Well, open it up first.
Details. Speak up. I ain't no genius, you know.
Wait, I'll take you in. Say, wait a minute. First, just fix your tie.
Oh, thank you.
Say, that's an unusual tie.
Yeah, I got it out of the mail order catalog.
You mean that you sent away and got that?
No, I just cut it out and pasted it on.
Hey, Eddie. Yeah, how are you, Wendell? This goon wants to see Bob Hope. Well, come on in, fella.
No, I better not.
Oh, it's all right. Say, why are you blushing?
I ain't blushing. It's my red flannel sneaking up on me again.
I'm sorry, fella, but Mr. Hope isn't here.
No?
He's on a boat bound for England.
They finally chased him out of the country.
Oh, no. No, he's appearing at the command performance of the King of England.
England? I was there during the war, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, too bad you didn't get to the bomb shelter in time. You were in the army, you say. An officer?
No, I could have been an officer, though, if they'd have noticed the good work I did. But them generals never came around the guardhouse. Yeah. They were too busy trying to talk to Howard Hughes, I guess. You said Bob Hope won't be on the air tonight?
That's right.
Well, I don't know what my mom's going to do. She never goes to sleep till she hears Bob Hope.
Well, he'll be on again next week.
She's going to be awful sleepy.
Don't look at me, will you? This guy makes the Mad Russian appear like Professor Einstein.
Now, if you'll show me where it says that, I'll continue. Well, I'm sorry I bothered you, but before I go, would you care for a little snort?
Well, I wouldn't mind.
You know.
And here's Eddie Cantor and the Sportsman singing Civilization. Bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no. Bingo, bango, bungle, I'm so happy in the jungle, I refuse to go. Don't want high prices, taxes, housing, shortage, worry and fear. So no matter how they coax me, I'll stay right here. Yes, 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 we'll stay right here. Each morning I make a merry appetite with me on sign. Madman month. He tells the native population that civilization is fine. 903. And some educated savages holler from a bamboo tree. Hey, Dick Tracy, you catch mumbles yet? That civilization is the thing for me to see. Oh, bongo, 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 I don't want to leave the Congo. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Bingo, bongo, bongo, I'm so happy in the jungle, I refuse to go. Want no crazy auto drivers knocking me on my ear. Life is safer in the jungle. I'll stay right here. Yes, 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 we'll stay right here. They have things like the atom bomb, so I think I'll stay where I am. Civilization, no, 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 we'll stay right here. Down in the Congo. Poor Miriam, neglected using Miriam. So singing smile had no winning style.
Come to me, my melancholy baby.
Not me.
Why not?
You'll see. So folks don't be like Miriam. Euphoria. Pepsodent won by 3-1. Just recently, families from coast to coast, thousands of people were asked to compare new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they've been using at home. By an overwhelming majority, by an average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent over any other brand they tried.
Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1.
For its cool, minty flavor that lingers on and on.
Families who made comparison tests chose Pepsodent 3-1.
For making the breath so lastingly clean.
Families who made comparison tests chose Pepsodent 3-1.
And for cleaning teeth better, giving bright new sparkle to your smile.
Families who made comparison tests chose Pepsodent 3-1.
So for new pleasure in brushing your teeth, new pleasure in the results you'll see, try cool, minty, new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium. The 3-1 favorite with families all over America.
Dear Miriam, sweet Miriam, now she's using Miriam. So her singing smile has a winning style. Come to me, my melancholy baby.
Okay, don't smile. I'll say.
Oh, folks just be like Miriam, Euphoria.
Say, I'll bet that Pepsodent sells almost as well as the product I sell. Pepsodent.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
Miss Vera Bay. Why, Miss Meg, if you hadn't said yoo-hoo, I'd never have recognized you. The way that Bob Hope described such a lovely, beautiful, shy, charming girl. I wish I weren't a married man with 5 daughters nearly as old as you.
Oh, you thrilling man. You really think your daughters are nearly as old as me?
Yes, I think so. Of course, I never added their ages up.
Well, you dear peeked out Popeye here.
Oh, Miss Page, please, I'm sorry. I was just kidding. Really, I think you're stunning.
Oh.
Maybe tonight we could go for a walk. You've got that new look.
Oh, I gotta go for a ride. I've got that old idea.
Miss Page, you're dynamite, aren't you? Tell me, what kind of perfume is that you're wearing?
Oh, this is my own special invention. J. Parnell Thomas, number 5.
J. Parnell Thomas, number 5?
Yes, one whiff and you want to investigate further. Oh, dear. I'm so glad you like me, Mr. Cantor. I thought you'd me on your program sometime. I'd work very cheaply.
Well, I might be able to squeeze you in.
Oh, you might? Well, that way I'd work even cheaper.
I don't know if I could take it, Miss Vage. You see, I've worked with some beautiful girls in my time, you know, Ziegfeld Follies.
Well, never mind that. Just tell me, how do I stack up?
Like an old pile of war surplus.
Oh, you senile Mickey Rooney, you. Tell me, you have to tell your eyelids to blink.
Wait a minute. This program is like Information Please. Everybody has answers.
That's right, Mr. Cantor. You see, I did great on your program. I have a trigger mind.
Yes, and when you're through with it, give it back the trigger. I didn't mean that, Miss Vague. I just said it so you wouldn't miss Bob Hope too much. Do you actually miss him?
Oh, yes, constantly. You see, Mr. Cantor, I'm working on a Christmas gift for him.
You're making Bob's Christmas gift?
Yes.
How is it coming along?
Oh, fine. Of course, I may need a longer fuse.
Wait a minute.
You're making a bomb for Bob Hope's Christmas present?
Oh, yes, I'm so mad at him. He wouldn't take me along to Princess Elizabeth's wedding.
Oh, but Miss Page, that's a big social event. All that nobility and everything, you know.
Well, so what? I've been smoking Prince Albert for years.
Really, Miss May? I'm amazed. I thought you were the orchid, champagne, and Granger, rough cut type. So you're angry at Bob for not taking you on the trip, huh?
Yes, no, well, really, I'm glad, to tell you the truth. The last time I took a boat trip, I was taking a stroll on the deck, and I almost drowned.
Wait a minute. You were just taking a stroll on the deck, and you almost drowned? How could that happen?
Oh, some darn fool yelled, "Man overboard!"
And now, folks, to check the reaction of the public to this all-star program, we take you to the home of a couple of typical listeners, 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Aren't you through tinkering at the radio yet, Magee?
Not practically. There's just one little thing wrong with it, Molly.
What's that?
It won't work. Otherwise, now let me see. Maybe if I connect the antenna condenser to the grid leak supercharger and boost the static collector a little more.
Maybe the tubes are stopped up.
Huh?
Did you try blowing through them?
Huh?
I know you usually blow out all the tubes first.
No. That won't help, Molly. You see, I'm changing this thing over to shortwave tonight so I can hear Bob Hope, the comedian.
Oh.
Paper says he's broadcasting from England.
From England?
Uh-huh.
My goodness, that's an awfully long trip.
Distance means nothing to Hope. That guy takes a trip to England like I go down to the drugstore.
Oh, in a sweatshirt and bedroom slippers? Heavenly days, what a way to travel.
No, I don't mean that, Molly. Hey, I wonder if Hope will come on talking with an English accent and wearing a manacle.
Oh, you don't mean manacle, Magee. You mean a monocle.
Monocle? You're confused, Tootsie. A monocle is a newspaper. The London Daily Monocle is one of the...
Oh, Magee, that's the Chronicle.
Oh, Molly, please, don't tell me about chronicles. You heard Doc Gamble tell me if I didn't cut out cigars, my chronicle tubes would get stopped up and I would...
The word is bronchial, dearie, and it's pronounced bronchial.
Bronchial? And what was that horse I'd have won $5 at the carnival on if he hadn't thrown me in the top row of the seat?
A bronco, a bucking bronco.
I believe that was a bronco at that. Well, then, Dad, what in the first place did I say wrong?
You said Bob Hope would broadcast wearing a manacle. Manacles are handcuffs.
So what if he does? He could do that show with his hands tied behind him. Hey, I better get this radio fixed. This thing ought to bring in shortwave okay. It cost $90. Money was worth more back in 1924, too.
Maybe it just isn't a shortwave set, dearie. Some of them aren't, you know.
Well, it says so right on this one, kiddo. See right here? It says AC and DC. First one's for local stuff, of course. AC, around the city.
What does the DC stand for?
DC is distant country. That's it.
Magee, I didn't realize you knew so much about it.
Oh, shucks. I've been fooling around with radio as long as I can remember.
Well, you've been fooling around with that radio right there as long as I can remember.
Yep. I remember when I was just a little kid back in Peoria, I built the first receiving set in town. Years ahead of my time.
Did it work all right?
Never could tell. I was so far ahead of time, they hadn't even invented broadcasting stations.
Say, look, sweetheart, who told you Bob Hope was broadcasting from England anyhow? I didn't hear that.
Why, it's right here in the paper. It says right here. Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
It says Bob Hope broadcasting from England next week.
Oh.
Well, hey, somebody's got to be... I wonder who's on his show tonight.
Well, don't look now, dearie, but we're not. We're off.
Huh? Oh, I see what you mean. Good night.
Good night, all.
Thank you, Fibber, Magee, and Molly. You were wonderful. And now, I'll get it. Hello?
This is long distance. London, England is calling Bob Hope.
London, England? It must be the King calling, Bob. Gosh, what'll I do? I'll take it, operator.
Here's your coffee.
King, I'm so excited I can hardly talk. Hello, King. Bob's on his way over there, King. He'll be there tomorrow, King. Is there anything I can do for you, King?
You might dig me up a date with a cute little queen.
Well, it's Professor Corona. So you're in England, Professor?
Yes, and I got to talk fast.
Why must you talk fast?
The British are coming.
Kelowna. Kelowna, tell me, are idiots lonely?
Yes, shall we hold hands? Now listen, Hope.
Kelowna, this isn't Bob Hope. I'll give you a hint who I am. Listen to this. Potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper.
Oh, at last.
Who was that?
President Truman.
Look, stop this nonsense. This is Eddie Cantor. Are you really in London?
Yes, Cantor. My train's just pulling in now.
Kelowna, what kind of a train whistle is that?
It's the friendship train.
Oh, Kelowna, you're in a fog.
No, I'm in London. What's your excuse?
Wait a minute. What are you doing in London anyway, Professor?
Well, I'm in charge of the Princess Elizabeth's wedding, Cantor, and I can hardly wait. As soon as the ceremony is over, just think, I get to kiss all the barmaids in London.
Wait a minute, Kelowna. It's the bridesmaids you're supposed to kiss. What do the barmaids have to do with it?
I don't ask questions. I just have fun. Say, Cantor, I got to hang up now. I'm going fox hunting.
You're going fox hunting? Well, what's all that noise?
Can't get my horse out of the phone booth. There's a noise of galloping over the hill, and the huntsman's horns ring merry and shrill. Here they come with a view, halloo, hounds and horses and huntsmen too, galloping, 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 galloping by. The horses trample, the hounds they bay, the riders' coats are scarlet and gay. Up to the huntsman cry, say you ever seen the fox go by? Galloping, 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 galloping by. I look as stupid as I can be, and never a word do they get from me. Until an anger they take the rein and start the rollicking hunt again. Galloping, 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 galloping by. No, that's the wrong horn. Tally ho! Hello! That's the quarter of Hope. How you goes? And the call second. Oops! There goes the call in the front. Hope went back to look for the quarter. Going to be a tight finish. They're crossing the line all together. After the holly, left jack, boogle boogle, over the Harry, after the hook, after the hacker. And the winner, S.C. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky. Or would I be telling you, no, not I, that I saw the fox go wearily by? Wearily panting, worn and spent, would I be telling the way he went? Galloping, 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 no, not I. It's really foxy, galloping, 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 galloping by.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families from coast to coast, thousands of people, compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium over any other brand they tried. The N.W. Armstrong family of 5101 Melrose Avenue, Los Angeles, preferred new Pepsodent on every single count. Mrs. Armstrong says,
our little daughter, Terry, just loves the taste of Pepsodent. In fact, we all do. And my husband is convinced there's nothing like Pepsodent for cleaning his breath. As for me, I found Pepsodent makes my teeth look brighter than ever before.
And family after family agree with the Armstrongs. Yes, with families who made comparison tests. Pepsodent won by 3-1. Get it without delay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amos and Andy were supposed to be on this program tonight, but they haven't shown up yet. They did tell me that their pal, the Kingfish, well, they borrowed an old, broken-down second-hand car so they could drive to the studio. I wonder if they're still on their way. Boys, how long you figure we've been riding now?
Oh, about 10 minutes.
Then I guess it's safe to put it in second gear.
Knock my hat right off.
Well, it sure is nice to be working on the Bob Hope show this week. You know, next week he's going to be broadcasting from England.
Yeah.
Say, Kingfish, look, there's NBC studios right there.
Yeah, and here's the parking space.
All right, I'll stop the car.
Well, you missed NBC and stopped right in front of CBS.
Here's another parking space right here. I say, fellas, while you two are parking the car, why don't I run into NBC there and tell him we're here? Yeah, Amos, so we don't want to make the other people on the Bob Hope Show mad with us. Well, fellas, I'll get on in the studio.
Good idea, Amos. Go ahead.
Well, Emma, now to park the car. The fellow I bought it from told me that I got to use the foot brake and the emergency brake, too.
Yeah, well, you think you can back it in there? You ain't got too much space.
Yeah, well, I'll show you how to get it in between them two cars. Stick your head out the window there, and I'll go on back. Now, guide me in there.
Okay. Come on back. Come on back. Come on back. Whoa! Cut your wheels and go forward.
Tell me how I'm doing.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Whoa!
Do you think you could get the road just a little ahead of the impact? Well, I'm going to try it again here now.
Okay, come on back. Come on back. Come on back. Whoa! Don't work that way neither, do it. You know something, the way you go and you can get a job in a parking lot?
Well, I don't think this your emergency brake ain't working. That's the trouble. I've been pulling on the thing.
What do you pull on?
This thing right here.
That. I've been wondering why that ventilator on the hood has been flipping up and down.
Well, what I got to do is get in here. Now, let me back up a little bit. Oh, I know what the trouble is. I'm going forward in second gear. Let me get the thing in low once and try. Watch this.
Yeah, you can even hit them better that way.
Yeah. Andy, you better step out the car and direct me here.
Yeah. I'll get out and stand behind that fire hydrant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the stuff.
Come on back. Hold it, hold it. Your bumpers is locked.
I'll pull up. How's that, Andy? Is the bumper clear?
Yeah, it's clear off the car.
I think I'll go forward now. That'll do the job.
All right, come on. Come on. Whoa! We come out together that time.
Well, at least we got the car parked. Now, come on, Andy. We better get on in the studio here.
Yeah. Hey, there's Eddie Cantor coming out of NBC now.
Well, hello there, Andy and Kingfish.
Hello, Mr. Cantor.
Yeah, we come down to help out Mr. Hope. We just had a hard time parking the car, but that's over. Now for the program. Too late, boys. That's over, too. Thank you, Amos and Andy. Ladies and gentlemen, ordinarily at this time, Bob has a serious message for you. We're fortunate to have in his place tonight your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. When I am recruited to help exploit the March of Dimes, the Red Cross, Navy Relief, or the Runyon Cancer Fund and other causes, the people of the stage, screen, and radio help most and do the hardest work. We on the Runyon Committee have never had to ask these wonderful people to help us. They always say, as Bob Hope said, what can we do to help you? Thanks then again to the show folks and to all of you in 48 states for your gracious and generous help. We have already turned over $675,000, including $25,000 to war veterans in California. By next December the 10th, we will have allocated $1 million in the four corners of the 48 states and the Middle West. We are nearing the $1.5 million mark now, with not a penny deducted for expenses of any kind. The Runyon Fund is also grateful to the coin machine industries of Chicago. These fine people pledge at least $250,000 to our fund every year. For accelerating the efforts in this terrible war on cancer, you have my deepest thanks as a citizen. For doing it in affectionate memory of Alfred Damon Runyon, you have the gratitude of all of us on the newspapers, who are the guardians of his us on the newspapers, who are the guardians of his us on the newspapers, who are the guardians of his us on the newspapers, who are the guardians.
Look, Linda, I just bought a new seamless support bra that's so beautiful. I have to show you. Oh, better show you this way. It's the Playtex Support Can Be Beautiful bra, and it's seamless.
Don't you love these pretty details? And these smooth, seamless cups. Plus this secret support designed for real support.
And you know, it's so pretty. It makes me feel pretty. The new seamless Support Can Be Beautiful bra from Playtex. Support can be beautiful.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned the bunco detail. An experienced confidence man is set up from his first two victims, he gets more than $8,000. You've got one good lead on the suspect, his method of operation. Your job, get him.
Prove Fatima quality yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
You'll find Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, Fatima gives you more for your money.
Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, December 9th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of bunco detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Steve. My name's Friday. I was on the way into the office, and it was 7:50 a.m. when I got to room 38. Bunco detail.
Oh, morning, Joe.
Hi, Charlie. How'd you make out yesterday?
Nothing.
No luck at all, huh?
Nothing's going to help us much. Got the same description on the guy. Used the same name, same M.O. Couldn't get anything we don't already know about him. How about you? Your luck any better?
About the same. Checked out the building where the suspect rented office space. He moved out 3 days ago. No forwarding address. Checked the hotel he was supposed to be stopping at. Didn't pan out.
Give him time. He'll stick his neck out again.
Well, it doesn't guarantee we'll reach him. Too late to start when the complaints come in. We're going to have to dig up a faster way of getting to him.
Hey, you got a match?
Yeah, sure, Charlie. Here you are.
Thanks.
You bet.
Oh, by the way, what's this I hear about your partner?
What?
Ed Jacobs understands you're losing him.
Oh, yeah, temporarily anyway.
What's the deal?
Well, he's going on a loan out up at the academy. Going to be an instructor up there 2 months anyway, maybe more.
When does this happen?
Tomorrow, the 10th.
What are you going to do for a partner? You and Ken going to work together?
No, the captain's bringing in a new man, young fella. He's been working in the business office.
You mean the big Irish kid works the early morning?
No, this boy's been working days. Name's Bill Lockwood. I asked for him as soon as I found out I was going to lose Ed.
You know him?
Well, a little bit, yeah. You remember Ben Romero?
Yeah, sure.
Well, Lockwood's a nephew of Ben's. Sister's boy. Tall, red hair.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him around. Seems to be a nice enough kid. Has a good record, has he?
Well, the captain thinks so. Figures he ought to work in pretty well.
Oh, by the way, have you seen Ben's wife lately?
Yeah, I did. A couple of weeks ago. Seems to be doing all right. Still misses Ben, of course.
Yeah, I imagine.
Her little boy's sure getting big. Looks a lot like his dad, too.
Missing quite a bit yourself, huh?
Yeah, Charlie, I guess I do.
Well, I better get on my horse. I got some checking to do. I hope the Lockwood boy works out for you.
Well, I think he'll do all right.
Can't say I'd be crazy about the idea myself.
How do you mean?
Breaking in a new man. No detective experience. When I go out to pick up a thief, I like to figure I've got some good backing. I mean, a partner I'm used to. Tough enough watching out for yourself, let alone a green youngster.
Well, somebody had to do it for us. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, I suppose.
I remember when I first started, there didn't come much greener than me. Partner did all the work, took all the chances, helped me every foot of the way. He never mentioned it once. I never forgot that. He's a good cop.
What was his name?
Ben Romero. In our particular setup, before a man's eligible to apply for duty in the Detective Bureau, he has to have a minimum of 5 years' experience as a police officer, either assigned to radio patrol, traffic duty, or some other general assignment. After the initial 5 years of service, the men go through a screening process to determine which department and which job they'll fit into best, some position that they seem to show a natural aptitude for. If a man applies for duty in a division of the Detective Bureau, and if he's accepted, he's assigned a partner to work with the day he goes on the job, generally a working detective with some experience. In the case of Ben's nephew, Bill Lockwood, he put in his first 5 years working Wilshire traffic and also doing radio patrol in Hollenbeck and 77th Street divisions. After spending another 11 months in our business office, Captain Steed put in a request for him, and he was transferred. When I heard Ed Jacobs was going to be loaned to the police academy as an instructor, I talked to Captain Steed about Lockwood, and he assigned him as my new partner. The changeover happened in the middle of one of the toughest investigations we'd had in months. A bunco artist who was working hard at the business opportunities racket. The following morning, December 10th, Bill Lockwood reported in for work, and we drove out to check a potential lead on the suspect. On the way, I laid out the case for him.
Nothing on the men in R&I, huh? No record at all?
No, not as far as we know, Bill. Checked Brereton up at Sacramento, CII. Nothing doing there. He couldn't help it.
And what have you been going on? His description?
Yeah, that and his M.O. and his name. He uses a different alias on each job. Russell Preston, that was the last name he used.
I see. He usually starts by putting a want ad in the paper, is that it?
Well, he rents himself an office first, usually a pretty expensive one, well furnished. Then he hires a good-looking secretary, has her put a want ad in the daily papers for him, and he's in business.
How do the ads read? The usual?
Yeah, typical thing you see in the daily paper. Business opportunity for people with vision, good investment, high profit supply now, you know. And then he gives his address and phone number. There's nothing clever about it, but people still go for it.
He get many replies, do you know?
Well, we figure he got between 20 and 30 on that last deal he pulled. Seems all he has to do is land one victim out of the bunch with enough money, and he's got it made. Took his first victim here for $5,000. Second one for $3,200. Both elderly women. Took them for their last dollar.
About the way he sets up the deal with these different businessmen, Joe, I don't think I got it quite straight.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, say the owner of that manufacturing plant that's Russell Preston lined up.
Yeah.
You say Preston went to the plant, introduced himself as a business advisor, told the owner of the plant he had some people with money to invest. He convinced the owner he was legitimate.
Yeah, that's right.
Then Preston had his 2 victims shown through the plant and convinced them they ought to invest their money in the business.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you mean to say the plant owners were acting in good faith?
Well, they were all checked out, Bill. Everything about them. They all have good business reputations. They didn't know any more about the deal than the victims. They needed more capital for their business, and they figured this was it.
This Preston, or whatever his name is, sure must have a line that won't stop.
He's got everything that goes with it. Nice clothes, well-mannered, good-looking. He doesn't try to high-pressure anybody. Tells them if they have confidence in him, he'd be glad to invest their money. If they hedge it all, he shows them right through the office.
Pretty good pitch. Once they're sold on him, he's got him over a barrel.
About the size of it, yeah.
Funny there's no record on him. Sure sounds like he's had a lot of experience. What are the other names he's used, do you remember?
Well, just 2 of them we know of. Russell R. Preston and George A. Fairchild.
I guess the newspapers have been checked out, huh? The ones he ran the what ads in?
Yeah, they've all been talked to. All their personnel have been notified to watch for ads of that type. Be one way to get a lead on him if he tries again.
Well, what about the buildings where he rented office space? Couldn't the people there help any?
Well, they confirmed his description. We picked up samples of his handwriting. That's about it. He only rented the offices long enough to cover his deal, about 2 weeks. See, what 100 block is this, Bill? Can you see over there?
Let's see. Yeah, 1,700.
We want the next one, 1811.
Who's this woman we're going to talk to? Vivian Castle, that right?
Yeah. I'm not sure if she's the right girl or not. Got the lead from the employment agency. Chance she might be the girl Preston hired to be his secretary. I don't know.
Oh, good parking place up there ahead, huh?
Yeah, that's good. You pull up anywhere along here. Just fine.
Two doors down, Joe. Real estate office. 1811.
Yeah, I see it. Good morning.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to a Miss Castle, Vivian Castle.
Oh, I'm Vivian Castle.
Here's our identification. This is my partner, Officer Lockwood. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you do? What is it you want, officers?
We'd like to find out if you know a George Fairchild, ma'am.
Fairchild? No, I don't know anyone by that name.
How about a Russell Preston, miss? That mean anything to you?
Well, I used to work for Mr. Preston, Russell Preston.
About how long ago was that?
Month and a half ago.
Mm-hmm. Where does he have his offices?
Well, he did have them on South Grand near 8th, the old Belmont Harris building. Why?
Do you mind describing Mr. Preston for us, ma'am? Just a general description of him.
He's about 40, 45 years old. Brown hair, a little gray. Nice build. Seemed to be a very nice man at first. Always dressed so nice. Just wore a dark blue suit. Seemed to be very nice.
Checks out so far, Joe.
Yeah.
Do you mind telling me what it's about?
We'd like to locate Mr. Preston, ma'am. You any idea where he is now?
I wish I did. I'd call the State Labor Commission. He seemed like such a nice man. I've never been so disappointed in my life.
How do you mean, Miss Castle?
He owes me 2 weeks' pay, $65 a week. Hired me as a private secretary. Good jobs aren't hard to get now either. He can't say he was giving me a break when he hired me. Are you from the Labor Commission?
No, ma'am, we're not. Could you tell us how long you worked for this Mr. Preston?
Just for 3 weeks. He said I was going to get paid every Friday. Gave me the money for the first week, and that's all. Kept waiting for my pay, but he kept putting me off. Last week and a half, he didn't even show up at the office. I was there all alone, 8 hours a day. Finally, the building manager showed up and told me he was all over. Mr. Preston closed the office. Didn't even have the decency to come in and say thank you, goodbye. I just left.
And you have no idea at all where Mr. Preston is now?
No, sir. I wish I did.
Were there any office files, mail files, any way to get a possible line on him?
Not as far as I know. I didn't keep any files for him. Matter of fact, I didn't do any work at all. Just a showpiece. I guess that's all he kept me there for. There's no reason why he shouldn't pay me, though. Are you sure you're not from the Labor Commission?
Did Mr. Preston ever have you place any want ads in the daily papers, Miss Castle?
Yeah, he did a couple of times. Ads for business opportunities, you know. He was in the investment business, helped people invest their money.
Would you happen to know anyone who invested money with him? I mean, would you know them by name?
No, not by name. Quite a few people came through the office. I know a few of them made deals with Mr. Preston. I wouldn't remember their names, though.
And you don't know any friends he might have had in town? Any of his business associates?
No, sir, not a one. I didn't know he had any associates.
How about where he was staying, Miss Castle? You must have known that.
Yeah, the first week I was there, I did. It's the only week I got paid for him. He was staying at a small hotel on South Flower. He moved the next week, though. I don't know where he went after that. Neither does the hotel. I asked him.
Well, during the time you worked for him, ma'am, did you ever have anything to do with Mr. Preston socially? I mean, was it part of your job to go out to dinner with him, things like that?
I did once or twice when he asked me. I didn't think it was part of my job, though. Mr. Preston didn't mention it either. Once we went out to dinner, just the two of us. Another time we went out with my girlfriend, Norma. I had a terrible time. Mr. Preston was awful.
And how do you mean, miss?
Well, he drank too much and was throwing his weight around. You know, the boss. And he kept making a play for my girlfriend, Norma. I think he liked her quite a bit. Sure was embarrassing, though. Oh, look, would you mind telling me what's the matter? Is Mr. Preston in trouble with the police?
Yes, ma'am, I'm afraid so. He's cheated some people out of quite a bit of money. It's not the first time either.
Well, what was it? What did he do?
Confidence scheme. Selling interest in the company he had no connection with.
That isn't the limit. I guess it's my own fault. I should have known better. It's happened before.
Well?
They hire you. They give you a beautiful office, nice soft chair to sit on. They never give you any work to do. You don't have to lift a finger. I finally got the drift.
Yeah.
Those are the kind you have to watch out for.
Bill Lockwood and I continued questioning the former secretary of Russell Preston, alias George Fairchild, but she was unable to come up with any kind of a definite lead as to the suspect's whereabouts. We left our card with the girl, and she promised to contact us in the event she came across any information regarding Preston. For the rest of the day, we ran down 3 more possible leads. They came from an informant, a head waiter in a second-rate nightclub, a small-time grifter with an axe to grind. And they all figured they had the right answer, where to find Preston. We checked out the 3 locations they gave us, a motel out near Santa Monica, a rooming house in Hollywood, a cocktail lounge in Highland Park. Not one of the 3 paid off. Russell Preston, alias George Fairchild, wasn't known at any of the places, either by name, dress, or physical description. During the next 3 weeks, along with Sergeant Charlie Riblett and Ken Scarce of Bunko Detail, Bill Lockwood and I ran down every possible lead on the suspect. Hotels, the want ad departments of the daily papers, managers of downtown office buildings, secretarial employment agencies, small businesses advertising stock for sale. They got us nothing. Despite all the precautions and all the legwork, on January 6th, we got a call from a Mrs. Marie Barrett in the Westlake Park area. She owned and managed a toy shop just off Wilshire Boulevard. Bill Lockwood and I drove out to talk to her.
Yes, they told me it was the opportunity of a lifetime, a big opportunity. I just can't believe it. Can't understand it. Why, he even took me out and showed me the factory. Him and the man who ran the place. They're making plastics. Showed me the whole plant.
You say the plant was out in Glendale, ma'am. Whereabouts?
It was right along San Fernando Road, maybe a mile or 2 before you get to the airport. They showed me through the whole plant.
Who showed you through, Miss Barrett?
Owner of the place, and it's Mr. Fairchild. It's a big place, making plastics of all kinds. Can't say I wasn't impressed.
What was Mr. Fairchild's first name? Do you remember?
George Fairchild and Associates. That was the name on the door of the office when I went up to see him. Of course, I really didn't have a notion of investing in money when I first went up. It was a newspaper ad, and I answer lots of them. Kind of a hobby with me.
Yes, ma'am.
So I went up to see him, and we talked. And as I say, I wasn't thinking of investing any money, but Mr. Fairchild seemed like such a nice man. Seemed to have a good business head on his shoulders. Well, ended up with me putting my whole savings account into the plastics plant. $6,400, every penny of it. I haven't heard from Mr. Fairchild since. I just don't know what to think. I can't understand it.
Do you have any idea where to contact this Fairchild now? Any address, telephone number?
Well, I called his office. It's in the Oxford Exchange building.
Mm-hmm.
There's no answer, though. They say it's disconnected. I've been trying for a week to contact Mr. Fairchild. I mean, $6,400. I just don't know what to do. It's all my savings. I don't know what to do. Oh, excuse me, please. Customer can't afford to miss the sale now.
Yes, ma'am. You go right ahead.
Ellen, will you help this lady, please?
Looks like he scored again, huh?
I wouldn't doubt it. She seems to do a fair business here, huh? I mean, after Christmas and all.
Yeah, I suppose. Of course, the women go for it. You hang up a sale sign, you can't beat them off with a club.
That's right.
See this gadget here? Pretty clever, huh?
Yeah. Miniature Sherman tank. What's it do?
Watch.
Yeah, well, how about that?
Pretty cute, isn't it? Cannons on the side, sparks coming out. My nephew got one for Christmas. It got a lot of power. Tries to climb over just about anything.
Uh-huh.
Sorry to keep you waiting, officers. Customers have to be attended to.
Surely we understand. Now, about this money you gave Fairchild and Miss Barrett, the $6,400, how'd you work that? I mean, did you give him a check, or how'd you do it?
Yes, I gave him a check. It was cashed the same day I gave it to him. I found that out from the bank.
What was it you were supposed to get for your money, ma'am?
Interest in the plastics company. 1/5 interest. Seemed like such a good idea at the time.
Did you ever discuss the deal with the owners of the plastics company? I mean, when Mr. Fairchild wasn't around?
No, I guess I never did. Mr. Fairchild didn't think it was a good idea. Said he wanted me to get the most for my money, and said he was afraid if the company owners talked to me alone, they might argue me into taking less profit. He didn't want me to talk to him at all if he wasn't around.
And you weren't suspicious of him at all, huh?
Mr. Fairchild? No. Very nice man. There are a few things he did that made me a little uncertain, but he always explained everything to me. He always had a good reason for everything he did. Nice man, clean-cut, well-dressed, beautiful manners. Never take him for anything but a gentleman. You see what I mean. Where do you meet him?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a perfect gentleman. I don't know what to think. I can't call him a crook. He just isn't that kind.
Well, he took your money, Miss Barrett.
Yes.
What else would you call him? 2:18 p.m. When we got through interviewing the latest victim, Marie Barrett, Bill Lockwood and I drove out to the plastics company on San Fernando Road where we talked to the owner and manager. The story was pretty much the same. The suspect, using the name of George Fairchild, had called on them 3 weeks before, introducing himself as an investment counselor. He told them he had clients with money to invest in a growing industry such as theirs, and they went for the story. They told us Fairchild had come back 2 or 3 times with different persons whom he introduced as his clients. They'd been shown through the plastics plant and given a sales talk. That's about all the company owners could tell us. When we got back to the office, we checked their names through the regular business channels and found out they were reputable businessmen. There was nothing to indicate that they had anything to do with the suspect's bunco operations. 4:30 p.m.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Bill.
Girl out here to see us, the one who used to be Preston's secretary, Vivian Castle.
Oh, yeah. Did she say what she wanted?
No, seems a little anxious.
Officer, I'm glad I found you in.
How are you, Miss Castle?
I'm all right. I was going to phone you, but I couldn't remember your number. Lost the card you gave me, so I decided to come down. You remember talking to me, don't you, about Mr. Preston, my old boss?
Yes, ma'am. Have you heard from him?
Well, no, I haven't, but you remember me telling you about my girlfriend, Norma?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the time Mr. Preston took me out, Norma and her boyfriend were with us.
Yes, ma'am.
And the way Mr. Preston kept making a play for Norma. Well, I saw Norma at lunchtime today, first time in weeks.
Mm-hmm.
She told me she got a call from Mr. Preston. I told her I'd tell you all about it. She's got a date with him.
When?
For dinner Friday night.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make you this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Prove Fatima quality yourself. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Fatima gives you more for your money. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Wednesday, January 6th, 4:50 p.m. We called Vivian Castle's girlfriend, Norma Cummings, and then we drove out to talk to her. The Cummings girl told us that Russell Preston had telephoned that morning and made the date with her for Friday night at 7:30. He said they were to have dinner at a nightclub out in the Wilshire district. He also mentioned to her that he was staying in a hotel, but she didn't know the name of the location. We made arrangements for a stakeout at Norma Cummings' apartment. The girl agreed to cooperate with us. Thursday, January 7th. We checked with the personnel at the different restaurants, bars, and nightclubs which Preston and the Cummings girl were to visit. Some of them remembered Preston, but as far as they knew, he hadn't been back. We left our cards with each one of them, and we asked him to contact us if he should return. Just after lunch on Friday, we got a phone call from Norma Cummings.
When was that, miss? Uh-huh. Did you find out where he was? I see. Mm-hmm. Will you be there for the rest of the day? All right, fine. Yeah, we'll call you back. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Cummings girl. She's at work. She just had a phone call from Preston. She tried to find out where he was. No go.
What did he have to say?
That dinner date he had with her tonight?
Yeah.
He called it off.
Later that afternoon, we went out and talked to the Cummings girl. She told us Preston explained on the phone that he had to cancel a date that night because of some business deal that had come up. He told her he'd get in touch with her over the weekend. He didn't. By Thursday of the following week, she still hadn't heard from him. 2 days later, on a Saturday afternoon, we got a call from one of the cocktail lounges Preston had visited. The bartender remembered us being in there to inquire about the suspect, and he'd saved our card. He said Preston was there now with another man drinking at the bar. We asked the bartender to try and delay the suspect as long as possible. Then we got in the car and drove to the location. It was too late. The bartender explained that he tried to delay the man that he thought was Preston, but he didn't have much luck. The suspect had left a few minutes after the bartender had called us. He'd been drinking heavily. The man Preston had been with was still there. He was sitting at an old upright piano in the back of the place trying to pick out a tune with one finger. Bill and I went back and talked to him. He gave his name as Fred Sandell.
Yeah, that's right. I was drinking with a fellow. Why? What's the matter, officer?
You ever see the man before?
Yeah, once or twice. In here? Oh, a place up the street, 780 Club. I had a couple of drinks with him in there.
You know his name?
Well, what's the angle? You want him for something?
It's just a routine check. We'd like to talk to him.
Oh, I don't know. I might know his name.
Yeah?
Well, what's the angle on the thing? You want him for something big?
We want to talk to him, that's all.
Was he full of ice? Something like that? Hey, he didn't look like that kind of guy. Oh, lousy thing. I never could get that right.
How about it? You say you might know the man's name. What was it?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm the one that ought to tell you.
How do you mean?
Well, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I want to give out names. What's the angle on him? You want him for something big or what?
Big enough, yeah.
Oh. Well, his name's Preston, I think. That's the name he gave me, anyway. I see him around bars in the neighborhood every once in a while.
How much do you know about him?
Well, not much. I had a few drinks with him now and then, talked a little bit. That's about all.
What did you say your name was?
Sandell, Fred Sandell. Well, what's the angle on this, Preston?
We want to get in touch with him. You know where he lives?
I don't know. I might. You want him for something big, isn't that right?
Well, what's the difference? We want him.
Well, it could be a lot of difference. I mean, what's the angle? If it's important to you and I helped you, well, you probably want to do the right thing, huh?
I don't know if I got you right.
Well, I mean, if you really want the guy, you know. If it's important to you and I helped you reach him, you'd want to make it square with me, wouldn't you? Huh? And not that I'm asking for a payoff. You understand that?
Yeah, we understand. Where's Preston live?
Well, I didn't say I knew where the guy lives. I didn't say that.
Do you know where he lives?
Well, I'm not sure. Am I? I don't know if I'll tell you, though. I don't know.
All right, you want to stand by here, Bill? I better check in.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. 2625, please.
2625? Record Bureau, huh?
Yeah, John, this is Joe Friday, Bunko.
Yeah, Friday.
I'd like to check on a suspect, John. He gives the name of Fred Sandell. He's a WMA, about 45, 5'10", 170 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, ruddy complexion, small scar just below the left ear.
Okay. Want me to call you back on that?
Yeah, would you please? I'm at Dunkirk, 35016.
Right, I'll call you.
Thanks. Oh, say, John, could you switch me over to Bunko, please? I'm calling from outside.
Yeah, sure. Hang on.
Thank you.
Yes?
Would you
switch this call over to Bunko detail, please? Bunko detail, surely. Bunko, Riblin.
Joe Friday, Charlie. Anything doing?
Oh, yeah, Joe, quite a bit. That suspect of yours, Russell Preston, he's been picked up.
Yeah? Well, how'd that happen?
A radio car picked him up 8th and South Grand. Drunk charge, I understand. He was pretty well plastered, wandering around in the middle of the street. Had quite a bit of money on him. They brought him into robbery for questioning.
Are you sure he's Preston?
Yeah, description checks. A couple of sets of identification on him, too. One for Russell Preston, one for George Fairchild.
Well, where they got him now?
Next door, interrogation room. Ken Scares is talking to him. He's copying out on 2 of the jobs he pulled.
Okay, Charlie. Thanks a lot. We'll be right in.
Right, Joe.
All right, bye. Bill, see you a minute.
Yeah.
We might as well check in. Preston's been picked up.
Huh? When?
Probably just after you left this bar. A radio car spotted him, pulled him in.
How about that?
Yeah.
You work 2 months on a case, and just when we start to get close, somebody else picks the guy up.
Yeah, that's right. It's not very exciting, is it?
You know, I was just thinking, officer, I don't want to be a hardhead about this thing, you know. I mean, if you want this guy Preston, I'd be glad to help you find him. I don't want to be a hardhead.
Excuse me a minute. Yeah.
John Hunter, Friday, Record Bureau.
Oh, yeah, John.
I got a make on that name you asked for, Fred Sandell. There's a warrant on him. Grand theft auto. Got a pretty long record. You want me to read it off?
No, that's all right, John.
Right. Bye.
Right, thank you.
What do you say, Sergeant? Suppose we sit down and have a drink and talk things over. And I'll show you where I think this Preston hangs out. I mean, if we make the right deal,
Well, it's already been made. You want to grab your top coat there? We'd like to talk to you downtown.
Me? What for? What are you talking about?
Grand theft auto. They want you, mister.
Oh, wait a minute. You made a mistake. You didn't come in here looking for me. You're not even assigned to my case. Well, this ain't fair.
Get your coat. Let's go.
Yeah, but this ain't fair. You come in here looking for Preston. You didn't want me.
We do now.
Well, what kind of a deal do you call that? You're looking for Preston. You picked me up. Well, what's the angle?
There's no angle. Some days you got to settle for less, that's all. Come on, let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 5th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I sincerely hope you'll remember tomorrow what we've told you about Fatima tonight. You remember we said that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. Well, we'd like you to try a pack and prove that to your own satisfaction. You'll find Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. And remember this, Fatima gives you more for your money. When you buy cigarettes, look for the bright, sunny yellow pack and buy Fatima. I know you'll like them.
Russell R. Preston, alias George Fairchild, alias Robert Fairchild, was tried and convicted on 3 counts of grand theft. Fred Sandell was tried and convicted of grand theft, 1 count. Both men received sentences as prescribed by law. They are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Martin Milner, Marion Richmond, Vic Rodman. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Cookies like it's got the taste and the feeling you like. Coca-Cola, come on, girl, gotta share a Coke with you. Let the feeling through. You wanna live a little bit more. That's what the taste of Coke is for. Coke is life. Everybody wants a little life. Coca-Cola, Coke is life.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Blatt's Beer is on the air. Blatt's Beer is everywhere. Blatt's, Milwaukee's finest beer, brings you transcribed Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Friends, good taste isn't a matter of geography. A good, juicy steak is appreciated just as much in Los Angeles as it is in New York or Milwaukee. And the same goes for good beer. Take Blatt's, for example. There's nothing unusual about the good taste of the people who have made Blatt's the largest selling beer in Milwaukee, premium beer capital of the nation. They're the same kind of particular people who have made Blatt's the largest selling Milwaukee beer in scores of other cities in 48 states and 29 foreign countries. Yes, from B to Z, from best to zest, the byword's Blatt's, B-L-A-T-Z, from coast to coast, Milwaukee's finest beer.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where you'll eat meat to eat and drink Blatt's beer. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Hedda Hopper. Yep, the Mad Hatter herself. Yes, sir, I understand when she buys a hat, the clerk says, will you wear it home or will you eat it here? Huh? Well, she's a newspaper dame, Duffy. Yes, a gossip mongress. Yeah. She writes a movie column, sort of a who's who in Hollywood, only hers is more who did what to who. Yeah. Well, she's going to help me run a coming-out party for your daughter. Will it be formal? No, Duffy, it's semi-formal. The dames come half-dressed. Yeah, Hedda's just going to wear a beanie. Yes, sir, it should be terrific, Duffy. How much will you allow me to spend on this coming-out party for your daughter? Huh? $15 if she comes out? And $20 if she don't come back. Okay, it's a deal. I'll call you later.
Mr. Archie, is Miss Duffy going to have another coming-out party?
Yeah, why, Eddie?
But that gal's been coming out for the last 10 years.
Well, so what?
In Groundhog Circle, it's now known as Miss Duffy's Day. Who's coming to the party?
Oh, only the upper dregs, Eddie. Here, read these exclusive invitations that I sent out.
Now, let me see. Monster coming out party. You are hereby honored to be a guest at a private luncheon in memoriam of Miss Duffy. Dearly beloved daughter of Honorable and Miss Duffy, M.P. M.P. Member of Parliament?
Mama and Papa. Read the rest of it.
Cuisine will start promptly at 9 o'clock and will continue until dinner. Signed, Hedda Hopper. P.S. Kindly RSVP. What's that RSVP?
Means black tie. Hey, that reminds me, what do you think I ought to wear, Eddie? Me full dress suit?
Well, yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, yes, you ought to wear one, and no, you ain't got one.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Arch, is there any chance of me making a play for one of them young society dowagers here tonight?
The dowagers ain't the young dames.
Oh, no?
No, the dowagers is the old men.
Oh, in that case, I better not make a play for them.
I think you'd be safer. And, what's your manners tonight, Finnegan? This is a coming-out party, and...
what's the idea of this coming-out party?
Well, it's an illusion party, you see. The idea is to make Miss Duffy seem more popular.
Oh, she ain't popular now, huh?
No, but it ain't her fault, Finnegan. You know, look what the poor dame's got against her. Heredity, environment, the wind. So we're going to make her a debutante. Hey, wait a minute. Speak of the devil, here comes the Deb now.
Hello, Archie. You dear boy.
What is this?
This is too divine of you to throw this coming-out party for me. Rally, it's too utterly utter.
I beg your pardon?
I'm so glad Hedda's coming tonight. She's utterly marvelous. Too utterly.
Miss Duffy, if you utter another utter, I'm going to throw you out in the gutter.
Rally, such talk from a menial.
Who's a menial? I'm just as good-natured as the next guy. But I don't want you putting on no dog with me. Remember, social rule number 1 is be yourself. In your case, you better forget rule number 1. And rule number 2...
Rule number 1, rule number 2, don't do this, don't do that, don't say this, don't say that.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Duffy.
You don't know what it is to be a debutante. Hour after hour, walking up and down, balancing the blue book on your head for purrs. And clothes. Every day running for fittings to Shapiro the tailor. You should stand there while he sticks pins in you. A little higher, Miss Duffy. A little lower, Miss Duffy. Pull your stomach in, Miss Duffy. Put your back out, Miss Duffy. I could scream. Sometimes I wish I'd been born a peon.
Duffy, I didn't realize you were so social.
Rally, if I ain't a socialist, who is? Have you forgotten the parties we gave at Newport?
We gave it?
Didn't we ever invite you?
No.
Well, no offense intended. I suppose it's just that our family is such a clammy group.
Might as well humor it. Your family is very exclusive, huh?
Exclusive? Goodness, we never met anybody. That's why even to this day, nobody even knows I am a debutante.
Well, I got the flowers like you told me, Arch. Practically brand new, too.
Practically brand new? Where did you get them?
Cavendish, the undertaker.
How much did you pay for them?
$25.
They look more expensive.
Well, I should. They came from a well-to-do corpse.
Well, they should make them nice corsage for Miss Hopper. Now, let's see. When I hand her the flowers, I'll make a speech. I'll say, Miss Hopper, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words. So I ask these humble flowers to speak for me.
Hey, Arch, that fruit salad on the free lunch.
What about it?
It's moving.
That ain't the fruit salad. That's Hedda Hopper. Oh. Good evening, Miss Harper. Miss Harper, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words. So I asked these humble flowers to...
Mind if I use the phone?
Not at all.
Thanks.
I am a young man...
Hello, operator. I want Beverly Hills 5, 4124. Yes, I'll hold the line. Now, what were you saying?
I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words.
Hello?
So I asked these humble flowers...
Yes, operator, I'm calling Beverly Hills. I'm sorry. What was it you were saying?
I am a young man...
Quiet. This might be a hot scoop. Hello, Tyrone.
Tyrone?
This is Anna Harper. I called to find out about the big event. What? She did? 3 o'clock this afternoon? Oh, how wonderful. What? Well, were you with her at the time? Right by her side?
Oh, how sweet, huh?
What's that? How many? 4 of them?
Well, that's Hollywood for you.
How does she feel? A little tired?
Well, naturally.
What? Well, I'll bet you the next time she'll do even better.
3-1.
Well, take good care of her, Tyrone. I'll be seeing you.
Hedda, don't tell me that the Tyrone Powers...
Yes, his pedigreed dachshund just won 4 blue ribbons at the dog show.
My, this will be an interesting tidbit at the Kennel Club. Now, as I was saying, I am a young man whose tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words.
Archie, stop beating around the bush. Come on, let's get it over with.
Get what over with?
The corny jokes about my hats.
Okay, have it your way. My tongue is ill-fitted to fancy words, but Hedda, that hat you're wearing.
What about it?
It looks like something Queen Mary left in a pigeon coop. How often do you have to water it?
Archie, don't be ridiculous. These flowers are artificial.
Artificial? Oh.
Only the vegetables are real.
I see. Well, anyway, I am a young man. I'm a bulldog. Now, as I was saying, Miss Harper...
I know you were a young man.
I was when this thing started. But here, Hedda, let's cut it all out. These flowers is for you.
Well, thank you. You say these are flowers?
Yeah.
I'll bet they were lovely. Let me see. Shall I wear them on this shoulder? No. That doesn't look quite right. Perhaps this shoulder. No, that isn't right.
Why don't you try them laying down?
Please. Well, Miss Harper, those flowers seem to do something for you. You know, they sort of bring you to life.
That's more than did for the last guy.
Maybe we'd better change the subject. You know, Hedda, the last time I was in Hollywood, I dropped around to your house, but she wasn't home.
Oh, what a shame.
Yep, I rang your bell about 5 times.
You rang it 6 times.
Well, anyway, you wasn't home. Boy, you must make a lot of dough to have a house like that, huh? Tell me, how much do you make a week writing that column of yours?
Isn't that rather a personal question?
Yes.
Well, I do all right. For years, I've been syndicated in nearly every city in the country.
Well, what you do in your time is your own business. Tell me, how do you dig up that gossip for your column?
I have a secret combination.
What's that?
Small talk and large keyholes.
Never fails, huh?
Only once, and it was quite a shock. I wanted to confirm a rumor, so I had my eye to the keyhole.
Yeah? And what did you see?
Another eye.
Not Luella.
Heaven forbid. No, it was another actress.
Uh-huh.
I made a terrible mistake.
You made a mistake? What?
I reported that she was dead when actually she was in the best of health.
Well, what did you do?
Well, the paper had already gone to press, so there was only one thing I could do.
What's that?
We buried her.
Naturally.
Say, Arch, I did the... Who's the tomato?
This ain't no tomato. This happens to be one of the most important newspaper columnists in the country.
Don't tell me this is Billy Rose.
Billy Rose. Finnegan, take a look. How could this be Billy Rose?
Yeah, you're right, Arch. A little too tall.
That's my trouble as a newspaper woman.
What is that?
My height. I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Well, none of it is perfect.
Look, Finnegan, ain't you ever heard of Hedda Hopper?
Why, certainly. Hedda Hopper's a dame that wears them funny-looking... Well, Hedda Hopper! As I live and breathe.
You do?
Every day.
Mr. Finnegan, you remind me of somebody, and I can't think who.
Well, we got a lot in common.
Really?
Yeah, I can't think either.
Let me see. Who do you remind me of? Is some Hollywood bigwig.
Bigwig?
That's a toupee with a producer under it.
Well, thank you very much. As long as I'm a bigwig, you must invite me to a party sometime.
A party? Finnegan, you wouldn't know how to act at a Hollywood party.
Oh, no? I can throw a right-hand punch just as fast as the next guy.
I'm talking about etiquette.
Well, Archie, the rules of etiquette for any party are always the same, whether it's in Hollywood or New York. Anything you do should be based on consideration for the other fellow.
Him, huh?
Yes.
Oh.
For example, let me take these two glasses.
Yeah.
I fill them both with Blatz beer. Now I offer them to you. Which glass do you take, the large one or the small one?
Well, that's easy. I take this one.
No, Finnegan. You took the large glass. That's bad manners.
But it's good beer.
I know, but if you had offered them to me, I would have taken the smaller glass of Blatz.
Then what are you kicking about? That's what you got.
Just a second. I think I know what Miss Hopper means. Now, here, Finnegan, I'll offer them to you, Hedda. Here's the two glasses. Now, take your choice.
Okay, I'll take this one.
Oh, wait a minute. You took the biggest one.
Finnegan, you're the one that's learning manners, not me.
Besides, Finnegan, just serving Blatz beer at a party is good manners in itself. And incidentally, speaking of parties, Hedda, I'm throwing a coming-out party here tonight for a debutante, you know.
What debutante?
Over there by the cash register, the one with the short forehead and the long net.
Archie, is she coming out?
Yeah.
Do you think that's wise?
Be nice to her. She really believes she's a debutante. You know, she's got a slight case of paraphernalia. Miss Duffy.
Yes, Archibald.
I would like to present you with Miss Hopper, a world-famous news reporter. Miss Hopper, this is Miss Duffy, a misprint.
How'd you do?
How'd you do?
So terribly divine of you to come.
Oh, quite.
I'm sorry to be tardy, but I've been out playing polo all day.
Oh, tally-ho! Do you like to ride?
Does one? I'm utterly nuts about it.
Me too. I wouldn't think of being seen in public without a horse under me.
Yes, being on top of a horse is so much less crowded than the subway.
Yes, and one feels so aristocratic.
Doesn't one? But being an aristocrat does have its drawbacks, doesn't one?
Well, that depends. How does one mean it?
I mean, after whiling away a day around the stables, one smells so, doesn't one?
Well, as long as the horses don't complain, what does one care?
How darling.
Toodaloo, darling. Brother, what a character.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised, Hetty. You know, there's guys that go for her type.
Really?
Yep. At the Locomotive Wipers Convention, she was voted Miss Loose Caboose of 1936.
Well, she can probably thank the horse for that. So that's what's going to make her debut tonight.
Yep, and Hedda, guess what? I'm going to let you be the hostess.
Me, arrange a party, sandhog Ciro's.
Mr. Hopper, in Duffy's Tavern, we would no more think of catering to the sandhog trade than we would of throwing the garbage out the window without first yelling for. Now, what do you say?
Absolutely not.
But, Hetty, you can't disappoint all them people.
What people?
All them Hollywood stars you invited down here.
I didn't invite any Hollywood stars.
Would you like to see the invitations?
You mean you printed invitations and signed my name?
Now that you mentioned it, yes.
Oh, in that case, I suppose I'll have to be the hostess at this party.
See how everything always works out for the best? Now, what can we do for entertainment?
Well, we can dine, dance, play games like charades.
Charades?
Yes, it's a game where everybody impersonates famous people.
Oh, that should be fun. See, you can guess who this is.
Eddie. Come with me to the Casbah.
Hildegard!
But, Mr. Archie, Miss Hopper is used to spending thousands of dollars on parties.
Well?
And you going to get her to run this debutante party for $15?
So what? This is a cut-rate debutante. Besides, how much Blatz beer can people drink? Hedda.
Yes?
Hedda, how much you figure this party will cost?
Well, we should be able to do it for a $5.
$5? Don't be a piker, will you?
You want to go to 10?
You can go as high as 15.
15? Well, that's wonderful. All right, now, let me see. The first thing we'll need is some caviar. Do you have any?
Caviar? Just a second. Eddie.
Yes, sir?
We got any caviar?
Well, that depends.
On what?
What is it?
Eddie. You know, caviar, them fish eggs.
Oh, well, we got fish, but they ain't been laying lately.
Oh, Hedda, I'm afraid the caviar is out.
But Archie...
Sorry, Hedda, you can't fight nature.
But a coming out party without caviar.
Look, I got an idea. Couldn't we just maybe serve tapioca pudding in dark glasses?
Oh, be serious, Archie. Here, give me the phone. I'll call the caterer.
Okay.
Hello? Pierre? This is Hedda Hopper. Look, I want you to cater a very swank dinner party. Well, we'll need some good imported caviar, some turtle soup, Waldorf salad, lobster thermidor, filet mignon with mushrooms, and for dessert, crepe Suzette, peach melba, cherries jubilee, and, oh yes, demi-tasse.
At least I'm getting off with just a half a cup of coffee.
Oh, yes, and send over about 100 cases of Blatz beer. That's right, Blatz. Thank you, Pierre.
Look, Hetty, you're running me into a fortune.
Oh, not at all, Archie. You'd be surprised how much you can buy for $15,000.
15,000? Hedda, I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding. You see, I didn't quite mean 15,000.
Stop being a piker, Archie. You wanted to throw a party, didn't you?
Yeah, but I'm afraid this party's going to throw me.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What?
The music.
Look, I already made a deal with Colucci's brother.
Coluccio's brother?
Yeah, he's an organ grinder.
But that's just for dancing. How about the entertainment?
The monkey does the hula. Now, look, Hedda, You see, the 15 that I mentioned
Oh,
is
just a second. Instead of Coluccio's brother, I could probably get Harry James.
Harry James? Well, that's nice.
Harry would probably do it for me as a personal favor for just a few $1,000s.
Well, Harry's so decent about personal favors. Look, Hattie, you see, when I said that we could spend 15...
Yes, sir, this party of yours is going to be the talk of New York.
And it's going to be whispered all over Sing Sing, too.
Oh, that reminds me. If Eddie's going to wait on tables, he must have a uniform.
He's got to have a uniform, huh?
Definitely.
Eddie.
Yes, sir?
Go out and join the National Guard.
Another important thing, Archie. What are you having for the women?
Men.
I mean favors.
With these dames, it'll be a favor.
I mean, is those little knickknacks.
Knickknacks? How much are these knacks gonna nick me?
What are you worried about, Archie? Up until now, we've only spent about $14,000.
14,000? Duffy, you'll malfeast me.
Oh, wait, I have a wonderful idea.
Now what?
Instead of having the menu printed,
Yes.
we'll get the Don Cossack Choir to chant it.
Now, look, Hedda, please.
I'll call them up now and see if they're available.
Oh, this dame has gone berserk. Oh, this is
Say,
terrible.
Archie.
Oh, hello, Officer Clancy.
What's this I hear about you running up bills for a debutante party?
I didn't run up the bills. It's a dame here that...
I don't care who ran them up. You're responsible.
I'm responsible if somebody buys stuff in my name?
That's the law. That is, unless you can prove the other person is crazy.
Crazy? It's an idea. Oh, Hedda.
Yeah?
Hedda, you know that charades game we was talking about where you imitate famous people?
Yes?
Bet you couldn't do Napoleon.
Napoleon? Oh, that's my favorite character. Lend me your hat.
Okay.
Now, see? I turn it sideways like this. Now look at me. See? I'm Napoleon.
Yes, you are, ain't you? Oh, Clancy!
I was just going... Who the devil is this?
Lady, tell the officer who you are.
I am Napoleon.
Napoleon, is it? I think you'd better come along to headquarters.
Now, just a second. This is all a joke. I'm not really Napoleon.
No? Then who are you, really?
I'm Hedda Hopper.
That's nice. And I'm Jimmy Fiddler. Now, come along quietly, Napoleon.
Look, I'm telling you, I'm not crazy.
Then what are you doing with that hat on your head?
That's Archie's hat. Here, this is my hat.
That's your hat?
Yes.
Sister, you're nuts, all right. Come along.
Well, Miss Archie, is you still going to have the coming out party for Miss Duffy?
Well, sure, why not?
Well, how about that little filet mignon and mushroom?
Well, give him salami on rye.
Well, what about the orchestra and all those beautiful girls who's going to dance on the table?
I'll get a midget to step out of a cupcake. Besides, Eddie, what it really takes to make a party successful, we already got.
You mean?
Yes, sir, that good old Blatz beer. What else? And to you folks listening in, if you're having friends in for the weekend, be sure to serve Blatz beer. You'll find that Blatz will make the difference between just another party and a real social event. And whether your party is for the $15 I wanted to spend or for the $15,000 Hedda Hopper wants to spend, you can't buy a better beer than Blatz. Take the advice of experts. Take it from the people who know fine beer, who have their pick of the best, the people from Milwaukee. They say that Blatz is Milwaukee's finest beer. Blatz, B-L-A-T-Z, Blatz, picked by Milwaukeeans as the finest of all the fine beers brewed in Milwaukee. So why don't you try Blatz over the weekend? Find out for yourself why folks say that from B for best to Z for zest, What is Milwaukee's finest beer? Good night, everybody.
I'm from Milwaukee and I ought to know. It's the same old story wherever you go. This is the tune you will always hear. That's Milwaukee's finest beer.
Be sure to listen next week at the same time to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed over most of these same stations.
When the occasion calls for wine, the wine to choose is Cresta Blanca, a distinguished choice for your own enjoyment, a generous gift to compliment a friend. The wine to choose is Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California. Since 1889, the distinguished choice in wine.
For an authentic police story, hear Dragnet, next on NBC.
When entering the world of art, you'd be smart to dress the part. Gentlemen prefer hands, with all the ladies draped in crepe. The artist loves the human shape. Gentlemen prefer Hanes. Hanes will make you smooth and silky, shapely, sexy. Wear a pair and you could be captured for posterity. Gentlemen prefer Hanes.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Denis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Here's Denis to sing one of Harry Lauder's famous songs, The Wig-Wag Wiggle of the Kilt.
I'll never forget the day I went and joined the 93rd. The chums I used to run with said they thought I looked absurd. They saluted me and gathered round me in a ring. And as they wagged me tartar kilt, they all began to sing. He's a proper heel and laddie private Jock McDade. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reeled among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built. By the wig, wiggle, wiggle, waggle of the kilt. Oh, I'm telling you, lads and lassies, there's nothing like the skill of the bagpipe and the wiggle of the kilt. Okay. I'll never forget the day we were ordered on review. The king came down to see us and the queen was with him too. As I marched by the royal coach, the king just shook his head. The queen put on a royal specs and looked at me and said, he's a tall, broad, Highland laddie, Private Jock McDade. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built. By the wig, wiggle, oh dear, he's too utterly. He's the bra, heeling laddie, Private Jock McCabe. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see his Scottish bills. By the wiggle, waggle, oh, the kilt. By the wag, wiggly waggle, oh, the kilt. Hoot, man!
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, it's the dead of night now as we look in on the little town of Weaverville. Nearly 10 p.m. And our young hero Denis Day is walking home from a movie with his girlfriend, Mildred Anderson. The picture they've just seen has evidently affected Mildred a great deal, for only now, as they near the Anderson boarding house, does she break the silence she's maintained since they left the theater.
You know something, Denis? I've been thinking.
I know, Mildred. I've been watching you and admiring.
Oh, it's that picture we just saw, The Best Years of Our Lives. Why, that could be the story of us, Denis. Of your life and mine.
It could?
Oh, isn't the problem Dana Andrews had the same as yours? Didn't he come home from the war and have to take a job as a soda jerk just like you?
Yeah, but he can always earn $3,000 a week on the side as an actor.
That isn't what I mean, Denis. Look at his marriage.
His marriage?
During the war, he got married in haste to a beautiful blonde with a gorgeous figure. When he came back and found out she wasn't his type mentally, he walked out on her.
I know. Lots of things happen in the movies that don't happen in real life.
But that's just it, Denis. Unhappy marriages happen every day in real life. One of us could turn out to be exactly like that beautiful blonde in the picture.
Oh, I could never make it.
Denis, I'm trying to get across a point.
Oh.
After Dana Andrews was married, he fell in love with Frederick March's daughter. The same thing might happen to you.
How could it? I don't even know Frederick March's daughter.
What I'm trying to say is, you might meet someone you like better than me after it's too late.
Oh, never.
Well, how do you know? Look, tonight as we sat watching that movie, you held my hand, didn't you?
I couldn't help it. Your perfume inflamed me.
All right. But have you ever sat in a darkened theater balcony with anyone else?
Sure.
And did you hold hands then?
No.
Why not?
He was a fella.
Dennis, tell me the truth. How many girls have you ever gone out with?
You mean altogether, counting you?
Yes.
1.
There, you see? That's the point I've been trying to make. You can't be sure you're really, truly in love with me because you've never had an opportunity to test your love.
But I don't have to test it. I'm sure of it.
You can't be until you take out other girls, too.
Well, I don't want to take out other girls, too, Mildred. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Why not?
Well, gee, you've got enough expenses now.
Well, it might be worth it to make certain.
No, Mildred. Other girls don't interest me in any way. I don't interest them.
Are you sure? Have you ever tried to meet another girl?
Well, I once dropped my handkerchief in front of one on the street.
Well, what happened?
She picked it up and blew my nose.
Oh.
I guess I'm just not easy to love.
Other girls don't know you like I do, Dennis. Someday that wonderful personality that's deep down inside of you will come bursting out, and every woman in town will fight to get you.
Gee, I hope you'll hide me till I get it back inside again.
Oh, I will.
Well, here we are at the house.
Yes. Maybe we better say goodnight out here, Dennis. The folks are sleeping.
All right. Mildred, that perfume you're wearing, it's... Mildred, would you...
Yes, Dennis?
Would you shake hands goodnight with me?
Yes, Dennis. Good night.
Good night, Mildred. Chum. Good morning, Willoughby's drugstore. Oh, yes, Mrs. Willoughby. Huh? No, he isn't in yet. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll have him call you the minute he gets here. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Morning, Denis.
Morning, Mr. Willoughby. Your wife just... Say, how come you're wearing hip boots and fishing clothes and got those 2 poles on your shoulder?
Guess.
You going fishing?
Good boy. Very first try.
Oh, anyone could have done it. Your wife wants you to call her right away, Mr. Willoughby. She says it's very important.
I kind of thought she'd be calling. That's why I'm going fishing. And I've already left, Denis. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Trouble on the home front?
Plenty. My lodge had a banquet and meeting last night. The Bald Eagle's Nest 53. And I got home at 4 a.m. My wife didn't care particularly for the way I walked through our front door.
No?
No. She thinks I should have opened it first.
Gosh.
And that isn't all. Imagine what she'll say when she learns that we had a line of chorus girls to entertain us at the party. Women, Denis.
Yeah, I know. Chorus girls always are.
You're so right. And if memory serves, I got rather friendly with one of the dear creatures in a perfectly harmless way, of course.
Oh, your wife wouldn't mind that. The average woman wants her man to test his love for her.
Oh, really? Well, my wife happens to be well below average.
I guess I'm luckier than you that way.
Undoubtedly. Now, if you'll run to the back of the store and make me up a few liverwurst sandwiches to take along, I'll be on my way.
Yes, sir. I'll have them right away for you, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, my head. Why do I do these things?
Hello, little bald eagle. Remember me from last night, little old Dixie with the cute little Trixie?
Yes. Yes, indeed. How are you, friend?
Friend? That isn't what you called me last night.
All right. Snuggle Poo.
That's better. Remember you told me to look you up sometime? Well, here I am.
Oh. Did I say that?
Uh-huh. A friend of mine snapped a picture at the party last night. I thought you might like to see it. Or perhaps your wife would.
Picture? A group picture?
Just you and me, sugar.
Why, that's a small group, isn't it? Were we close together?
I was sitting on your lap.
That's fairly close together.
Isn't it? It's such a nice picture, I want you to have it. That is...
If I pay for it.
Oh, you're a quick one. And after all, what's $50 to a man like you?
50?
Owning a big drugstore and all.
No, wait a minute. I lied to you. I don't own the store at all.
Huh?
And I just work here. The real boss is... Say, if I put you next to a real sucker, will you give me that picture?
Who is he?
The head of the whole drug chain. Why, $50 is dirt with a guy like that. He's good for thousands. His name is Dennis Day. And he's right here in the store now.
Oh, a big tycoon, huh?
Yeah. Now, give me the picture.
Well, okay. But this guy better be all you say, sugar.
Oh, he is. Only don't be surprised if he seems a little puzzled or bewildered at first. He puts on a dopey act to fool people.
Oh, that's okay, honey. I prefer him dopey. I picked you out, didn't I?
Yes. Well, I hear him coming. I better get out of here. Good luck.
Here's your sandwiches all ready for you, Mr. Why, where's Mr. Willoughby?
Oh, who cares when there's a great, big, gorgeous hunk of stuff like you around? Love bundle.
Who? Me?
Are you a dreamboat? Come here, you beautiful stick of dynamite.
Who? Me?
I'll say you really send me dream man.
Who? I?
Oh, now, beautiful. Is that all you can say to a girl? You can be nice. Come on, try.
Would you care for a liverwurst sandwich?
Baby, can't you see this thing is too big for either of us? You're not going to fight it, are you?
I don't know. Am I mad at it?
Doll face. Don't you know what's happened?
I think I do. My personality's burst out.
I'll say it has.
I was warned that someday it would. You desire me, huh?
I can't live without you, gorgeous.
But I love another. At least I think I do. Say, this may be my chance to find out. Would you care to take part in a very interesting scientific test?
Well, if it's with you, yes. I want you for my own darling for always and always.
Be careful. This may be mere infatuation on your part, although I doubt it.
No. It's the real thing. I know it is. What do you feel for me, dearest?
Amazement.
Is that all? I'm not so hard to take, Dreamboat. Look me over carefully.
You are kind of pretty.
How about my figure, lover boy?
It's quite female.
Thank you. Now, what's this test you're talking about?
Well, could you be at the Anderson boarding house around 8 tonight? We'll spend the evening just the way Mildred and I always do, listening to the radio. I'll know after that whether I love you or her.
Is that all you and this Mildred do when you're home alone? Listen to the radio?
Sure. When her folks are out, we can turn on any program we want to.
Well, I thought you and I might do something a little more exciting tonight, like playing games.
Okay, I'll have the Parcheesi board all set up.
Well, it's a date. And now can I use your phone, sweet star?
Oh, sure. There's one in the back of the store.
Thanks. I'll find it.
Hello.
Sam, this is Dixie. Listen, I got the prize sucker of all time.
Willoughby?
Better, a rich kid that's never been kissed or taken. Tonight he gets both.
We pull the old Magee game, huh?
Right. I'll have in my arms at the Anderson boarding house on Elm. At 8:25, you rush in as the angry husband. We'll shake him down for every cent he's got.
Great, kid, great. I'll be there at 8:25 on the dot. Bye-bye.
Did you get your potty okay?
Oh, yes. I told my old gray-haired mother I'd be home a little late. Well, till tonight, brown eyes. You and I. All alone.
Gee, say, I don't even know your name.
It's Dixie, honey. And after tonight, you'll remember it for a long, long time. Good night, you beautiful hunk of... Oh.
Gosh, Mildred may be right. These may be the best years of my life. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Willoughby. No, ma'am. He left for the mountains 10 minutes ago. Ma'am? No, he left for the mountains 10 minutes ago to go fishing, and he hasn't come back yet. What? Ooh, what you said. Huh? Oh, in case he calls, you'll be at Mrs. Anderson's house? Okay, Mrs. Willoughby, I'll tell him. Bye, Mrs. Willoughby. Gee, was she mad. I'm going to wash out my ears with soap.
Tavern. Why, Grace Willoughby, what on earth do you want with Herbert?
Remember the Bon Ton department store contest?
Yes.
Well, a refrigerator was the prize for the best 25 words from a husband and wife on why I shop at the Bon Ton. Well, I won. They notified me this morning.
Oh, how wonderful. What did you send in?
Well, I couldn't seem to think of anything brilliant, so I just wrote, if we win, we will pay our bill. They seem to like it.
Well, what's Herbert got to do with all this?
Well, the Bon Ton wants a picture of the winning husband and wife. No picture, no refrigerator. And where's my husband? Off fishing.
Well, can't they wait till he gets home?
The photographer's coming tonight so they can get out the publicity tomorrow. That's why I need Herbert.
But everyone at the Bon Ton knows Herbert, and they'll... Wait a minute. How about Denis Day?
Denis Day? Who'd believe I'm married to him? Besides, he'd blab it all over town.
Well, don't tell him what the picture's for. Flatter him into having it taken with you.
Flatter him?
Yes. You stay to dinner and tell the photographer to come over here right afterwards. And if he walks in and finds Denis with his arms around you, he'll believe you two are married.
Well, I'll try it, but it's an awful thing to go through just to keep food cold.
Mr. Anderson, would you say I have a lure?
A lure, Denis?
Yes, for one of the opposite sex. For instance, say a woman.
Well, you do look rather ravishing in your new Mickey Mouse sweatshirt. Why do you ask?
Well, last night Mildred told me other women would go for me, and today in the store one did. And tonight at dinner, Mrs. Willoughby kept staring at me so strangely.
Maybe there's something irresistible about the way you chew.
I don't think that's it.
Oh, no? Well, what then?
I'm afraid I'm a femme fatale.
I doubt if you're the type, Denis. However,
there you are, Denis. Herbert, we'll go upstairs. I believe Mrs. Willoughby wants to be alone with Denis.
See, Mr. Anderson, you better stay.
You're right, Denis. I'm staying.
Herbert?
So long, Denis. I'm leaving.
Come along, Herbert.
Lead the way, oh dream eternal.
Well, here we are, all alone. I guess you know that I like you a great deal, Denis.
Well, here we go again.
Oh, but I do.
But you shouldn't, Mrs. Willoughby. You've got to fight it.
Fight it?
You're a married woman. You promised to love, honor, and cherish Mr. Willoughby. Start cherishing.
Why, Denis, you seem to be under a false impression. I don't feel about you in that way at all.
You mean you're not in love with me?
No.
Is that possible?
It is. I think of you only as a very dear friend.
Well, what do you know?
And I hoped you felt the same way toward me, Denis, because there's a little favor you could do for me if you would.
Oh, sure, gladly.
Well, I want to have our pictures snapped together for sentimental reasons.
Okay, you get a picture of you and I'll get one of me and we'll snap them together.
I mean, I'd like a picture of the two of us taken together.
Oh, well, I guess that can be arranged.
Oh, good. You have no idea how worried...
Oh, someone at the door. I better go...
No, don't get up. I know who it is. It's someone I've been expecting. Put your arms around me, quick.
Huh?
I said put your arms around me.
Mrs. Willoughby, I'm getting that false impression again.
Denis, will you stop arguing and kiss me?
Kiss you?
Yes. Put your lips to mine and yell, come in.
It won't come out very clear.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes. All right, I'll answer it.
Hello, I'm from the Bon Ton department store. Mrs. Willoughby told me to come to this address and take a picture, that right?
Yes. Yes. My husband's in the next room. Will you follow me, please? Denis, this gentleman is a photographer.
Boy, you sure are a woman of action. Well, I'm ready.
You, huh? I thought you'd be a much older man.
Me? Oh, no, I've never been any older than this.
Would you make this just as fast as you can, please? We haven't got much time.
Yes, ma'am, I'm all set. Put your arms around her, sir, and hold her as close as possible.
But isn't that kind of intimate?
Sure, that's the idea.
But suppose my girlfriend sees it. What'll she think?
Well, Denis, we won't worry about that.
Say, you're really broad-minded, lady.
Please, let's just get on with the picture. We don't have very much... Oh,
come in.
Dennis, darling.
Dixie.
Am I late?
Who's she?
Another girlfriend of mine, a different one.
Why ain't my family like this?
Dream boy, let's get rid of all these characters and listen to that radio. Mm-hmm.
Well, I like that.
Who's this old moose, gorgeous?
Dixie, please. This old moose happens to be my boss's wife.
Well, just take me in your arms, honey, and tell her to beat it.
Why, how dare you? I need Denis, and I want him.
He's mine. I saw him first.
You did no such thing. I've known him for months.
Well, I won't give him up.
Gee, I'll never go out in public again without a mask on.
Denis, tell this woman that you're mine.
Denis, tell her you're mine.
I belong to all women, everywhere.
What would a sweet, intelligent boy like this want with a woman like you, anyway?
All I know is he's gorgeous, and I want him.
Well, he's much too fine a person to be fought over like this.
Yeah, I'm too fine a...
You shut up.
Excuse me.
This kind of interesting, you know?
I won't give this boy up, and that's final.
Nor will I, and I mean every word of it.
What is all this noise I've been hearing? Denis Day, come here.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson, but you'll have to wait your turn.
What?
Well, I have...
Denis!
Mildred.
Hey, Bud, you're going to get in trouble. You got a monopoly.
What does all this mean, Denis?
Mildred, it isn't my fault, honest. I've inflamed the mad desires of two women, and they can't control themselves.
Denis, you mean you...
We should have sold tickets.
Oh, my gosh, it must be Sam.
Aha, you home wrecker. So I find you in a lonely rendezvous with 2 men and 4 women?
No, you, Sam, we're out of luck. Let's get out of here.
Well, say, come on.
I'm leaving, too. I should figure who's married to who in this setup.
Well, there goes my refrigerator, thanks to Denis Day.
Me? Mrs. Willoughby, what
I shall speak to my husband about you, young man. Good night.
Mrs. Anderson, what did she...
Don't bother me. I'm going to bed.
Mildred, what are they...
Oh, women. Oh, you beast, you cat. I never want to see you again.
Mildred, Oh, gosh. Well, I might as well go to bed, too. In fact, there's nothing else I can do. I think my personality went in again.
Denis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up on a young man who has just had a door slammed in his face and who is now getting similar rough treatment from none other than Dan Cupid.
Well, no use hanging around a door that's been slammed in your face, Bud. No use me hanging around either.
Oh, wait a sec, Dan. Give me the pitch.
Your girl gave you that when she slammed the door in your face, pal. The language of love, Bud. She said scram.
But how come both you and Mary dropped me like a hot potato? Come on, Cupid, give.
Okay, Careless, here it is. Your girl's gone, and I'm going. Because you ought to have a serious talk with your dentist.
And here's what Bud found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream Safe Polishing Agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Denis Day with Charles Dant and the orchestra to sing Life Can Be Beautiful.
Life can be beautiful. How do I know? Somebody beautiful just told me so. Life can be summertime when it's really fall. Love can come anytime at all. Nights can be heavenly. Take nights like this. What makes them heavenly? Only your kiss. For all these many years, yes, I always knew that life could be with you.
It's new, it's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo created by Kay Dumit, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith speaking and reminding you ladies to keep on saving cooking fats and oils. Use and reuse them as often as you can. And when they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. He'll pay you more for your used fats.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Purina Puppy Chow helps little puppies grow into big puppies. But then its job is only half done, because even after he looks full grown on the outside, inside his muscles are still forming and his bones are still growing for about a full year. That's why he needs a full year of the extra nutrition in Puppy Chow. Puppy Chow for a full year till he's full grown.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with You Do Something to Me. Entomologist is? That's the fellow who knows all about bugs. Well, I'm not really an entomologist, but I do know one thing about bugs. They hit your windshield and the hood of your car with a bang at this time of year, and they do a lot of damage to the finish if you don't remove them. Washing won't take them off as a rule. What you need for that job is Johnson's Car New, the sensational new polish that cleans and polishes your car with one application, that does two jobs at once in short order. Car New is not only a wonderful time and labor saver, but it's the easy way to keep your car looking its best. Car New is a liquid. You rub it on, let it dry, wipe it off. Carnew brings back your car's original showroom shine. If you want to give added protection to the finish and save money on car washings, you can apply a coat of wax. Use either the special Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular household wax. Ask your auto supply store, service station, or regular wax dealer for a package of Johnson's Carnew, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Uncle Denis is still missing. And here at 79 Wistful Vista, sorting out police reports, sifting clues and rumors about their rambling relative, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Well, Magee, it's been 9 days since Uncle Denis disappeared, and I'm awfully worried.
Me too. I'm getting kind of nervous about him myself.
Oh, I knew you were really fond of him, dearie.
I ain't half as fond of him as I am of my wristwatch. He's wearing it.
Now, listen, don't talk like that. You know how dear Uncle Denis is to me.
He's dear to me, too. About $14 a week, as close as I can figure. Besides all...
Oh, answer it quick, Magee. Maybe that's some news about him.
Okay. Fibber Magee speaking. Who? Police department. What? Repeat that description again, please. What? Blue-gray eyes.
That's him?
Yeah. Bushy hair.
Yes, bushy hair.
Nice white teeth.
Oh, he's always been proud of his teeth.
Left ear missing.
Oh, no. Heavenly days.
Take it easy, Molly. What was that last item, Sarge? A 23-inch tail.
What?
No, I don't know whose cat that should be, Sarge. But thanks for calling. Hey, Molly, hand me them last reports from the Detective Bureau.
Here. What's in those reports, if anything?
Well, here's one that's interesting. Says officers Chester Goff and Norris Lauk investigated loud groans coming from parked car a week ago tonight.
My goodness, who was groaning?
3 people listening to Fibber, Magee, and Molly. And listen to this one. Plainclothesman Orson Smaltz of the 23rd Precinct reports that as he...
Come in.
Mr. Magee here.
I'm Mr. Magee, officer. You got some news about Uncle Denis?
Nothing important, sir. But Abdul Skirmuzian, owner of the Turkish Bath at 14th and Oak Street, says a man answering your uncle's description came in a week ago Monday night.
That's the night he disappeared.
That's right. We call it Blue Monday because that's the day he blew. Did you get it, Molly? I said
Ain't
we call...
funny, Magee.
Well, we got to keep a sense of humor through this.
Yeah, but you kept that one too long. That one's spoiled. But what did Uncle Denis do in the Turkish bath, officer?
Well, lady, all he wanted was an alcohol rub.
That was him, all right.
While he was getting it, a little dog come in through the open door and run away with all his things.
Oh, so that's how Pee-Pee got all his clothes. Yes, go on, officer.
Well, all he had left was his shorts and socks and a walking stick. While the Turkish bath man was out for a minute, this man left.
He left wearing only his shorts and a walking stick,
Oh, dear Uncle Denis. He was always so fussy about his appearance. Is that all, officer?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, no. His money was in his clothes that the dog took, so he couldn't pay for his alcohol rub, so he left his gold wristwatch as security. I'll let you know if we hear anything more, folks.
At least he was honest enough not to skip out without paying for his alcohol. Hey, that was my wristwatch. He can't do that with my property. Give me the phone, Molly.
No. Keep calm, Magee.
I'm calm. I'm cool. I ain't excited. Where's the phone?
In your hand.
Which hand? Oh, I got it. Hello, operator. Give me the Turkish bath at 14th and Oak upstairs over Mert. Is that you? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? Your little niece. Gee, I'm sorry to hear that, Mert.
What happened to her little niece, Magee?
She got 'em all skinned up shooting craps last night. What say, Mert? Oh, okay, I'll call him later. That burns me up, Molly, leaving my wristwatch to pay for his alcohol rub.
Well, now, listen, you can buy a new watch, but we only had one Uncle Denis.
Well, I prefer the watch. It keeps better hours. Where are you going, Molly?
I'm going up to his room once more and see if I can find any clues. Call me if you hear anything, Magee.
Okay. Short socks and a walking stick, eh? Well, he can't get far in that costume because that's probably another cop. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, sis. Don't bother me now because I'm all upset about Uncle Denis being missing.
Well, gee, if I were you, mister, I'd get into something loose and lie down and relax and eat only blonde foods for a few days.
What do you mean, blonde foods? You mean bland foods. Soft foods like milk and eggs and eggs and milk.
I know it. All us nurses recommend that when you're upset about something.
Oh, now, wait a minute, sis. What's this about us nurses?
I guess you don't read the papers or listen to the radio much, mister. The government is calling for 54,999 women to enter schools of nursing and prepare themselves for national defense.
How many?
54,999.
The way I heard it, it was 55,000.
I know it, but my application is already in.
You're a little young to be a nurse, aren't you, sis?
Well, they said on the radio they want young women, and I've been practicing all week on my dolls.
Oh, you have, huh? I said you have, eh?
Have what?
You've been practicing all week on your dolls.
How'd you know, mister?
Never mind. Hey, by the way, do you know how to treat a case of certified whimsy, sis, with a compound Franus of the Portocran? I'm serious, sis. What would you do in a case like that?
I'd give him 2 teaspoons of brow for I gave a half hour.
You got me, sis. I says you got me.
Yeah, but I don't want you, I bet you. And I'm serious about being a nurse, too, mister. Here, now, read this.
What? Oh, okay. Nursing always furnishes great opportunities for service, and never more than at present, when the nation's armed forces need the assistance of every person in this country. We strongly urge qualified young women to consider nursing as a career and to think also of the great opportunities offered by the Nurses Corps of the United States Army and Navy.
There, you see?
Oh, sure, sis, I knew that, but I still think you're just a trifle on the underdone side to be volunteering your services. What could you do?
I bet you I could drive an ambulance, I bet you.
Oh, yeah?
Sure. And us women are better drivers than men, too.
That's so. How do you figure that?
Well, you show me just one man that can powder his nose in the rearview mirror, straighten the seams in his stockings, talk to 3 friends, signal for a left turn and then make a right turn, and drive through traffic all at the same time. Just show me, mister. What'd you say, mister?
Nothing.
I know it, and I'm proud of you. So long, mister.
Did you find any clues in Uncle Dennis's room, Molly?
Only one thing, Magee. He's apparently on a diet.
Yeah?
But I don't know why he doesn't take from our milkman.
Milkman? What are you talking about?
Well, look, I found a bill for a dozen bottles of Teacher's Highland Cream.
Oh, yeah, Highland Cream. He pours that in his oatmeal.
No, he doesn't like oatmeal.
Okay, then he just pours it in.
Poor Uncle Denis. I wonder if we'll ever know what happened to him.
You'll probably never know, and I'll probably never care. That guy to me was always just... Come in.
Oh, Mrs. Duffington. Come in, Abigail, dear.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. How's Fifi the puppy?
Oh, Phoebe, the dear little thing is completely worn out, Miss McGee.
Oh, sorry.
You know, I think she knows about Uncle Denis and is suffering intensely.
She's suffering. How about me? Uncle Denis is the only uncle I have.
I hope I can depend on that. Well, all I can say, Uppy, is that pin-headed little pooch of yours sure led us a merry chase last week. There's a hound that ought to go back to the Baskervilles.
Please, Mr. McGee. Phoebe did all she could under the circumstances. After all, she is not a bird dog.
Well, why should we want a bird dog?
Well, I understood Mr. McGee to say that Uncle Denis was full of old crow when he flew the coop.
Hey, didn't you have a kind of a yen for the old corkscrew at one time, Uppy?
Say, listen, don't you call Uncle Denis an old corkscrew, McGee.
Oh, all right. The old tavern trotter, then. How about it, Uppy? Wasn't you and him slightly on the goo-goo in the quite recent?
If that is the King's English, Mr. McGee, please extend my sincere sympathy to the Queen.
Oh, you know what he means, Abigail. Weren't you and Uncle Denis flinging a little woo?
Well, if you mean to convey that Uncle Denis and I were very good friends at one time, I might even say romantically attached. Yes. But we quarreled.
I never did know what happened, Abigail. Though if it's any of my business, and I know it isn't, but I hope you'll tell me anyway, even if I haven't any excuse for asking. Except for mere curiosity, which you've forgiven anybody, but after all... What did I start out to say?
You started to ask Uppy which of them flatted the high notes in their song of love.
Oh, it was all so foolish, Miss McGee. As I look back upon it, the whole incident was simply ridiculous. I merely told him I didn't like the way he parted his hair.
And he resented a little thing like that?
Indeed he did.
Wow.
Why, he flung his knife and fork down and stalked out of the dining room.
Just because you didn't like the way he parted his hair?
Yes. We were having a rabbit dinner, and his carving was atrocious. Oh, now let me know if you hear anything. Goodbye.
Rabbit dinner, parted his hair. Oh, brother.
Now listen, don't sneer, McGee.
Oh.
Heavenly days, when I remember what you've been quoted as saying in that pocket magazine, I marvel.
You marvel at what?
At what those readers digest.
Oh, gee, where's the guy can't... Hello, folks. Hey, have you heard anything about Uncle Denis?
Not a word, Mr. Wilcox, except that he was last seen in a Turkish bath.
Yeah, he was getting an alcohol rub, Harlow, which would be anybody's first guess. You heard anything?
No, but I just thought I'd stop in to tell you how my aunt found my uncle when he turned up missing.
Oh, how, Mr. Wilcox? Tell me.
Easy there, Molly. Anytime this guy volunteers any information, you always wind up at your nearest dealer's buying a container of guess what?
Well, I don't care. I want to know how Mr. Wilcox found his uncle. Not that I ever knew he had one.
Me either. I knew he had aunts, but not uncles.
Well, it was a pretty snappy idea at that. The minute my uncle had been missing 5 days, my aunt dashed out to the store and bought some Johnson's wax.
Yes.
Then she dashed home again and used the Johnson's wax on her floors, furniture, woodwork, windowsills, lampshades, everything that required a protective, beautifying finish that would keep out the dampness, keep off the dust, keep everything looking smart and bright, keep the...
Oh, keep. How about your uncle?
Well, sir, her house looked so cheerful and clean that all the neighbors were raving about it. The gossip finally got to my uncle, and he came home out of sheer curiosity. He was an inquisitive old cuss.
But where had he been all this time?
He wouldn't tell us, and you know why?
I'm a fool. I'll bite. Why?
Because he said if my aunt ever stopped using Johnson's wax, he was going back there again. Just think that over, Molly.
But now listen, McGee, I do use Johnson's wax. That won't bring back Uncle Denis.
Quiet, or it'll bring back Uncle Harlow. Hey, give me the phone.
Who are you going to call now?
Mayor Latrivia. He promised us he was going to have his police force drag out the throw net.
Throw out the dragnet.
Yes, he promised. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the office of Mayor Latrivia on the top floor of Mert. How are you?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert?
McGee, we've already done one of those.
We have? Oh, yes. Hold everything, Mert. We've already done one. Yeah. What's say, Mert? No, I wanted to talk to the mayor about...
Come in.
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. Run upstairs and grab that extension phone. I've been trying to get you.
McGee, you don't need the phone. He's right here.
Where? Oh, yeah. Hello, Mert. Never mind. Thanks anyway. Hi, Latrivia.
Hello.
Tell us, Mr. Mayor, have you heard anything about poor Uncle Denis?
Mrs. McGee, I regret to say that up to date we have had no really important clues, but don't give up.
I wish you hadn't said that, Latrivia. I kind of wanted to give up.
Well, I won't. Tell me, Mr. Mayor, isn't there any hope?
Oh, of course there is, Mrs. McGee. Most missing persons are found in the course of time. I remember one case a few years ago. Bank clerk of Grand Rapids, Michigan, absconded with $30,000. He was found years later right here in Wistful Vista.
What was he doing?
He was our chief of police. That's why I tell you, Mrs. McGee, as Horace Greeley so well said, don't give up the ship.
No, I thought John Paul Jones said that.
No, it was John Paul Jones who said, you may fire when ready, Gridley.
Well, then who said go west, young man?
Jimmy Doolittle.
No, that was Patrick Henry, I believe.
No, it couldn't have been. He couldn't fly an airplane.
Who said he could?
Well, if he went with Jimmy Doolittle, he'd have to.
But that's ridiculous. Patrick Henry was born in 1736.
Ain't that marvelous? Imagine a guy his age flying an airplane.
Well, maybe one of the younger fellas helped him.
But I tell you, it was impossible.
To guys like Doolittle, nothing is impossible, Latrivia.
Sure. Besides, he's a general now, and if he wanted to take Patrick Henry with him, he had plenty of authority.
But, Mrs. McGee, you don't understand. Patrick Henry is not living.
Listen to him, Molly. Here's a guy that flies with Doolittle and bombs Tokyo, and Latrivia stands there and says he ain't living. I'd like to know what you call living.
Sure, me too. I don't think you have the right attitude about this whole thing, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, making nasty remarks about our Air Force.
Yeah.
I made no nasty remarks. I merely tried to tell you that Patrick Henry died in 1799. He was a contemporary of George Washington.
And what was so contemptible about Washington, I'd like to know?
I didn't say he was contemptible. I said Patrick Henry was born in 1799.
Patrick Henry was contemptible, too, was he? Give me the phone, Molly. I'm calling the FBI right now.
Aren't you ashamed, Mr. Mayor? A man of your standing.
Now, please, just listen to me.
Hello.
Put down that phone, McGee. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm as good an American as you are.
A likely story.
But I am. Why, even now, I'm on my way down to address a mass meeting at the Coliseum.
What about?
Nurses. The government is issuing a call for 55,000 young women.
Oh, yeah, we heard about that, Latrivia.
Yes. I'm going down to try and impress upon people the urgent fact that the demand for trained nurses will not cease with the end of the present emergency.
What do you mean, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I mean that when peace finally comes, the whole war-torn world will be looking to America for help, for food, for medicine and materials to rebuild its shattered cities and broken people. We shall need nurses and doctors in untold numbers to prevent complete collapse. Nursing offers more security and wider opportunities than any other occupation open to young women. I shall urge all of them who hear me to get in touch with their state nurses association or see their local Red Cross unit for information.
Well, good for you, Latrivia. Go to it.
Sure, it's a good cause, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And forget about Patrick Henry. We were just fooling.
You were?
Sure we were. We knew you wouldn't make any snide remarks about a guy that had gumption enough to fly with Doolittle.
But I tell you, McGee, that's him. Never mind. I just hope he enjoyed the trip.
The King's Men sing Chucklehead.
Down the block there lives a fellow known to everybody as Chucklehead. Chucklehead. Other people's business is the business of his busybody. Chucklehead. Chucklehead. You no doubt have heard preferred to him. Junior's chucklehead, the axe's pride and joy. He's always got a lot of real inside information. He's sure that all the big boys are ruining the nation. He warns that all our allies are gonna pull a fast one. He says that he hates rumors, then gives out with our last one. He'll give you inside dope on his brother in the service. Explain to any stranger our soldiers are so nervous. He buys a dime defense stamp, then brags all over town. Oh, somebody oughta smack him down. Oh, Chucklehead, you know Chucklehead, Junior's Chucklehead, the axe's pride and joy. His tongue is always wagging, keeps going night and day. Whenever he hears rumors, he helps them on their way. He says he hates all hoarders, this patriotic fella, but you should see what's hidden away down in his cellar. His great big ears are waving and catching all that's new. He'll tell you all the gossip and never miss a cue. So if you ever meet him, be careful what you do, or you'll be another Chucklehead too. Oh, Chucklehead, you know Chucklehead, Junior's Chucklehead, the axe's pride and joy. Oh, Chucklehead, you know Chucklehead, Junior's Chucklehead, the axe's pride and joy.
You know, Molly, it's beginning to look kind of hopeless about Uncle Denis.
Now, don't say that, Magee. Heavenly days, a man can't just drop out of sight like that altogether.
I don't know. How about Rudolph Hess and the man on the flying trapeze? Who ever heard of them anymore?
Well, that's different. They're just temporarily out of the public eye.
Well, don't get upset about it. The police are still working on it, and when they drag out the throw net...
It's throw out the dragnet,
okay.
Maybe that's some news now. Come in.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hi, Wimple. Hey, what's the matter with you?
What?
What do you mean, what's the matter with him, Magee?
Why, take a look. There ain't a mark or a bruise on him. What's wrong, Wimp? Your wife out of town or something?
Oh, no, Mr. Magee. I just look like this because I've been running things around our house lately.
Oh, you've been running things yourself?
Yes. I've been running the errands and the vacuum cleaner and the washing machine and so.
In other words, everything's about as usual at the Chateau Wimple.
Yes. But have you heard anything about Uncle Denis?
No, we haven't, Wimp. Why?
Well, I just got to thinking, Mr. Magee.
Huh?
Maybe he was kidnapped by some gangsters. And if they bring him back, will you please tell them I'd like to talk to them? I'd like to get some idea of what they charge.
Now, don't talk like that, Mr. Wimple. I'm sure Uncle Denis will show up sooner or later.
I hope so, Mrs. Magee. As I was saying to Sweetie Face just this morning when she was working in her victory garden...
Oh, has she got a victory garden, Wimp?
Yes, she has, Mr. Magee. And how I hate it. Staring at those rows of corn hour after hour, day after day.
Well, then why do you do it?
I can't help it. She hangs me up on a clothes pole to scare the crows away.
Does she farm scientific, Wimp?
How do you mean, Mr. Magee?
Well, does she believe in things like crop rotation?
Oh, my goodness, she certainly does.
Yeah?
Just last night, she grabbed me by the neck and rotated my crop till I could hardly breathe. I've got to be going now. I really hope you find Uncle Denis.
Yeah, what's your hurry? Where are you going?
I have to meet Sweetie Face at the insurance office.
Oh.
She's insuring her right thumb for $10,000.
Her thumb for $10,000? Is she going to take up hitchhiking or something?
Nobody's thumb is worth $10,000, Wimp.
Hers is, to her. That's the thumb she keeps me under. Well, goodbye.
Poor little fella. What a life he leads.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think he enjoys it. Don't you get it, Molly? I says as a matter of fact.
Now, what on earth is that?
There goes the best baritone we ever had.
Magee, it's Uncle Denis. He's home.
Now we gotta find another baritone.
Hey, fellas, I'm a baritone.
Hooray!
Come on.
Well, come on, buddy, come on.
Okay, see you later, Molly.
Today about conservation. To many people, it seems to be a new idea. Certainly an important one now with the war to win. But to a great many housekeepers, conservation isn't anything new. They've been practicing.
A bunch of kids looking for action. So what's doing out on the street? Is this the way we ought to use our boy power? Think about it. America's manpower begins with boy power. Let's not waste it. Be a volunteer worker with the Boy Scouts.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
Curtain is lowered, the studio darkened, the camera starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Bedlam News sees nothing, shows all. New York City, circus arrives at Madison Square Garden. Crowds throng to see arrival of sawdust favorites. Hal Growl, lion tamer, poses for Bedlam News.
Hiya, folks. I got 20 jungle cats this season.
Are you putting your head in the lion's mouth again this year, Hal?
No, son. My lion's got pink toothbrush. That's dangerous.
Major Bulk, Australian giant, greets his fans.
I'm 8 feet tall, folks. Last year, 38,000 people said, "How's the weather up there?" I wish I could think of a good answer.
Princess Inca, Ubangi beauty, explains disadvantages of wearing saucers in her lips.
Saucer in lip, no good. Make me look like Chevalier. My tonsils have no privacy.
Hex the Bellows, publicity man for the big show.
Yes, sir. It's bigger and better than ever this year, folks. Get your tickets on the inside.
New York City, taxi drivers lose licenses as a result of taxi riots. Chauffeurs tell their stories. John Jiff.
I didn't do nothing. A scab taxi went by and the door came off of me hand. Can I help it?
My name is High Flag, and here's my story. A taxi was burning up in the middle of the street, so I went over to light me cigarette. 2 other guys lit their butts, and I says, "Not me, no 3 on a cab." So I set fire to another cab to get a light.
Lincoln Park, Chicago. Roy Atwell, freelance poet, welcomes spring. Meet Mr. Atwell.
Good gracious, good afternoon. No, good morning. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so...
Now, just tell them who you are.
Oh, yes, this is Roy Ratwell, Roy Ratwell, squeaking, speaking. How are I? How are you, Mr. Mouse, Sister Fled, friend?
Fine, thanks, Roy. And I'm waiting to hear your ode to spring.
Oh, yes, my ode to string, yes. Thirsty days has September. Dirty hay. No, do you think spring would be timely.
Of course. I suppose you've written a poem.
Oh, no, Fred, I'm no poet, but there mums to my kind, there slums, there comes to my mind that old slang, in the spring, among fans Yancy, a long man's pants, a young man's Nancy, a fancy, lightly turns to thoughts of love, and as he grows older, does he stop loving? No, a man who really stubs can never lop stubbing. A stub who really lops, a man who really loves can never lop, a slop who never, let it go, but spring is beer, Bach is beer, spring is here, and the little twits are birdering, the little birds are twittering in the tree top. Wait now, it is spring, and the spreading chestnut tree, the fleeing spreadnut bee tree, it is tree, it's spring, and under the bedding, the sledding, under the spreading village tree, the chestnut smithy gland.
Perhaps I could help with a few words.
Wait, Fred. I have it. Under the chesting bilnut tree, the spreading banana stand. The village banana band. Let it go. But the thought is there, yes. And at this slime of beer, this time of year, to realize that Mother Earth is springing to strike, to wife,
Yes, Roy, to watch the unfolding of a tiny little bud and to see the early bird catch the worm.
Yes, Fred, to watch the unholding of a tiny little ruffner, a tiny fiddle bud, and to see the early moth scratch the bird, catch the bird, get the bird.
I love to listen to the little katydids chirping their sweet, contented song.
Yes, Fred, yes, I too. I love to listen to the little katy chirps diddling their sweet, yes. And is there anything sweeter than to watch a hen with her chewed of bricks, her brood of chicks, which reminds me of that old slang, never count your hen till their chickens are scratched. Never scratch your hen, and never mind your hen, but how true it is,
It's been simply swell having you here.
Yes, Fred, and it's been pimply, swimply swell having me here with you all tomorrow, tonight. I've hissed me. I missed you all, and I hope you hissed me. And I always say, he who.
Thank you, Roy. And now we've come to the vocal treat I promised you as we started this hour of smiles. It is my privilege to present 1,000 Good Nights. Hey, that could have been King Solomon's theme song. And now we've come to my little show, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we're going to take you to Hollywood, where men are men and women want to be alone. I am the movie producer at the Bedlam Studios, and while I'm giving myself a screen test to see if I'm good enough to get into Passport Pictures, Lenny Hayton will wave us to California on his baton.
Bedlam Studios? Oh, yes, he's here. Washington calling, Mr. Allen.
Hello. Yes, General? What? The Undertakers are complaining about my last picture? Death takes a holiday, violates the embalmer's code, eh? All right, I'll change the title. We'll call it Life Laughs at Pallbearers. Okay, I'll change the finish of the picture, too. I'll have death raising the wages of sin and accepting the 40-hour week. Okay.
Here's the mail.
Anything else?
Yes, the review of your new picture, 8 Girls in a Boat.
What did Variety say?
The boat steals the picture.
Fine. Remind me to take up the boat's option.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Who is this? The casting office? Yes. The comedy horse? You've got the man to play the front legs? He can't get a partner, eh? Okay, I'll be right over myself. All right.
Why, good heavens.
What's that?
Why, Reginald Fancy Pants and Claudette Fade-At are out of the game.
I'm through. Positively finished.
I'm finished, too. I'll tear up my contract.
Now, just a minute here.
My public won't tolerate it. Reginald Fancy Pants, playing with a rank amateur.
I have a public, too, don't forget.
Now, here, don't go dragging his name into this.
No, she's impossible.
He's an artistic mess.
Now, see here, remember, I'm the boss.
And what have you got to say?
Only this. I smelled ham when you two came in here, and the nearest delicatessen is 3 miles away.
Why the idea?
And let me tell you something, Miss Fade Out. The last picture you made, I had to cut up the celluloid and sell it for mandolin picks.
I told you.
You told me. Listen, Fancy Pants. Half of the movie fans in America blew the fillings out of their front teeth hissing your last masterpiece.
Well, I didn't mean to be hasty, Mr. Rouse.
Now, you get back in your wheelchair.
I'm really sorry, Mr.
And you get back on the set. Mentally, you should be out playing with Baby Leroy.
Yes, sir.
There's a tough-looking gentleman waiting.
Probably a King Kong admirer. Send him in.
Listen, Bum, I want to get in pictures.
Have you had any experience?
You said it, buddy. Just pipe the profile. I screen like $1 million.
What pictures have you been in?
Why, I'm in all the newsreels. Remember the demonstration at City Hall?
Why, yes.
Don't you remember the guy who stepped in front of the mayor and said, "Hello, Ma," into the microphone?
So I do. Your fan mail must be terrific.
I ain't saying nothing, but me biggest hit was during the Easter parade. Oh, boy, did I hug that camera.
I can imagine.
When I hit Mr. Van Hesten's plug hat with the Easter egg, well, sir, the people at the Translux fell in the aisle.
Why, you're not leaving the newsreels flat, are you?
That's up to you. My admirers tell me I'm right for a feature.
How is it up to me?
I got a cameraman outside. If you don't give me a job, he's going to make a newsreel of me batting your brains out.
Well, really now, I don't film so well.
No, Hammond and Hawking, do I get the job?
My dear fellow, you were under contract 20 minutes ago. I've been trying to get a chance to tell you. Idea for the theme song, too. As the city starts to smolder, Nero picks up the fiddle and plays Smoke Gets in Your Eyes. Get it? It'll be a sensation. Okay.
Maybe.
Who is that fellow? He keeps going through the office saying maybe all the time.
He's only a yes man with an inferiority complex.
Oh, I forgot. There's a little girl outside. She says she's waiting for an opportunity.
Send her in. I'll start knocking so that opportunity will feel at home.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Portland. What are you doing in Hollywood?
Papa and I had to come here for a few weeks.
Why?
Well, Papa's sun lamp blew a fuse, so Papa said as long as we had to get our sun direct, we might as well come to California.
That's fine. I thought perhaps you were here to get in pictures.
No, I'd rather eat 3 times a day.
Well, don't you think movie actresses eat?
Not according to the fan magazines. They're always on diet.
Oh, not all of them.
No, Mae West and the 3 little pigs look good and healthy.
Do you think dieting is injurious?
I'll intimate when my Aunt Lily broke her engagement, she went on a diet for 6 years.
What happened?
Well, the fella wanted his ring back, and her finger was so fat it wouldn't come off.
What did she eat? Pineapple and lamb chops?
I'll say my Aunt Lily ate so much pineapple, she walked with a hula-hula accent.
Did the lamb bother her?
Oh, yes. She was acting sheepish around the house, and she couldn't sleep nights.
Well, she should have counted men jumping over fences.
Aunt Lily used to dream she was a lamb chop, and she couldn't sleep unless Mama put some green peas in bed with her.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'll intimate, when she got to putting those paper bloomers on, Papa made her go off the diet.
At about time, I should think. Have you seen any of the beautiful homes here?
Oh, yes. I heard that some of the actresses are so swell, they have lavender mice to match the wallpaper.
Say, Hollywood is heaven to a mouse.
I should say, Mickey has done all right.
And speaking of adult mice, does Papa like what he's seen of California?
He doesn't really know. He left his glasses on the train.
Has he been to any of the cocktail parties?
No, Papa drinks installment cocktails.
What are those?
Well, he drinks gin every morning, and in the afternoon he has vermouth.
And at night?
At night, he always has chills. And when he shakes, that mixes the cocktails.
I get it. Does he have any trouble with sidecars?
No, Papa wouldn't be seen on a motorcycle.
Hello? Yes, I saw the preview of Lord Murgatroyd's Revenge. Now I want the finish of that picture changed. Yes, in the fox chase, the dogs are running in front of the fox. Either get lame dogs or a faster fox. Okay.
I've got to go, I guess. Papa's waiting.
Big business, I suppose.
Yes, Papa's got a new invention.
What is it, a vest pocket that leaks on a fountain pen?
No, it's a self-blooming buttonhole for men's coats.
How does it work?
Papa sews gardenia seeds in the self-blooming buttonhole, and when it rains, flowers grow out of the lapel.
The lapel, hey, I get it. Goodbye, Portland.
Peekaboo. Lenny Hayden is ready on stage 4.
Good. Tell him to run over that chorus.
I am Nikolai Nikolaevich Mazeltov. I've come all the way from Soviet Russia to study your marvelous motion picture technique.
Oh, I see. You wish to learn our American methods.
Precisely.
Fine. Now I'll show you the evolution of a motion picture from just an idea until it's flashed on the screen in hundreds of empty theaters around the country.
Very lovely.
Come on, we'll start right away. Now, in this room here on the right, we keep our idea men. We'll go in quietly.
Very interesting. Their brains are working while they sleep. Huh?
Here, you bad boys. Wake up, laggards. There's work to be done.
What do you mean? Gee, Mr. Allen, I was just dreaming a swell idea, but you woke me up and I lost it.
Well, I'm going to have an idea right away, boys. Come on and concentrate.
Say, Mr. Allen, with all those costume pictures so popular now, why don't we do the Ruby out of Omar Khayyam?
That's a good idea. Who wrote it?
You know, Omar the Tent Maker. Why, we could make a swell musical out of it with Persian harems and dancing girls.
Ah, that is magnificent.
Okay, get a hold of this guy, Omar.
Why, Omar's been dead for over 800 years.
Well, don't bother digging him up for this one picture. Come on, Nikolai, we'll start the ball rolling.
But I don't want to be playing ball.
Now, the next step is to get the scenario writers working, right in here.
Look, they're all busy writing masterpieces.
All right, boys. Put away those crossword puzzles. You, Krasner.
This ain't no crossword puzzle. I'm writing Catherine of Russia.
Fine. If she comes over, tell her to bring a friend, will you?
Anything else?
Yes, drop everything and get to work on Omar the Tent Maker.
Never heard him.
Oh, Omar the Tent Maker.
Come on, Nikolai.
Where do we go next?
Now we'll put the director himself on the job. He's in here making a picture. Listen.
Roast beef medium, apple pie, cup of coffee.
Roast beef medium, apple pie, cup of coffee, coming out.
Mr. Allen, pardon me, what picture is this?
This is a lunch wagon version of Dinner at 8 for the smaller theater. Okay, everybody, cut. Hey, Mervyn, come over here a minute.
Ah, at last I'm meeting face to face a great American director.
Well, strike me pink if it isn't the big cheers. Hello, Mr. Allen, my pal.
Mervyn, I want you to meet Nikolai Muzzledog.
I've come all the way from Nizhny Novgorod.
A foreigner, huh? Well, speaking around, buddy, you'll learn something here.
How is everything, Merv?
Oh, it's pretty bad. I could see the handwriting on the wall.
Well, don't worry. You can't read it. It's in English. You'll have to get busy, Merv. We're going to start shooting right away. The new picture about Omar Khayyam, the tent maker.
Yeah, say, I once knew Chaim the pence maker, couldn't you?
No. Must have been two other workmen. Get out our biggest stars for the love interest. Oh, here they come now.
Oh, so these are your American stars? Mr. Allen, I'm all at Twitter.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Kiss me and say hello.
Now, you two get ready to go into a new picture right now.
Oh, not today, not tomorrow, but right now.
Yes, sir. And Mervyn, get the art and costume director on the job. Come on, Nikolai.
Well, this is such efficiency.
Now we're going to the publicity and advertising department.
Stupendous, terrific, gigantic, superb, prodigious, immense.
Quiet, everybody. Now listen, the stuff you've been writing here has been too modest. You've been hiding us behind a bushel. Now I want you to send out some stories on Omar the Tent Maker, the colossus of all extravaganzas, with 50,000 hand-picked, delectable, voluptuous dancing girls in a breathtaking pageant of exotic loveliness, unparalleled since the dawn of time. Get it? That's a germ. Now start from there and build it up. Come on, Nikolai.
50,000 dancing girls. Oh, boy, will I have fun.
Oh, Mr. Allen. Oh, Mr. Allen.
Why, Miss Blue Schnozzle, I'm so glad.
Don't be so glad. I hear you're doing a picture about Omar, the tent maker.
Oh, it's just a little educational film, Miss Blue Schnozzle.
Oh, it's 50,000 voluptuous dancing girls hiding under a bushel.
Really, Miss Blue Schnozzle?
I warn you, Mr. Allen, that picture is indecent.
What is it in your for?
As president of the Sniff and Snoop Society, I'll protest.
Oh, all right. Come on, Nick. We've got to make the rounds all over again and call the whole thing off.
For why? In 5 minutes, you build it up here a whole motion picture from nothing. Comes along a Miss Blue Schnozzle, and poof, you are back to nothing again. Fellow Bakers, revolt!
You're drawing a crowd.
They're throwing 50,000 voluptuous dancing girls out of work. Fellow Wakers, protest! They will march to Washington. Follow me. Down with bourgeois prudery.
I'm playing Henry myself. To cut down expenses, I live in a furnished castle and manage to get along with 4 wives. But it's great entertainment.
It's a great idea.
It's sensational.
Okay there, operator. Lights out. Let's go.
Silence! The king speaks.
Pip, pip, they want mercy me and a happy karaoke.
Quiet! Silence!
I say, does anyone want to play leapfrog? Does anybody want to marry me? Oh, I say, this is discouraging. Lord Chamberlain.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Do something about it. Don't stand there like a Roxy usher on his day off.
Oh, but what can I do, sire? Say, what about an exciting boar hunt?
Oh, I have too many boars in court now. I tell you, I want to play leapfrog, knave.
Yes, sire, yes. The king wants to play leapfrog.
Righto. Come, who'll go a-leapfrogging?
The guillotine is ready, sire.
Righto. Serve it with whipped cream.
Aha, Your Majesty jests. And are you putrid? The guillotine is not the gelatin, sire.
Well spoken, Nye. I say, Chancellor, it behooves me to behead a wife. We're behind with our beheading.
Oh, but we've run out of wives, Your Majesty.
Have you looked in the closets? I say, there must be one around somewhere.
I've looked everywhere, my lord.
Who is that lady I seen you with last night?
Why, that was my wife.
Can't we behead her?
Oh, I'm sorry, sire. She lost her head at breakfast this
A
morning.
likely story. Come on, get busy, everybody. We need a 4th for guillotine.
Righto.
Sound an antitoxin. Write to your congressman.
Your Majesty, the Duke of Buckingham is without.
Aye, and so am I without. I tell you, I want a queen.
But, Excellency, that's just what the Duke has brought.
Who is it?
One Annie of Cleve.
Just one eye. Well, bring the wench in. Perhaps I'll marry her.
Oh, she's quite charming, Your Majesty, and very blonde.
A blonde. Hi-ho, and a pair of tall-de-rolls if you can handle them. Send her in.
The gentlemen prefer blonde.
Hi, there's a wise guy in every court, boys. Just for that, everybody out. Come in, me little sparrow.
Hello, dear.
Come here, Annie, me pretty baggage. Take your bonnet off. Give me a peep at your pretty voice.
There.
Wow, a female Jimmy Durante.
Am I mortified?
By Sembletree, I'll have the Duke's life for this.
The Duke? You want to buy a Duke?
So you would be Queen of England, aye?
Yes, I can't wait. When do I get crowned?
Oh, I see. You'll be crowned in just a moment. Hi-ho, the Guad.
Hi-ho, anybody.
Hi-ho, the Guad.
Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, coming.
Here, lend me your mace, your battle axe, fellow.
Yes, sire. Here it is. Why, you're not going to kill the Queen.
No mayhem, Captain. I shall knock her about a bit. Oh, Annie, come here, darling.
Yes, Heinrich,
Now,
what
shut
is?
your eyes, Hoyden. I've a little surprise for you.
Ah, so soon? All right, here's shot.
Righto, take that.
Ouch! She's out like a lighter, sir.
Righto, take her away, Captain.
Yes, Your Majesty.
When she comes to, ship her back to Cleves, COD, where she came from.
Yes, sir.
No wedding bells for me. You can't come in until I finish the chorus. Oh, all right, come in.
Your Majesty, there's a messenger here to see Queen Annie.
Oh, tell him Annie doesn't live here anymore.
Now, Mr. Allen's question box.
Well, the question box is heavy laden, and this letter written on a bit of sailcloth comes from Mr. H.C. Gifford and the crew of the Nantucket Lightship. Mr. Gifford says, quote, sailors have always been accused of using bad language. While I must admit that I have heard different seamen say heck and darn, I don't feel that we deserve the reputation we billow gigolos have among you landlubbers. How can we regain our good names, unquote. You have written to the right party, Mr. Gifford. If you jolly jacktaws want to indulge in some harmless phrases that are nautical but nice, here are a few that may help. Go feather your crow's nest is refined but effective. When you're rammed by another boat in a fog, lean out of the nearest porthole, smirk at the offending captain, and say, woe betide. He won't know whether you mean high tide or low tide. And believe me, he will go aft and hide his head, I'll bet. If you are ever called upon for some high-class invectives in foreign waters, send for my pamphlet, How to Curse Abroad in 10 Easy Lessons. I guess that settles everything, Mr. Gifford. The crew may laugh when the anchor falls on your foot, but when you look up and say, oh, fiddle-de-dee, I'd hate to be in your boots. Mr. Gifford. If you, too, have a question, ladies and gentlemen, why not send it to me on a postcard? And I shall be happy to help you achieve social ambitions, even as I have helped the Nantucket Lightship to keep in the social swim tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good, spelled hypana, night, spelled salhepatic. And don't forget, next Wednesday night, the Hour of Smiles brings you comedy. Drama.
I'll leave you tied to the railroad tracks, me proud beauty.
Help, help!
Weather report.
Thursday, fair. Friday, fair. Saturday, phooey.
Stock market news.
Hold American Beauty Cream for a long putt.
And music.
And to every girl and young woman listening, good luck in the great new dental charm contest now being held by the makers of Ipana toothpaste. Remember that...
This is Concours, a world-class luxury compact from Chevrolet. In Europe, to show that an American car can challenge the highways of the world, Concours is an affordable car for people who appreciate the stylish elegance of fine touring cars, luxurious interiors, and dependable Chevrolet engineering. Concours, built for Americans at home anywhere. A world-class luxury compact from Chevrolet.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filter with the miracle tip. King size, regular, both at the same low price. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. and a little lonely.
Out this way, Dave. Follow me.
You sure nobody cares, Holly?
If they did, you'd fight for me, wouldn't you?
Sure.
Around here in the alley. Nobody will see us.
Sure.
Dave.
Holly, you're awful pretty.
Am I, Dave?
All right, stay back, everybody.
There's somebody laying over there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, come on, Chester. That's Dave Thorpe, Chester.
Want me to have a look around, Mr. Dillon?
Whoever did it ran down the alley into the street. He's just one of the crowd out there by now.
Is Dave dead?
No, he's breathing. I saw Doc in the saloon there. What's he doing?
He's coming.
Well, go keep that crowd back, huh?
Yes, sir. I will.
Dave.
All right. Hey, let me through.
Dave.
Let me through here, please. Yeah.
Hey, Dave, can you talk?
Let's see. Dave Thorpe, huh? Somebody shot him, Matt.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, yes, he got shot all right. Who did it, Matt?
Well, if you can bring him to, maybe we'll find out.
No, not this man. He's bleeding to death, Matt. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Can you tell how it happened, Doc? I mean, where the bullet went in?
Oh, you don't need a doctor for that, Matt. His gun's still in his holster.
Well, maybe somebody outdrew him.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Let me see here. It couldn't have been much of a fight, Matt. He was shot in the back. And the bullet came out right here. Where he's bleeding.
Can you get him to talk, Doc?
Oh, he's too far gone, Matt. Well, there's nothing anybody can do for him now. That makes a man feel pretty helpless. To stand here and watch somebody bleed to death.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't even know who shot him.
Yeah, maybe not. But he'd know who might want to.
Every time there's a new moon, somebody gets murdered around here.
Oh, here comes his brother.
What happened, Marshal? How is he?
He's unconscious, Joe. He's dying.
You done all you can for him, Doc.
There isn't anything I can do, Joe. The bullet went through his lung.
Marshal, I can't understand it. Who'd shoot him down like this?
Well, I was hoping you might have an idea, Joe.
My brother ain't got an enemy in the whole country. Never heard a man say a word against him.
Thorpe?
Huh?
Your brother's dead.
Well, it ain't right, Marshal. It just ain't right. Not Dave.
Joe, listen to me. Think hard now, would you? Somebody shot him.
What?
Somebody was his enemy.
No, nobody I know. Not unless it was some murdering riffraff just killed him to be killing. You got to find out who did it, Marshal.
Well, I'd like to.
You
Joe.
better do it. Nobody's going to murder my brother and get by with it. It's a mighty poor thing when a decent man like Dave can get shot down, nobody does nothing about it.
I figure to do everything I can,
I don't
Joe.
care if you got to take Dodge City apart, Marshal. You better find that killer.
They've taken the country by storm. L&M filters have soared to the highest popularity a cigarette ever achieved in so little time. And still, L&M sales continue to climb at a record pace.
L&M's give you much more flavor, much less nicotine.
That's because it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's smoke light and mild.
Only L&M has the Miracle Tip for the effective filtration you need. Smoke L&M's today, and you'll agree
This is it. L&M filters. This is it. Something new. Now 2 sizes. L&M filters. New king size and regular too. This is it. L&M filters. L&M filters with the miracle tip.
Join the trend to L&M.
King size or regular?
Both at the same low price.
Cells out back, Mr. Dillon. I sure do wish we could fill one of them.
Well, it's not likely, Chester. Not tonight, anyway.
I sure didn't care much about the way Joe Thorpe was going on about you not doing nothing. What you expect of a man?
Well, he was upset about his brother, Chester. They've always been pretty close.
Well, there's no cause for him talking the way he was.
Oh, he'll get over it.
Mister, I guess you're right. Joe'll have to run their hide-buying business all by himself now, won't he?
He'll manage. He can always hire somebody to help him if he needs.
Yes. Well, it's Miss Kitty.
Come in, Kitty. Come in.
Matt, this is Holly Fanshawe.
How do you do, Holly?
Marshal.
And Chester Proudfoot.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Miss Holly.
Thank you, Chester.
Holly's kind of new in Dodge, Matt.
Yeah, I've seen her around.
She was afraid to come here and talk to you alone, so I came with her.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, Holly. What's the trouble?
You tell him, Kitty.
I'll tell him part of it, but I want him to hear the rest from you.
Well, all right.
After the shooting tonight, Holly came to see me, Matt. She was pretty scared, but I told her you wouldn't let anything happen to her.
No, of course not.
Well, it seems she was at the bar drinking with Dave Thorpe a little earlier. And he had a kind of argument with a cowpuncher from that XT outfit that came in the other day. The Texan said Dave jogged his elbow or something silly like that.
Oh? Well, how mad were they?
Mad enough.
What do you mean, Holly?
He killed him, Marshal.
What?
That cowpuncher, he killed Dave Thorpe.
Well, how do you know?
I was there.
You were there?
Dave and I went outside in the alley just to get a little air, and suddenly this cowboy shot him. He must have been waiting or something.
You recognized him?
Real plain, Marshal. It was him, all right.
Well, how come he let you go?
I don't know. He must have got scared or something. But he shot Dave, and then he ran off. I got scared, and I ran, too.
She wasn't going to tell you, Matt, till I talked her into it. She's afraid that cowboy or some of his friends will get after her.
No, nobody will bother you, Holly. I promise you that. Do you know this man's name?
They was calling him Fly Hoyt there at the bar, Marshal.
Fly Hoyt?
I knew an old lady down on the Brazos called something like that, Mr. Dillon. Only her last name was Fly. Her first name was
all right, Chester. Holly, are you willing to testify to all this in court?
In court? Oh, I'd be awful scared, Marshal.
But you'll do it, huh?
Kitty says it's my duty.
Good. Now, don't you worry about anything. Chester and I'll ride out to the XT camp in the morning and bring this Fly Hoyt in. There won't be any trouble. And, thanks for coming here, Holly.
Sure, Marshal.
That's XT camp up ahead, Mr. Dillon.
You been out here, Chester?
Yes, sir. I rode by it a couple days ago. They gave me a cup of coffee at the wagon.
It looks like they're expecting us.
By golly, it sure does. I don't like the way all them men's lined up.
Maybe I was wrong last night about there not being any trouble.
That's the trail boss, that big fellow there. His name's Jim Cavanaugh.
You don't know Fly Hoyt, do you?
No, sir, I don't. I didn't meet him.
Hey, they don't look very friendly, Mr. Dillon.
No, they sure don't. Chester.
Huh?
Let's leave our horses here and walk up, huh?
All right. Oh.
Morning, Marshal.
You Jim Cavanaugh?
Your friend there also tell you I'm boss of this outfit?
Yeah.
I got 20 men here, Marshal, not counting me. So you better climb into your saddles and ride right on back to Dodge.
You know what I came for?
That gal Holly got to talking last night late. A couple of my boys was there when she did. And you ain't taking Fly Hoyt, Marshal.
Ah. You and your men are ready to kill me if I try, is that it?
Kansas law don't mean nothing to us Texans, Marshal.
Does Fly Hoyt admit killing that man last night?
Fly ain't said nothing about it one way or t'other. We don't find it polite to inquire into a man's personal business.
Do you find murder polite?
Marshal, you get sassy, we'll bury you right where you're standing. And then we'll drive a couple thousand longhorn cattle over your grave and nobody'll ever find you.
Which one of your men is Fly Hoyt?
Reckon you don't hear good.
I want to talk to him. Which one is he?
Don't pay him no mind, Fly.
Why, is he too much of a coward to talk?
No man calls me a coward. Hey, Fly. I'm Fly Hoyt, Marshal.
You darn fool, Hoyt.
I ain't afraid. What was it you want to talk about, Marshal?
Well, if it's not inquiring too closely into your personal business, I'd like to know if you admit killing Dave Thorpe last night.
I didn't kill him.
A girl called Holly Fanshawe says you did. She says she saw you.
She's lying.
She says you had an argument with Thorpe at the bar earlier.
That's true. I remember the girl.
Oh, where were you when the shooting took place, then?
No place that'd do me any good.
Now, Fly, that ain't so.
Thanks, Jim. But I have to do this my own way. The boys here'd lie for me, Marshal. They'd swear to anything I wanted them to. But the truth is, I was alone when I heard that shot. I'd left the saloon, and I was up the street there all alone.
You admit that?
I got no alibi.
But you say you didn't kill Dave Thorpe.
I never killed a man in my life. I don't believe in it.
Does Holly Fanshawe have any reason to lie about you?
First time I ever saw her was last night, Marshal. But I'm sure curious about her now.
Oh?
I'm rough in my ways sometimes, Marshal. But I ain't no killer. And I ain't no liar.
How are you going to prove it?
Well, Marshal, I'd ride into Dodge with you.
What for?
I'd like to have me a talk with this Holly Fanshawe. Then maybe I can prove it.
She was worried you and some of your friends might come after her.
I'd sooner blind a horse than lay a hand on a woman, Marshal. And that's the truth.
Okay, Fly, let's get going.
Where'd Holly be this time of day, Marshal?
She's probably still in her room, Fly.
I don't know where that is.
Oh, she's in the same room and house as Miss Kitty. She told me so.
Oh, good. I'll show you where it is, Fly. I want to talk to Kitty anyway.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, look. Here comes Joe Thorpe.
Joe Thorpe?
Yeah. It's Dave's brother.
Oh.
Good morning, Marshal.
Morning, Joe.
Didn't take you very long after all, Marshal. Heard the whole story.
Holly Fanshawe's quite a talker.
Yeah. Well, it's Fly Hoyt, ain't it?
Yeah, I remember seeing you, Hoyt.
Do you?
I was down the bar a ways from you and Dave. He was a good man, Hoyt. I'm looking forward to your hanging.
I'm still wearing a gun, mister.
Marshal, how come you didn't disarm him?
I haven't arrested him, Joe.
What?
He says he didn't do it.
Who cares what he says? The girl saw him.
Yeah, I know. Fly's here now to talk to her about that.
What do you mean?
He wants to know why she said it was him.
Well, of course it was him. She saw him. Girl's got no reason to lie about it. Marshal, she witnessed the killing. She's identified the killer. That's good enough for me.
Well, it's not for me.
Okay, Marshal. Okay, then. You won't enforce the law here. I'll do it.
What do you mean by that?
My brother had plenty of friends here in Dodge. I'll get them all together. We'll come after him. We'll take on his whole outfit if we have to.
You try that and I'll throw you in jail.
I mean, when I say you arrest this man, Marshal, there's going to be trouble.
I'm not arresting him, and I'm ready for your trouble.
Well, you're going to get it, all right.
That's a mighty hot-headed man, Marshal.
Yeah. And he means it about making trouble, too. Now, Chester, wait for us at the office, will you?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
It's down the street a ways here, Fly. Let's go.
This is it. L&M filters. This is it. Light and mild. Much more flavor. L&M filters. Much less nicotine. Light and mild.
No cigarette ever won such overwhelming success in so short a time as L&M. Never before have smokers spoken so enthusiastically.
Janet Blair said, I think L&Ms are the greatest thing ever to happen to a filter-tip smoker.
David Wayne wrote, L&M's have the best filter of them all. Miracle Tip is right. There's nothing like it.
Socialite sportswoman Mrs. Laddie Sanford said, marvelous filter, exceptional cigarette. Wish I'd tried L&M sooner.
Always remember, it's the filter that counts. And no filter compares with L&M's Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter cigarette.
Join the trend to L&M.
L&M, king size or regular.
And both at the same low price.
It's Matt, Kitty.
Well, this is a surprise. Come on in, Matt.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to come in on you this way, Kitty, but, I kind of wanted to talk to you.
Sure, Matt. What about?
Fly Hoyt just went down the hall to Holly's room.
He did?
No, it's okay. The landlady told him which one it was.
Well, I'm not worried about the landlady.
No, Fly's all right, Kitty. He says he didn't do it, and I can't tell you why, but I believe him.
But Holly saw him,
Kitty,
Matt.
Tell me about Holly, will you? Do you know her very well?
No, not very. She keeps pretty much to herself.
Does she have any friends, any particular friends, any men?
Nobody she ever mentioned, Matt.
What was she doing with Dave Thorpe, I wonder?
You do?
No, you know what
Matt.
Yeah. You stay here, Kitty.
No, I'm coming with you. That's your room, Matt. Here.
Hey, you stay in the hall. All right, I'll take that gun, Fly.
Is she dead, Matt?
Don't look at her, Kitty.
Oh, Matt.
What's the matter with you, Fly? Nobody shot you.
I got hit, Marshal. soon as I opened the door, somebody hit me. Knocked me out for a minute.
Lying won't help you this time, mister.
I ain't lying. I come to and I seen her laying there. And then you come in.
Who hit you? Holly?
No, Marshal. Somebody was hiding behind the door. I heard him move, but I never even seen him.
There's no closet in this room. Where's he hiding now, on the wall?
The window's open. Maybe somebody was here. Well, he's gone now.
My gun, Marshal. Did he use that?
That's been fired.
Smart. He killed her with it and then put it back in my holster.
Who did? I don't believe a word you're saying.
You're Miss Kitty, ain't you? I seen you last night.
We're not talking about me.
I wouldn't shoot a woman, Miss Kitty. I wouldn't shoot a man either unless I had to. Somebody's sure trying his best to get me hung.
Well, I don't know.
Kitty, keep everybody out of here, will you?
Yeah.
I'll send Chester and a couple of men for Holly. Fly, you stay with me.
You arresting me?
Here's your gun, Fly.
Thank you, Marshal.
This is my office here, Fly. Let's see if Chester's still around.
I'll help him if you want, Marshal.
Now you can get somebody else. Well, what are you doing here, Joe?
Waiting for you. I want to talk to you, Marshal.
Okay. Chester, Holly Fanshaw's been killed over in her room.
Killed? How'd she get killed?
She was shot. Go get Doc, will you? And somebody to help you.
Yes, sir. Wait a minute. What happened, Marshal?
Somebody slugged Fly when he went into her room. Then he used his gun to shoot her.
Who says he did?
Fly.
You listen to him like he was your father.
What was it you wanted to see me about, Thorpe?
Well, I was going to tell you I changed my mind about all I was saying out there in the street a while ago. But now, no, sir.
You know, maybe I ought to lock you up right now.
You can't lock me up. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with what?
Well, I mean, I ain't done nothing. You can't lock a man up for talking.
That's not what you meant.
Would you arrest Fly, Marshal? He's killed 2 people now.
Chester?
Yes, sir.
How long has Joe been here?
Why, he come in just before you did, Mr.
What are you talking about? What difference it make?
I had a talk with Kitty, Joe. She told me about you and Holly.
What?
Holly didn't keep secrets very well. She told Kitty how you made her lie about who killed Dave and how you set it up for her to get him into the alley.
Me?
Fly didn't get hit fast enough in Holly's room a while ago, Joe. He saw who did it.
No.
Tell him who it was, Fly. Now, go on, tell him.
What? Why, it was him, Joe Thorpe.
Oh, what are you
You might as well admit it. What were you doing, stealing money out of you and your brother's hide business?
You ain't going to put me in jail. I don't care if I did kill him. No, you don't.
You okay, Chester?
Yes, sir. I held his arm so as he couldn't get his gun up. It went off right on the floor there.
Well, you did fine. He might have killed somebody else otherwise.
Marshal?
What?
I don't understand this. I didn't see him in Holly's room. I said I did just because I figured you wanted me to.
Well, I did want you to, Fly.
Did Holly really tell Kitty about how Joe killed his brother and all?
No. Holly didn't talk to anybody about that. That or the fact that she was in thick with Joe.
Well, how'd you know then?
I didn't. But when he said he didn't have anything to do with it, I got an idea and decided to chance bluffing him. If he hadn't panicked, he probably'd have been okay.
You just made it all up, huh?
Yeah. But I made it up right. That's what happened.
A mighty poor man who'll shoot his own brother, ain't it?
His own brother and a woman.
He pretty near got by with it, Marshal.
Yeah, but when he picked you to blame it on, he picked the wrong man, Fly. You know, there are a lot of men I don't suppose I'd have believed. That was his big mistake. I believed you.
Well, I swear. Marshal, wait till I get home and tell him about a Kansas lawman I met. Nobody'll ever believe me again.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Friends, the fact that L&M filters are sweeping the country is one good reason why I'd like to talk to you filter smokers who haven't tried them yet. L&M's Miracle Tip is the first filter that really does the job, and you'll like the way it draws. Beside that, L&M's give you a really good-tasting smoke. They're just what the doctor ordered. L&M's, king size and regular, both at the same low price. Try L&M's today.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad and Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Crucian, Jill Jarman, and James Nusser. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Hear Gunsmoke every Saturday, this same time, this same station. Hear the great Hugh Perry Como radio show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, also on CBS Radio.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Creases look really sharp in the right places, but never on your eyes. That's why Revlon created Natural Wonder Crease-Proof Cream Shadow. Crease-Proof Shadow. It just won't creep into creases. It's wink-proof, fade-proof, even waterproof. Stays fresh, stays put in 21 beautiful colors. Natural Wonder Crease-Proof Shadow by Revlon. There you go.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Everything's in Rhythm with My Heart. When you were a youngster, did you ever go out and pick a pail full of fresh wild strawberries? If you did, you remember that wonderful fragrance, so tempting and delicious. Well, open a package of strawberry Jell-O and smell the fragrance that rises from that. You'll be amazed at this immediate proof of Jell-O's extra rich fruit flavor. Then dissolve it in hot water and enjoy that delightful aroma again. And for your final proof of Jell-O's rich goodness, taste it. Extra rich, crammed with fruit flavor. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All six taste so refreshing, so delicious, they rival the real ripe fruit itself. For that wonderful flavor is put into Jell-O by a special process which seals it there so that it can't get out. It's caught and held for you to enjoy in dozens of grand desserts and salads. Just be sure you get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Everything's in Rhythm with My Heart, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is customary every Sunday at this time, we bring you a man who, say, Phil, where's Jack?
I don't know. I didn't see him. He came in with Rochester a few minutes ago. I think they're in a little studio next door.
Yes, he's in there rehearsing a scene for his new picture, and he's got Rochester reading Joan Bennett's part.
Rochester reading Joan Bennett's part. Now, how do you know?
I peeked over the transom.
That's fine. You used my shoulders to stand on, didn't even tell me.
I'd like to get a load of that. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
There they are now. Quiet, everybody.
Gee, I hope I don't sneeze.
Listen.
Well, Mr. Benny, how am I doing?
Now, Rochester, you're not giving me anything. How can I be romantic if you don't put feeling into your lines? Now, when you read Miss Bennett's part, for goodness sake, get into the mood of it.
Mood? I did everything but kiss you.
Now, look, Rochester, all I want you to do is read those lines with a little punch. I want to be good, and it's your job to help me.
You always find a job for me.
I am, eh?
I started out driving your car, and now I'm your leading lady.
You're not my leading lady. You're just helping me out so when I go to rehearsal, I won't make a chump out of myself. Now, let's continue.
Okay, is this the scene where we're on a honeymoon?
No. No, we're not even married yet.
You mean we're still in the platonic stage?
That's it. Now, here's the situation, Rochester. It is a warm summer afternoon. You're in the garden surrounded by poppies, roses, and gladiolas.
Yeah?
Yeah. Birds are twittering in the branches of the weeping willow trees.
Yeah.
Little bees are flitting from blossom to blossom, droning a soft, soothing lullaby.
Yeah.
Butterflies are floating through the sweet, scented air. All is peaceful in the garden. Rochester, wake up. Rochester.
Yes, sir.
You'll please do me a favor and not fall asleep until my picture comes out. Now, let's take the scene again. You're by the garden wall picking rosebuds. All of a sudden, you hear a sound. I leap over the wall, and there I am beside you. Now, I'll use this chair for the wall.
I wouldn't jump over that if I was you.
Don't worry about me. If you want to know something, I was the champion high jumper of Waukegan High School.
You had arches then.
Never mind that. Now, this chair is still the wall. All right, let's go. Now, start picking flowers.
Okay, I'm picking them.
And you're singing. See, that's how I know you're in the garden. Now, here's the song right here. Go ahead. Well, go on.
Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Love. Oh, I feel silly doing this.
Now, Rochester, it's only to help me out. Now, take it again.
Okay.
Good.
Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Love, I found you and I know not where.
Oh, Vivian. Vivian, are you alone?
Yes, Conrad, my sweet.
And I will leap over this wall and join you. Here I come, Vivian.
I knew you couldn't make it.
Just pick me up and no comments. I would have to have my fountain pen in my hip pocket. Now, let's go on from there.
Quiet, Mary. This ought to be good.
Good. It'll be better than the picture.
Oh, boy. Shh. Quiet, Kenny.
Now, come on, Rochester. Let's get this. Vivian, my darling, I knew you'd be waiting.
I'd be waiting forever, Conrad. You're the answer to a madman's prayer.
That's a maiden's prayer. A madman. Ah, Vivian, you're so beautiful. You're like a fragile little flower with your dimpled cheeks and golden hair.
My what?
Your golden hair, and don't interrupt. Hark, I hear someone talking. It must be your father. Who's that behind yon magnolia tree?
It's us, you big dope.
Who?
Yes, it's us.
Oh, so you guys were eavesdropping, eh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but we were looking all over for you.
Well, I was just rehearsing a scene for my picture, and Rochester was helping me. You know, we start shooting pretty soon.
Gee, you're going to be swelling it, Jack.
Thanks, Kenny. Do you think so?
Yeah, Rochester, too.
Kenny, Rochester isn't going to be in it. He was just reading Joan Bennett's lines.
Whose lines were you reading?
My own. I play the part of Conrad Bagel, a dashing young playboy.
Well, you didn't seem very convincing or romantic.
Well, naturally, I was just rehearsing. I can't be romantic working opposite Rochester.
You cramp my style, too.
All right, let's call it a draw.
Say, Jack, are you really going to jump over that wall? It'll be a little tough for you, won't it?
Oh, no, Don. Jumping over a wall is very easy in pictures. You see, it's all done with wires. They hook a wire to the seat of my pants. And then when I say, "Here I come, Vivian," they yank me up and I fly right over the wall into the garden. Oh, it looks so natural.
Hey. Wouldn't it be funny if just your pants came over the wall?
Yeah, it sure would.
It would be funnier if you came over just ahead of your pants.
Well, let's not get involved in this. If the worst comes to the worst, they can shoot me out of a cannon.
Out of a cannon?
Yes.
If they had a cannon at Paramount, they'd have shot you a long time ago.
That's so. I doubt that very much.
Do you need me anymore, boss?
Yeah, stick around, Rochester. You're going to be in our play later on.
I am?
Yeah, so go over in the corner and sit down till we're ready for you.
Okay, see you later, Conrad.
The things I do for Paramount. And his orchestra playing You Couldn't Be Cuter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the Benny Greek Theater Players will present the second episode of Mark Twain and David O. Selznick's story and production, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Once again, I will play the part of Tom Sawyer, that symbol of American youth. And Mary, again this week, you're going to be little Becky Thatcher, my sweetheart. Remember that kiss I gave you last Sunday?
No.
You don't remember? Why, Mary, I kissed you right smack on your lips.
Well, they've been around a lot since then.
Oh, stop bragging. Now, Phil Harris will be my half-brother, Sid Sawyer, a sissy if there ever was one.
Why don't we change parts tonight, Jack, and let me be Tom Sawyer?
Definitely not. See, Phil, I was talking to Norman Torog, the big director. You know, he's the man who directed the picture. Well, he listened in last Sunday night, and I wish you could have heard what he said about my performance.
Tell him what he said, Jack.
Oh, what does he know? He's in pictures. This is radio. Those directors think they know everything.
No kidding, Barry. What did he say?
Well, it wasn't so much what he said. It was the way he kicked Jack.
Kick me? I could hardly feel it.
Say, Jack.
What, Kenny?
When a big director kicks you, does he say action first?
No, Kenny. It comes as a pleasant surprise. Now, let's go on with the casting. The part of the principal of the school, Mrs. Newton, will be played by that well-known actress, Miss Marlene DeTruck. Are you here, Miss DeTruck?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Now, you've had quite a bit of experience in pictures, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Well, tell me, what was your last starring role?
I was awful in The Awful Truth.
Oh, you were?
That's funny. Jack had the same part in Artists and Models.
Mary. By the way, Miss DeTruck, didn't I see you in old Chicago?
Yeah, I used to live near the stockyard.
I thought so. Huh? Well, you'll do. Now, let's see. There's Huckleberry Finn. Where's Andy? Say, is the mayor of Van Nuys here yet?
Here I am, Buck.
Well. Well, hello, Your Honor. How's everything in Van Nuys? Have you made any changes in the town?
Yeah, Buck, I passed a new curfew law last week.
A curfew law? Huh? What is it?
All bulls have got to be home and in bed by 10 o'clock.
Oh, you're on the reform ticket, huh? Well, how does your own bull feel about it?
You mean Casanova?
Yeah.
He's trying to get me impeached.
Well, I don't blame him. Say, Andy, have you made any new appointments since you've been elected mayor?
Yes, Buck, I made my pa head of the Department of Sanitation.
You did? Well, what was his first move?
He took a bath.
Oh, so you finally got him in a tub, eh?
Yeah, and say, Buck, you know that long beard that Pa had?
Yeah?
That wasn't a beard at all. It was just hay and dust.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Say, did Don Wilson tell you that I made him chief of the police out there?
No kidding. Is that right, Don?
Yes, Jack, I'm the law in Van Nuys, and there hasn't been a single crime since I was put in office.
Is that so? Well, were there any crimes in Van Nuys before then?
I'll say there was an awful wave of jaywalking.
There was. How did you stop it, Chief?
Well, I just put signs on every corner. Look for the big red lights to change.
Oh.
And if they don't wait, I sentence them to 6 delicious days in jail with nothing to eat but bread and Jell-O.
Say, that's not bad. How did it work out?
The jail's full. We've got standing room only.
Well, so much for law, order, and dessert. And now that Mayor Huckleberry Finn is here, our play will go on right after Kenny's song.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Who's going to be Mr. Dobbins, the school teacher?
Well, Don, I tried out several actors to play that part, but none of them seemed to suit me. I don't know, they just couldn't seem to get the feel of it. I mean, they were too... Too
expensive, we know.
It wasn't a question of money. They just couldn't do it. Anyway, I will solve the problem by playing a double role, that of Tom Sawyer and Mr. Dobbins, the school teacher. So go into your song, Kenny, while I get into the mood for my double part.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Are you going to play 2 roles tonight?
Yes, I am.
Well, we ought to get together.
Who are you, anyway?
Just a Frankfurter. Goodbye.
I wish I had some mustard to throw on that guy. Sing, Kenny.
There's silver on the stage tonight, sprinkled by the moon above. So lie down, doggies, and let me dream of the one gal I love. There's silver on the stage tonight. We've been on the trail all day. So lie down, doggies, and you dream too of a grass sparkles with dewdrops in the meadows of the sweet by and by. There's silver on the stage tonight, sprinkled by the moon above. So lie down, doggies, and let me dream of the one I love. Of the one I
singing Silver on the Stage from the picture The Texan. Say, Kenny, that number was written by Robin and Ranger, the two boys who wrote Love and Bloom and Thanks for the Memory, wasn't it?
Yes, but they told me not to tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll play it anyway. And now, folks, for Chapter 2 in the Adventures of Tom Sawyer. As you may remember, last Sunday, we finished Episode 1 with Tom Sawyer on his way to school. Now, does he get there? Let us see. Take it, Phil. Come again with us to the sleepy river town of St. Petersburg, Missouri. We take you to the little red schoolhouse on the corner of Maine and Vermont. Ah, folks, that little red schoolhouse with its rusty old pump in the front yard and the lilac bush in the back. It's a bright Monday morning, and school is about to begin. Curtain. Music. Children, come to order now. We will start the day with our usual morning greeting. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning, dear teacher, and phooey on you.
Quiet, children, please. I will now call the roll. Pudd'nhead Wilson.
Here, teacher.
Becky Thatcher.
Here I am, Mr. Dobbins.
Sidney Baker.
Here, teacher.
Skinny Baker, rather.
Here, teacher, and here's a big red apple for you.
Thanks, Skinny. That's very nice of you.
It is not. There's a worm in it.
Oh, yes. Sylvester Worm.
Present, teacher.
Huckleberry Finn.
Mr. Chairman, fellow citizens, and taxpayers, I am here.
Quiet! And sit down, Mayor, before I give you a recount with this ruler. Scarlett O'Hara.
I'm here.
Scarlett No'Hara.
Right here, teacher.
Imagine in the 3rd grade and already he's in the market for a toupee. How old are you, young man?
7, going on 35.
Well, the least you can do is plant some geraniums on that head. Rochester Van Jones. Rochester, why don't you answer me?
I thought I was Vivian.
Not in school. Sidney Sawyer.
Here I am, teacher, and I know all my lessons like anything.
I'm sure you do, Sidney, and you have the highest marks of anyone in the class.
That's 'cause he won't bend over.
Quiet, Becky, or you will. Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer. Sidney, where's your brother, Tom?
He's playing hooky, teacher. That's what he's doing.
Sidney is a tattletale. Sidney is a tattletale.
Sidney is a tattletale.
Sidney, you stay out of it. And now for our morning exercises. Stand up, kiddies. Now, everybody close your eyes and hold your hands up over your heads.
Oh, no, you'll pick our pockets.
I will not. Now, hands over heads. Now, lean back a little further. Back, back, back. Now, get up, you little brats. That'll teach you. Now, first, we will take up our history lesson. Pudd'nhead Wilson.
Yes, teacher.
Who was the first president of the United States?
George Washington.
That's correct, George Washington. Now, Skinny Baker, tell me, what was the name of his wife?
George Washington's wife?
Yes.
Well...
Come on now, come. Come, I'll give you a hint. Martha
Ray.
Martha Ray. That's right. Now, wait a minute. That's silly. So we'll skip it. Now, Sidney, tell me, what great invention is Eli Whitney noted for?
The cotton gin.
The cotton gin. That's very good.
It's even better without the cotton.
I think so, yes. Now, Becky Thatcher, stand up.
Yes, teacher.
Who was Captain John Smith?
He was an early American settler.
Right. And when he was going to be executed, what beautiful Indian girl saved his life?
Pocahontas.
That's Pocahontas. But you were close. Now, Skinny Baker. Skinny Baker.
Yes, teacher.
Tell me, who discovered America?
Wouldn't you be surprised if I said Columbus?
Oh, so you know it, huh?
I know more than that, you old goat face.
Goat face, you're lucky I'm deaf. Now, Becky Thatcher.
Yes?
Columbus discovered America. Now, what are the names of the 3 ships he sailed with?
The Pinta.
Yes.
The Nina.
Yes.
And the Albany Night Boat.
The Albany Night Boat. Columbus never traveled on the Albany Night Boat.
Sure meant something.
You said it. And now, children, we will take up physiology.
Physiology? What's that?
I don't know. Let's make it arithmetic. Now, children.
I don't know my arithmetic. Let's make it spelling.
No, I got a good idea. Let's make it geography.
Oh, I got a better idea. Let's burn down the schoolhouse.
Now, first, we must have our geography. Sylvester Worm.
Yes, teacher.
Can you tell me how many countries there are in Europe?
Yes, I can, teacher.
Well, then name them.
There's England, France, Belgium, Salerfrobercy, Lursendermissen, Paris Salerfor, Generation for the Tennessee, Wilgen Koldendenen, Shafted Zolderbait, and Czechoslovakia.
That's very good. And what are the principal industries of Czechoslovakia?
Salad for fertility and plump raising.
What raising?
Plump.
Oh, I thought you said trials fast. Now, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Can you name the 7 wonders of the world?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
The Sphinx, the pyramids, the hanging gardens, and 4 pork chops.
Now, Rochester, pork chops are not included among the 7 wonders of the world.
I guess you ain't never seen a Harlem geography.
I guess not. Now, Huckleberry Finn. Huckleberry Finn, stand up.
Yes, teacher.
Tell me, what is the capital of California?
Van Nuys.
It is not. Stop plugging your hometown. Sidney Sawyer, what is the capital of the United States?
Waukegan.
Right.
Wait a minute, teacher.
Shut up. We'll now take up zoology. Huckleberry Finn, what animal is it that crawls around like a lizard, has red eyes, a long pointed nose, and a yellow streak down its back?
Fred Allen.
Right! Fred Allen, that's... Now, what is an outstanding characteristic of this peculiar animal?
It hangs by its tail and chews tobacco.
Correct. Now, Becky Thatcher, tell me, what does this odd beast do for exercise?
It always walks up 3 flights of stairs when it buys a suit.
I see. And will this queer specimen rack its brains out so it'll drool a feeble retort next Wednesday night?
Yeah!
Bravo, children! And now, kiddies, since you've all studied your lesson so carefully, I have a little surprise. Our principal, Mrs. Newton, has an important announcement to make to you. Oh, Mrs. Newton, will you come in, please?
I'm right here, Mr. Dobbins. Now, my little men and women, I have a very lovely surprise for you.
What is it, Mrs. Newton?
Next Sunday, we are all going on a picnic at the old Indian cave. There'll be ice cream and cake and sandwiches for all. Hooray! Now, don't forget, will you?
Thank you, Mrs. Newton. So, children, be good little boys and girls, and you can all go on the picnic.
Oh, teacher. Hey,
What?
teacher, look, here comes my brother Tom.
Look, he's trying to sneak in.
Oh, I see him. Tom. Tom Sawyer, come here. Tom Sawyer, come here this minute. You played hooky for the last time, and I'm going to give you a good thrashing. You gotta catch me first, you old grunion.
There he goes through the window.
And here I go after him. I'll catch me, the little scallywag. Tom Sawyer! Tom Sawyer! Tom!
This will be continued next Sunday night. Will Jack catch Jack? Will the class go on their picnic? Will Vivian marry Conrad? Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil. Here's a picture for you. Bright yellow saucers heaped up with generous mounds of rich, smooth, delicious vanilla ice cream. Ice cream with that marvelous homemade goodness. And here's the way to make it. Use Jell-O freezing mix and you'll turn out the grandest vanilla ice cream that any family ever cheered for. A smooth, lovely texture, a luscious, rich vanilla flavor. For Jell-O freezing mix uses real vanilla, no artificial flavoring, and that's why your vanilla ice cream tastes so good. But flavor's only part of the story. Jell-O freezing mix is amazingly quick and easy to prepare. And all you do is open the can, add milk and some whipped cream, and pour right into your freezing tray. You get 6 servings from 1 can of Jell-O freezing mix, and what ice cream! Creamy, mellow, and beautifully smooth. When you've tried that rich vanilla, try the other flavors, too. Maple walnut, chocolate, and fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juices. Tutti Frutti, strawberry, and orange pineapple. 6 luscious flavors in all. So for a swell dessert tomorrow night, serve homemade ice cream and make it with Jell-O freezing mix.
This is the last number of the 35th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, when we will bring you the 3rd and final chapter in the adventures of Tom Sawyer. So be sure to listen in and hear the exciting episode in the cave. What laughs, what thrills, what echoes.
I don't know. What echoes?
Oh, good night, folks.
Jakey, help, help.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. The tune You Couldn't Be Cuter from The Joy of Living is a composition of Jerome Kern. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
When the family's all together, life's the best that it can be. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. 'Cause Fritos goes with fun, and fun makes family memories. And old or young, life's more fun when you're munching Fritos. Munching Fritos. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. Life's more fun when you're munching one, when you're munching Fritos. Grand corn chips.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien in Till We Meet Again. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Ever since man learned to navigate the seas, a ship and a voyage have meant romance. And that's just as true in these days of luxury liners as it was when Columbus sailed from Lisbon. A ship in mid-ocean is still a world apart. Each passenger a different story, each on a different errand. And on that ship, anything can happen. That's the background for tonight's play, Till We Meet Again. And it's a perfect setting for what does happen. Till We Meet Again is the drama of a man and a woman in love, on a voyage that ends in a strange harbor. Two travelers from different worlds with different ideals, but with the same destiny. And into the short weeks that separate Hong Kong from San Francisco, they crowd a lifetime of adventure and happiness and mystery. After seeing the picture, we knew there were 3 stars you'd demand for our radio production of Till We Meet Again, the same 3 who starred on the screen. So our next move was to get this trio together at the place where a good many Hollywood deals are negotiated, a luncheon table at the Brown Derby. Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien walked eagerly into the trap, and Pat went even further. He paid the check. It's a cast we're proud of, brought to you by a product we're proud of, Lux Flakes. And women who run their homes the modern way know that Lux Flakes on the shelf is the trademark of a wise homemaker. Now the steward has provided a comfortable deck chair for each of you. The gangplank is up, and our curtain rises on the first act of Till We Meet Again, starring Merle Oberon as Joan Ames, George Brent as Dan Hardesty, and Pat O'Brien as Steve Burke, with May Clark as the Countess. The harbor of Hong Kong, crossroads of the East, haven of ships from every corner of the world. Here at anchor rides the American steamship Maloa, her funnels gleaming red in the setting sun, harbor craft scurrying madly about her graceful bow. For within the hour, the Maloa sails for San Francisco and home. In a luxurious cabin on the main deck, a girl lies quietly on the sofa. The ship's doctor in a chair beside her, a maid hovering anxiously in the background. The girl is pale but composed.
Silly of me, wasn't it, Doctor? Keeling over like that in the middle of my own farewell party. I can imagine what my friends are saying. Joan's passed out. Poor Joan. Well, Doctor, how am I doing?
I'd like to listen to your heart, please.
Of course. Louise?
Yes, Miss Jones?
Where did everyone go?
Why, they went back on shore, Miss Jones.
All of them?
I took the liberty of sending them away. Will you fix Miss Ames' bed, please? She's going to rest.
Yes, Doctor.
And if you could help her undress, we'll avoid exertion.
No. Louise, will you leave us and lay out my green dress? I'm going ashore for a while.
But, Miss Jones...
Please.
Yes, Miss.
You don't obey a doctor's orders?
I used to, but not anymore. Why should I?
Miss Ames, have you had the seriousness of your case explained to you?
More than that, Doctor. I've read all about it.
Oh?
When I was in the sanitarium, I had nothing else to do. So I became an authority on heart cases.
I see. You know, then, that absolute rest and care are indicated. Apparently, all these doctors have told you the same thing.
They did. But you see, they knew and I knew that the thing was hopeless. And I couldn't go on just lying down waiting for it to come. So I've been waltzing around the world, keeping my little secret to myself. You see, Doctor, there's nothing more devastating than kind, pitying people when one's in a predicament like this. I do know now that when it does come, I'll be going somewhere.
Well, there is something in that, of course. But if you were my little girl, you'd be in bed.
You're very charming, Doctor.
You know, it's a strong thing to say to someone as young and, well, to anyone for that matter. But you do understand that with exertion and excitement, it can happen almost any time.
You mean keel over for good? Yes, Doctor. I understand that. May I send for you if I don't feel very well?
Why, of course. You going on to San Francisco?
Yes, and then to New York, and then round the little old world again. You see, Doctor, I love ships and people and sky and rain. And shall we say, the elements? Not bad psychology in my case, is it, Doctor?
I see what you mean. That's why you're going ashore now, to join your friends.
All part of the scheme. To be with people, never to be alone. I've an hour yet before the boat sails. I mustn't waste it.
Of course not. You'll let me know if there's anything I can do?
Thank you, Doctor. You're very kind.
You see, Mike, there are two schools of thought in mixing a drink like this. The lime juice school and the lemon juice school. I'm a lemon juice man myself.
You don't say, sir.
Emphatically. That's why I always mix it myself.
Well, I've been a bartender for 20 years, but I've never seen this one. Has it got a name?
Yes, it's a paradise cocktail. When anyone comes along who knows that every second of life is important, make him one of these.
I know every second of life is important.
Oh, good evening.
I've been watching you mix that. Rather difficult, isn't it?
Will you share in the fruits of labor? Another glass, Mike.
Yes, sir.
There you are. A few drops of paradise.
Think of that.
And looking at you, quite appropriate. My name's Dan.
Mine's Joan.
Hello, Joan.
Hello, Dan.
Shall we drink to our brief meeting?
Yes. Hail and farewell.
Oh, no, that sounds a little too ruthless. Auf Wiedersehen.
All right. Auf Wiedersehen. Do you always break glasses when you've finished with them?
It's an old superstition. It seals a promise.
You must be a nuisance around the house.
I don't make many promises.
Well, not to be outdone.
And now we're bound to meet again. Goodbye.
Wait. I'm just looking for some friends. Would you like to help me find them?
Do you think I should? Luck has allowed us a few drops of paradise.
And the others might spoil it?
Yes.
You're right. We'll trust luck to come around again sometime.
It must. Goodbye, Joan.
Goodbye, Dan.
Joan, dear. Oh, here you are. We've been waiting for you.
Hello.
Who was that man, darling?
What? Oh, an old friend of mine.
All right, Dan. I wouldn't move if I were you. I've got a gun right in your ribs.
Well, hello, Steve.
It's been a long chase, fella. Looked as though I might make a career out of it.
Well, you can put that rod away.
I'll put you away first. Hold out your hand. I've got a bracelet for it.
Want me to roll up my sleeve for you?
All right, sucker, you asked for it. All right, Danny boy. Will you come peaceful like, or will you be having some more?
Okay, Steve. You win.
Put your hand on that bracelet. You make another move, and I'll blow you in half.
Oh, don't be such a copper. My, we got rough, didn't we? Well, where do we go now?
To the boat, and then San Quentin.
Mind if I get my clothes?
They're on board.
Oh, very considerate of you.
Yes, wasn't it? All right, this way.
You know, you're a hard man to lose, Steve.
Yeah, so they say. The chief told me when I left San Francisco, don't come back without Dan Hardesty. Well, here I am.
And here I am. You know, they're making these handcuffs better looking these days. That last pair. They looked awful. You know, I was ashamed to be seen in them.
Well, I'm glad you like these. You're going to be wearing them a long time.
Yeah? What boat are we taking?
The Maloa? That all right with you?
I don't mind. We've got a few minutes yet. Mind if we stay out here on deck?
No, help yourself.
Thanks. You know, Steve, you ought to be very grateful to me. How many cops get a chance for a trip around the world? Marseille, Algiers, Cairo?
Yeah, your trail wasn't half bad.
Yeah? Well, the last leg now. Honolulu, and then San Francisco.
Yeah, and you're going all the way.
Sure, why not? Everything's free, good company, swimming pool. Oh, do you swim, Steve?
What's the difference?
Ever play water polo?
Nope. But I play a swell game of tag.
I used to be sensational at water polo. Must teach you sometime.
Oh, yeah? You know, you jumped off a train once, but most of this ocean's a long way out.
Steve, do we have to do the Siamese twin act all the way?
I don't know. We'll see.
Say, any chance you lost the key in that battle back there?
You can relax. I got it right in my pocket.
Don't stand too near that rail, please.
What's the matter, sailor?
We haven't put the pins in yet, sir. If you lean on that rail, you'll have to go clean over.
Oh, thanks. What are you looking at, Dan?
Huh? Oh, just looking down. Be a long drop, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of gives you the shivers.
Oh, why don't you get back a little?
Look. Look down, Steve.
Come on, get away from that rail.
Hang on!
Watch it!
Hey!
Man overboard!
They're down there! Oh, hurry!
There's two of them! Get a life preserver! Life preserver!
Sorry, Steve. This is where we part company.
Wait.
Where's that key?
Wait.
So long, Steve.
Dan, I can't swim. I can't swim.
Oh, you poor. All right. Hang on to me. Hang on and keep your head up. Keep it up.
All right, grab them there. Grab them. I've got them, sir. Give me a hand here. All right, then. Up they go. There we are. There. You all right?
Me? Sure.
You all right, sir?
Yeah, I'm okay.
McDonald.
Yes, sir?
See that these two gentlemen get to their staterooms.
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
I'd better say goodbye, Joan. Take good care of yourself, dear.
I will. There seems to be some excitement over there.
Then stay away from it. Remember, Joan, the faster the trip, the shorter.
I know. Goodbye, Mrs. Hester.
Oh, Bonnie, goodbye, dear. Oh, Joan, you know Mrs. Coburn, Joan Ames.
How do you do?
How do you do? This is my husband, Jimmy.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I've got to run. Goodbye, darling.
Did we get off all right, Mrs. Hester?
Are you sailing alone, Miss Ames?
Yes, just the maid. Call me Joan.
All right, Joan. Call me Bonnie.
You look it.
Thanks.
You're on your honeymoon, aren't you?
Is it that evident?
You look happy.
Here we go. Happy voyage, Joan.
Happy voyage, Bonnie.
Feel all right? Yeah. You must be nuts.
I'd like to prove that I'm really nuts to the governor. You see, he might make it life. I don't feel like letting them take mine just now.
Dan, why did you have to slip me that life belt?
I didn't have to.
Why didn't you let me drown, Dan?
I was just wondering.
I'd have been out of your way, and with your knack of disappearing, you'd have had a real break. Oh, I guess you are nuts.
There's a difference between stepping on a dirty rat and rubbing out a... Oh, well, forget it.
Rubbing out what? What are we going to say?
I think you'd be all right if you weren't a cop.
Thanks, Dan. And thanks for the life belt.
Okay. Now, what about those handcuffs? Can we leave them all for the trip? There isn't a chance of my getting away. We're 3 miles out right now.
Well, I'll tell you, Dan. Just because of that life belt, you're not going to the brig, where you ought to go. I'm going to give you a break. But one move and you'll get it. You understand?
Okay, Steve. Thanks.
All right. Well, 14 days to Frisco. A lot of sea out there, isn't it, Dan?
Couldn't be too much for me.
Oh, forget it. Go on, get yourself a drink.
Thanks. I think I will. Want one?
No, thanks. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that guy giving you the eye?
Who? Where?
Inside there at the bar.
Oh, I don't know. I never saw him before.
Now, listen. I can spot a con when I'm asleep. And that guy's it.
Is he? I'm sorry I can't help you make a pinch.
Now, look, Dan. I won't make it any tougher than I have to for you if you don't start playing hide and seek with me. I want you to stay around where I can see you, and if you find yourself straying, just tip me off where you're going to stray to. Do that for me, will you?
Yeah, sure. So long.
Oh.
It is my roll with the dice, no?
That's right. Your roll, Countess.
Such a strange game. 6 dice. I never had a... Oh,
I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to bump you like that. It's rather crowded in here.
yes. Have we not met before, monsieur?
No, I don't believe so, madame.
No. Perhaps I make the mistake.
Excuse me, please.
Is it still my roll, Sir Adolf?
Evening, sir. What will it be?
A paradise, and I'll mix it myself.
Yes, sir. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Rocky. Where did you spring from?
I ain't sprung yet. Well, you look okay, Dan.
Not for long. Are you alone?
I'm the cat that walks, just me and myself.
I'll need you.
Hey, look, I got $15, Danny. The ticket cleaned me.
No, listen. I'm on my way back to San Quentin with Steve Burke. He's outside there watching us now.
What's the rap?
Murder.
Murder?
Be careful. What's it mean, Dan? Life?
For a couple of weeks, I'd say, and then, well, you know.
How can you beat it?
It's the Sharks or Honolulu.
Well, I'd say Honolulu.
Don't know me too well in front of Burke. Now, listen. The Frenchwoman behind me with the English mug is a very old friend of mine. Catch her presently away from that mug and tell her what I've told you. And not to know me. Get it?
Okay, sure.
Now, beat it. I'll see you later.
Right.
Here's the making, sir.
Thanks.
Joan? What are you staring at?
Oh, Bonnie.
That man over there? Is he someone you know?
He didn't say he was sailing, but he did sail, didn't he?
Who is he, Joan?
He's Dan. He must have decided rather suddenly. Bonnie, do you mind?
Oh, don't bother about me. If he's that important, go and speak to him.
Hello, Dan.
Why, it's... Hello, Joan.
The luck's come back, hasn't it?
This time in full measure. Paradise cocktail?
Please. We can't spare a drop.
No. It's much too precious.
To this important second.
Look out there. Sunset.
Yes, it's beautiful.
Shall we go out on deck?
I'd love to.
Hello, Dan.
Oh, you two haven't met, have you? Miss Ames, may I present Mr. Burke?
How do you do, Mr. Burke?
How do you do? I'm glad to know you.
Steve's an old friend of mine. We're, sort of traveling together.
How nice.
Yes, we're together all the time.
Practically inseparable.
May I borrow him once in a while, Mr. Burke?
Sure, as long as you see you don't lose him.
No, I won't lose him.
Well, see you around, Dan.
The day knows how to go out, doesn't it, Dan? What does the setting sun make you think of?
The Angelus.
It's a silly game, but will you play it with me?
Anything? What is it?
It's a game where I can find out all about you.
All right. What do we do?
Well, I say words or phrases, and you say whatever comes into your mind.
Very well. Go ahead.
Bubbling water.
Laughter.
And laughter.
The crinkles around your eyes.
Life.
Death.
Good. Green grass.
Bare feet.
White clouds.
Freedom.
Excitement.
Smiling eyes.
Friendship.
A hand clasp.
Cabbages.
Kings.
Adventure.
Pirates.
Will-o'-the-wisp. Quickly, quickly.
A sadness. A long search.
And love.
The end of the search. Know all about me now?
Yes, Dan. Yes.
Who is it?
Bonjour, Countess.
Who are you? What do you wish?
Rocky's the name. Rocky Rockingham. I'm a friend of Dan Hardesty. Is that enough?
Yes. What's the matter with Dan? Is he too up in the world to say hello to old friends?
He's not up. He's way down. And I got to slip it to you pronto. He wants you to help him.
Go ahead.
Now, wait a minute. What about this English guy you're hanging around with?
That's mine. I've been building that up for months.
Can you get some dough?
I'm trying, if the dice fall right. Is that what Dan's after?
I guess he could use it.
What's his angle? The girl?
No, the cop.
You mean the one tonight upstairs, the one from Frisco?
Yeah, Steve Burke.
What's he doing socially with cops?
It ain't so social. Burke's taking him back to San Quentin.
San Quentin?
It happens to the best of us.
But not to Dan. Is it a long stretch?
How well do you know Dan?
I've known him since I was a kid. I used to think, once in a while, that maybe Dan and I could... Well, I didn't have quite what it took, I guess. Not quite the luck.
You're in love with him, huh?
What do you think?
Well, that makes it tougher for me to tell you what I got to. Can you take it?
Sure, I can take anything.
Didn't you know that Dan was in for murder?
Murder? When?
That's what they called it. He rubbed out a dirty double-crossing heel. Self-defense, too, but he couldn't prove it.
Murder? You don't forget a rap like that. That means life.
Yeah, worse than that, it means his life. He hasn't a chance. He's been sentenced. He'd have been dead by now, but he broke away while they were taking him to San Quentin.
Oh, you're crazy.
He'll tell you himself. His only chance is Honolulu, and he thinks you can help him.
How?
Well, he's got some idea, something.
We'll get him here now.
Hey, he doesn't get out of Burke's sight.
We'll try. I'll stay up. If you can't get him, come back anyway. We'll arrange something for the morning.
Top deck. No further to climb.
I can climb forever if you just hold my hand.
Yes, Joan. All my life I've been reaching out for your hand.
Where are we? I haven't known since Hong Kong, since I was wrecked on the bar.
On a ship in the Pacific. A very small ship.
10 days to Honolulu, 5 more to the Golden Gate.
10 days, the Golden Gate.
But what is time? Days, hours, years. Eternity can happen in a minute. Haven't you found that out?
I will. Will you teach me all the important things you seem to know? How did you find them out?
Watching the stars on nights like this. They're like us. Tiny specks lost for all time in their own unending oceans.
And they say that if you make a wish on a star, it's sure to come true.
I wish.
What do you wish?
To tell would spoil it.
Yes, it would. Will you be satisfied? Us, here, just us. No questions asked.
No questions at all, except the ones your eyes ask and my eyes answer.
Nothing said.
Except what my heart says and your heart understands. Listen. Can you hear it? Dan, 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 Dan. Let me say it. Let me just whisper it.
Joan.
The curtain falls on the first act of Till We Meet Again, starring Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien. During this brief intermission before Mr. DeMille brings us Act 2, let's have a little music. You know, there are 3 things women like about new Quick Lux Flakes. And I've asked Blue Silvers to say these 3 things to us in music. First, that says speed. New Quick Lux is fast. The next thing, That music says, a little goes so far. Just a few flakes make so many suds. And finally... that says purity. New Quick Lux is so pure. Now, if you will remember these three things, you'll always get New Quick Lux Flakes for washing the things you want to keep lovely. Because it cleanses so swiftly and surely. Because it's thrifty to use. And because it's so pure. We think New Quick Lux is just about tops for your nice things, for all your washables. And a lot of women think so, too. Their enthusiasm has made Lux Flakes the most popular care for fine fabrics in this country. Now, that's a pretty fine vote of confidence, isn't it? Next time you order, get a big box of New Quick Lux. It comes in the same familiar package. Costs you no more, and you'll find it's so fast. A little goes so far. And it's so pure. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Till We Meet Again, starring Merle Oberon as Joan, George Brent as Dan, and Pat O'Brien as Steve, with May Clark as the Countess. The steamship Maloa moves slowly eastward toward San Francisco. But Dan Hardesty and Joan Ames are bound for another port, eternity. They know nothing of each other's destiny and are happy with the stolen holiday which fate has allowed them. It's late evening, 4 days out of Hong Kong. To the cabin of the woman known as the Countess comes Dan Hardesty. The door is opened for him, and he slips quickly into the room.
Dan. Oh, Dan.
Hello, Countess. Oh, don't look like that. They haven't banged those gates behind me yet.
They can't.
We've got to whisper. You looked lovely tonight. Ravishing.
Dan, what's going to happen to you? You've got to get away.
I've got one chance. Honolulu. We'll be there for one whole day from 9 till about dusk. Now, I've got to give Burke the slip, and believe me, he's no dummy. He's been on my trail for over a year, all over the globe, Paris.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I was in Paris.
Well, about this Burke, he's taking no chances at all.
I could move in on him.
Burke? Oh, he's no ladies' man. But I know you when you want to. If you could just find out what he intends to do with me that one day in port. He's being pretty decent right now.
Letting you loose?
Yes, he's got something of a heart.
So have you. I've seen you with that girl.
Well, I can't tell you anything except don't know me at all. Keep clear. Just get to know Burke. Now need some money. How do we go for that?
I've got a branch of the Bank of England on board. Sir Harold.
All right. One other thing, and write this down. Herb McGillis.
Yes.
Send him a radio. 221 Front Street, Honolulu. I'll need a quick way off the island, any kind of a tramp. Anything that could be rented to leave as soon as I can make it. Don't mention my name on the radio.
Dan, you've got to make it.
Well, just in case I don't. You know I'm grateful to you, don't you?
Dan.
You're a great girl. I've always said so. Good night.
Good night, Dan. Albert! Albert, come here at once. You must not bother the gentleman. Down, Albert.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, Albert, stop. Monsieur, I am so sorry.
Oh, don't mention it. Come here, Pooch. Hiya, fella.
Seems to like you, monsieur. But then you look like the kind of a man who would love dogs. And dogs would love, n'est-ce pas?
Well, I got a little dog at home.
A bull?
No, one in the family's enough.
Then you have two.
No, only one, a spaniel.
Ah, a one-man dog. A wife, a spaniel, a pipe, a fire. Good American, huh?
You got everything right except the wife.
No, monsieur, that I cannot believe. But I am too curious. I shall know all about you before we have met. I am. My name is Comtesse de Bressac.
Mine's Burke. Steve Burke.
How do you do?
How are you?
Perhaps Monsieur Burke, he would walk with us? With me and Albert?
Sure, I'd like to.
Come along, then. Come, Albert.
You, object to my pipe?
Do I look like someone who would object?
Well, you never can be sure.
You know, monsieur, Albert is acting very strange. Usually he has no use for the men. Albert likes the ladies.
Oh, is that so? Well, looking at you, Countess, you can't blame him for that.
Oh, monsieur, you are too droll. Then, what do they call you at home?
Burke, just Burke.
Just Burke?
But Kazan, Countess. You sizing me up?
What does this mean, sizing up?
You know, that look, it kind of goes through you.
You mean like the look you just gave to me?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a habit in my line. I mean, when strangers meet, they, you know, I guess everybody does it.
And what do you find is my size, Berk?
I don't know.
You think I am pretty? A little?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
Well, I don't think you're as pretty as you're regular, you know? You seem like a regular guy to me, if you know what I mean. Do you know what I mean, Countess?
I think so. And at home, they call me Tina.
Okay, Tina. You see, that's what I'm talking about.
My darling Joan, this letter is the hardest I've ever had to write. How can I ever tell you?
Hello, Dan.
Oh, hello, Joan. I was just writing a letter.
To me?
No, it's just a sort of a business thing I had to do.
Oh, so you couldn't write me a tiny note, but you could write a dull business letter.
I tried to write yours and couldn't. Look, you see all these? I began it 20 times.
Why did you write so many mad-looking Joans on this one?
What else could I write? Just Joan, Joan, Joan. There's nothing else.
You're right. There's nothing else. Except...
Except what?
I'll whisper it, Dan. Let me whisper. Stars are out again.
Just for us.
A perfect night. And tomorrow a perfect day. Honolulu. You've been there, Dan?
Once. Just calling.
There's a spell to the islands. Tomorrow I'm going to take you high up to the mountains, where you can look down and see the ocean on both sides. The colors keep changing. And then suddenly a cloud will roll right over like a blanket. It makes you feel as though you'd left the earth and were riding away on a cloud. Then it clears, and you can see the colors again. And sometimes you can hear music. No one knows where it comes from. What are you thinking about?
You. I love you, Joan.
Oh, Dan. Dan.
Joan, what is it? What's the matter?
Nothing. Wait. Wait here. I'll be back in a moment. Just a moment. Not yet. Oh, please. Please, God. Not now. Not now.
Miss Ames, is that you?
Yes. Good evening, Doctor.
Anything wrong?
Well, I think it's all right now.
I do wish you'd go to bed and rest, Miss Ames.
Not now, no.
Well, of course, I can't order you to bed, but you're actually pounding your life away. A girl who's as ill as you shouldn't keep up this pace. You know that, don't you?
Yes, Doctor, I do, but not now, really. Please.
All right. Good night, Miss Ames.
Joan, why did you run away like that? Have you been crying?
Yes.
But why? Why were you crying?
I don't know. It was all a little too much. I've never been so happy in my life. It was the music and you and, well, all just too good for me, that's all.
Hail and farewell. Remember?
Not farewell, no.
Joan, whatever happens at any time, you will remember, won't you?
Remember? Remember what?
Oh, that I'm grateful. I mean, beautiful moments are given to some people only to be snatched away again.
But you can't snatch moments when they've been given to you. I couldn't lose you, ever. You know that, Dan?
Yes, I do.
But everything you say has a faint sort of goodbye underneath it. Why? Why, Dan?
Well, you've made the present so perfect. And any future is uncertain, isn't it?
Not ours. Dan, tell me, do you belong to me? Do you really belong to me? That's all I want to know.
Yes. The best of me is yours.
And tomorrow? Tomorrow is going to belong only to the two of us, isn't it?
Every minute I can give.
Well, 3:00. Time goes quickly with you around, Countess.
One little glass more of champagne?
No, thanks. I'm over my quota now. I don't drink. Besides, I've got to think about Danny boy. I'll bet he's still up on deck with that little girl.
Do you blame him?
Nope.
It's very strange what you tell me. That nice man, a murderer.
Yeah, it's tough. With any kind of a break, he could have... Oh, well.
But you allow him freedom, at least on the boat. You have a good heart, Burke.
Right now, I got a headache and a butte. I'll be staying awake, though. It's only a few hours till Honolulu. I wouldn't put anything past him.
Take care of yourself.
I will. I'd like to be around for the rest of this trip, if only to see you.
You are very nice, Burke.
Good night, Tina.
Wait. Tomorrow you put this Mr. Hardesty in the, how you say...
in the brig, yeah. Why?
Then tomorrow is yours to spend with me?
Oh, okay, sure.
Ah, good. You must come early. Here, you take one of these tonight.
What's that?
For your headache, Burke.
No, I never take anything.
Now you are a baby. Your head will clear, poop, like that.
Well, that was very kind of you.
Here, you take 2. That will fix it.
Thanks. You know, Tina, I'm getting fed up with this police game.
So?
Yeah, my dad was a cop.
Yes?
You see, I was kind of brought up in it. When you get around the world a bit, you find out it isn't such an elegant job.
They are a necessary evil.
The cops? Yeah. Yeah, but you see, people in your position in life, well, you never know there are police around till you lose your jewels. Or something like that. You know what I mean, Tina? Kind of worlds apart, as you might say.
Yes, I see.
Boy, I am tired. Well, night.
Good night. Rocky, open up.
Well?
Tell Dan it's okay. I gave Burke enough dope to keep him asleep all day tomorrow.
Swell.
Tell him he can leave the boat in the morning. And, well, tell him good luck.
Is that you, Bonnie? Come in, I'm just getting dressed.
Hello, Joan.
Have we docked yet?
Almost.
Have you by any chance seen my gentleman? I've just been calling. There's no answer. I usually wait for him to call me first, and he usually does. But this must be an unusual morning.
You're in great spirits, aren't you, Joan?
Why not? I love Honolulu.
You're going up to the mountain?
To the Pali, yes. A picnic in the clouds.
Joan, did you tell Dan Hardesty that you were ill?
What?
That you've been ill for a long time, and that you should have nothing but rest and quiet and no excitement?
Who told you that?
Your maid. She's worried about you.
May I ask what concern it is of yours?
It's the concern of anyone who happens to be a human being.
Don't you think it would be better to wait until I mention the subject myself?
Oh, Joan, please don't be angry. I never butt in where I'm not wanted, but I am another girl.
It's such a beautiful day. I was trying so hard to forget, to put it away, and not to think. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to be afraid. He mustn't know. It would change him. I know it would. I go round and round the world, always trying to forget it. It's got to come. I know it must. But not now. It couldn't now.
Oh, Joan. It won't. It won't. Oh, Joan, don't cry.
Look at you. I don't want other people to suffer about me. This is the first time for ages that I haven't been resigned to it, you know. But now I want to live so much. I've got to somehow. I've got to for him. Oh, Bonnie, I love him so much and I don't know what to do. You won't say anything to him, will you? Will you promise me?
Yes, I do promise, but you...
There are no buts. No buts at all. Nothing anyone can do or say can change things as they are. Shall I mope in here and wait on a beautiful day like this with everything to live for? If it's only for a few hours, wouldn't you crowd it all in if you could? Wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Well, that's what I'm going to do. I don't care about tomorrow. I don't care. I'm living now, today. And I want to live every second.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you Act 3 of Till We Meet Again, starring Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien. While we're waiting, we bring you our friends, the Browning family. This summer, the Brownings have decided to go to the seashore. Dot is talking about their plans with Peggy Smith, who is spending the night.
I think vacations are so much fun, don't you? Meeting new people and everything. What are you going to do this summer, Peg?
Well, the family hasn't decided yet. I'd just as lief stay in town.
But it's so much fun going places.
Oh, I hate it. I never have any fun. Anyway, I read that there were more boys than girls in town in the summer, and I thought maybe I might.
And this is what Peggy is thinking.
I want dates and good times. I'm sick of being left out of things.
And Dot is thinking.
Poor Peggy. She's so pretty. She'd be a whiz except for one fault. Maybe I can find a way to tell her later this evening.
About ready for bed, Doc? In a minute, Peg. I'm luxing my undies.
Goodness, at this hour?
Why, of course. I like to put on fresh things in the morning. You know, honey, if they aren't fresh and free from perspiration every day, you're apt to offend people. Besides, it's so easy to keep them dainty with new Quick Lux Flakes. It's ever so fast.
Dot Browning's suggestion to Peggy is a wise one for every girl who wants lots of friends and lots of happy times this summer. Daintiness is important. And now with new Quick Lux Flakes, it's very easy to be dainty at all times. New Quick Lux removes perspiration so quickly, yet it's so mild, so gentle, it keeps washable colors and fabrics new-looking longer. Doesn't wear things out, as cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali may. Safe in water, safe in Lux, you know. Remember to Lux underthings after every wearing. Blouses, dresses, and sweaters often. That generous big box of new Quick Lux will last you a long time. It comes in the same familiar package. You'll find it fast, wonderfully gentle and thrifty, yet it cost you no more. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the third act of Till We Meet Again. It's late the same afternoon. With Steve Burke out of the way, Dan is off the boat and ready to make his escape from Honolulu. But he's lingered for a while to spend the last sweet minutes with Joan. High on a mountaintop, shut off from the world and its troubles, Dan and Joan sit looking out across the blue sea.
You know, Dan, I used to think of heaven, long ago when I was a little girl. I'd think of it as a place of golden streets and fanfares of trumpets and people fluttering around like mad on wings. But then I didn't know. I didn't know that heaven is a little spot in the mountains above Honolulu. Oh, Dan, if we could stay here forever.
Joan, would you be really content to spend the rest of your life with me?
Yes.
No matter where?
Anywhere, Dan. But what's the matter? Why are you so restless suddenly?
Joan, darling, there's something I have to tell you.
Is it serious?
Yes.
If it's that serious, not today, please.
Joan, there's something unreal about us, isn't there?
How?
Oh, our whole experience together. We're so close, and yet we still know so very little about each other.
But I don't want to know any more than I know now. Do you?
Yes, but what kind of people are we? What have we done? What do we intend to do?
Well, about the past, I think I was born when you first looked at me. And about the future, if I should ever lose you, I'd die. And in between the past and the future, we have this. It won't ever end, will it, Dan?
No. Whatever happens, we belong to each other always. Darling.
Don't say anything, I know.
But it's the second warning.
Let's pretend we don't hear it. Dan, kiss me.
What is this? Tears?
I can't help being a little sad. It's been such a happy day. Well, I suppose we should go back, shouldn't we?
Yes, I suppose so.
But, Dan, this isn't our dock. The Malheur's down further.
I know, Joan, but you're going back to the boat alone, you see. I'm not sailing with you.
Dan!
Please don't ask me why, but quickly now, you'll be late.
If you're not sailing, neither am I.
Oh, Joan, I've left this everything to say until the last moment, and now it's too late. But we'll meet again, and I'll write to you from wherever I find myself.
But where? Where are you going?
I don't know, somewhere. I'm sailing on a little schooner just off here. Joan, kiss me.
I'm coming with you.
Yes, I know you would, but you can't.
Anywhere with you, anywhere.
Joan, please, you must go now. You must.
I know. I've known a goodbye in all you've ever said or done. I prayed it wasn't so, and it is. You're leaving me. If only I could have been more, meant more to you. Dan, are you afraid?
Afraid?
Has anyone said anything?
But what?
Don't lie, you know. You know, and you don't want me anymore. Oh, Dan.
Joan. Joan, what's the matter? Joan. Let me through there. Will you please let me through?
Dan, Dan, what are you doing here? What's the matter with her?
She's fainted. Get the doctor, quick.
Dan, Steve's looking for you.
Get the doctor. Joan, are you all right?
Dan, listen, you've still got time. You can make it. Dan,
Yes, dear?
don't leave me. Don't leave me. Dan, please, come on.
Where is she?
Here, doctor.
Miss Ames. Miss Ames. This girl's acutely ill. I'd be obliged if you'd leave.
Acutely ill?
She's been suffering from a chronic heart ailment. It'll only be a matter of months, perhaps weeks.
You mean she...
Yes. Now, please leave.
Of course.
Dan.
A few weeks.
Dan, you can just make it, please.
Not now, he don't make it. Come on, Dan. From now on, I'm chaining you to the bedpost. Come in.
Is Mr. Hardesty here?
What is it?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but she wants to see you. The doctor said she might, just for a minute. Will you come right away?
Yeah, sure, he'll come.
What? What's the matter?
Haven't you seen handcuffs before?
Handcuffs? Oh, what do you mean?
It means that I'm an escaped prisoner. I'm being returned to San Quentin, and Steve Burke is the police officer who's taking me back.
What did you do?
I should tell you, because you'll probably hear of it anyway. But she mustn't. Joan mustn't hear of it.
But please, what is it?
Wait, Steve.
What?
Take these things off, please. The truth about me would kill Joan. We all know that. You've got to help us. I want to go up and see her now. May I, Steve? Oh, my breaking days are over. Whatever my word is worth to you, will you take it?
If you're going, you better go.
Thanks, Steve. You're swell. Hello, Joan.
Hello, Dan.
How do you feel, darling?
Oh, it wasn't anything. I'm ashamed of myself. I wanted to come and find you myself, but that silly old doctor wouldn't hear of it. He said girls who faint should rest after.
You're a sissy.
Well, you shouldn't have said goodbye to me like that. I just couldn't take it. And will you remember that, sir, in the future? Go easy on the goodbyes with little Joan.
Never again.
Never?
Never and never and never.
Listen, are they dancing upstairs?
Sounds like it. May I have this dance?
Shall we skip out for half an hour? Rats to the old doctor or anyone else. We're our own masters, aren't we?
Yes. But we're going to wait until the morning. Want to do me a favor?
Anything?
Go to sleep and dream of me.
I always do. And I think I always will.
And so will I.
Good night, Dan. Bless you.
And bless you.
And now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, oh,
Good evening, Burke.
Hello.
Well, our trip is almost over, isn't it?
Yeah,
We'll be in San Francisco in the morning.
that's right.
Burke, have you been avoiding me?
Sure I have. I don't want any part of you. You could save that French act for the suckers.
Oh.
Sure, I took the trouble to send a radio. Got an answer. Your record's nearly as good as Dan's.
All right. Where's Dan now?
He's up on deck.
You've been pretty decent to him, Steve.
All right, so what?
Listen, I've got $30,000. The money's in New York.
You
and I've
can
got
stop
some
right there. He's going all the way back.
He's no thug.
Now, will you
He's
cut it out? I want to talk about it.
just a cop at heart.
Peace officer, yes.
Steve,
What?
you're the first one of your breed that I've ever known who seemed to be human.
Well, according to the history I got on you, you've been too smart to get near enough to know much about cops. Frenchie Lonergan. What a moniker. Lonergan, your old man?
Yes.
What'd he do?
About 14 years straight. The jute got down his lungs, and one day we'd heard he'd passed on.
Pretty tough, aren't you, Liz? What'd your mom do?
She's okay. I've got a little place for her in South Dakota. And what makes you think I'm so hard? You were going like steam for the Countess.
Yeah, it was a swell act. But there's one thing about your not being a countess.
What?
Well, there's a lot of distance between a cop and a countess.
Worlds apart.
But there's, I don't know, kind of a relationship between a cop and a crook. What are you going to do after? Around 40 or 45 or so when you get old.
I'll be dead.
No, you won't, Liz. I've been watching you and thinking about you the last few days. And I was wondering what might happen to make you get on to yourself. You know, thieves grow old very badly. They shrivel up and fear gets them. They either fall back on drugs or booze.
Oh, cut it out.
All right, I'm sorry.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, come on now. I wouldn't hurt a hair of your pretty head. Come on, Lonergan. We're going to talk a lot someday. You've been on my mind anyway.
Have I, Steve?
Yeah, sure you have. And, you know, cops grow old, too. And I was thinking, Tina, if you've got company for it, it's not so.
Steve. Oh,
Happy, darling?
Very happy, Dan. It doesn't seem possible that we could ever have been strangers.
Never. You know, men pretend not to need things. I've tried to pretend, you know, trying to be the lone hunter. There's really only half of something. One half looking for the other half.
Dan, there's no one like you. I could talk to you forever.
Will you?
What?
Talk to me. Forever.
If there's a God, I will.
You know, you came out of nowhere at a time when I really doubted. I actually knew there was no such a thing as a soul. I could see no perfection in existence at all.
The half looking for the other half?
Yes. And I found you, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Getting late, Dan. We've got a long day ahead tomorrow.
I know. Joan, shall we slip down for one final drink? A goodbye one?
Bar's closing. You better hurry.
Come on, Joan.
What does San Francisco mean to you, Dan?
A lot of things.
I love San Francisco.
So did I. Until now.
Why now?
Oh, the end of our journey?
But we'll be together.
Yes, we will. After a little while.
Not more business like Honolulu?
Yes, you see, I'm leaving immediately for Mexico City. It's quite a gay place.
Yes, I've heard. Could I, do you think?
No. I've made the plans. After all, I am the man of the family.
What? What plans? Tell me. Am I in them?
Yes. You and I are meeting in Mexico City at the Palace Bar for New Year's.
New Year's? Oh, it seems too long to wait.
Well, I'm not going to try to explain it all now, but you see, that's the way it must be.
All right, my master.
Agreed?
The Palace Bar, Mexico City, New Year's Eve. You'll be with me inside here every second until then. In my heart, Dan.
To us, darling.
To us.
Joan, are you almost ready? The gangplank's down.
In a minute, Bonnie. Is Dan waiting?
Well, I didn't see him.
Hello.
Who are you?
Won't keep you a minute, Miss Ames.
Have you been on board? I don't remember seeing you.
I just got on. I'm from the San Francisco Plain Dealer.
A reporter?
What is this? Get out, please.
Oh, all the fuss. I just want to ask a couple of questions.
No.
I understand from the steward, Miss Ames, that you and Dan Hardesty have been pretty good friends on this trip.
Joan, don't answer him.
Did you know that Hardesty is a convicted murderer?
Bonnie.
Get out. Get out.
Bonnie, what did he say?
Well, I'm sorry, miss, but didn't you know?
Oh, please.
What? No, what?
That Dan Hardesty is back here in the States to be hanged for murder.
No,
Joan, don't listen to him.
That's not true, is it, Bonnie?
It's all right, Joan. Don't excite yourself.
Where's Dan? Why doesn't he come to me? He promised.
Joan.
Where is he? Where is he? Dan!
Gangplank is down.
Dan, where are you? Dan, wait!
Joan, here.
Oh, Dan.
Oh, darling.
All set, Dan?
Yeah, sure.
Still got a minute. Meet me over by the gangplank. I want to check my passport.
Thanks, Steve.
I'll be right back.
Joan, don't.
It's all right. I'm all right now. I just wanted to see you once more. I love you, Dan.
I love you, Joan.
Goodbye, darling.
Not goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen. Until New Year's.
Mexico City, New Year's.
I'll be there, Joan.
I'll be waiting. Auf Wiedersehen.
Don't forget.
Never.
Joan, are you all right? Joan, Dr. Cameron's here.
Miss Ames,
I saw him. I said goodbye. He's gone. He's gone.
Joan. Oh, Joan.
Stand back, please.
Is there anything I can do, Doctor? No. It's too late. There's nothing anyone can do now.
Happy New Year, Tina. Funny, isn't it, to be spending it here in Mexico City?
If things had been different, maybe Dan and Joan would have been with us. They wanted to so much.
Two cocktails? For senorita or senor?
Oh, thanks. Well, here's to Dan.
And here's to Joan.
Senor, please, to watch the glasses.
I didn't break any glasses.
Neither did I.
Pardon, senorita. It was over here, you see? Those two glasses. They were standing on the bar. Now they are broke. Very strange.
Steve, what was it?
They always used to break their glasses like that. Joan and Dan.
They loved each other, those two. Then and now. They still love Steve, I know it. Away off, somewhere, where people who love each other always meet again.
Mr. DeMille brings our stars to the microphone in just a moment. While we're waiting, Sally tells me she's been composing riddles lately. Yes, I can see one in her eye right now. What is it, Sally?
Oh, something I thought of this afternoon. What housekeeping job gets done 3 times a day, yet is never finished?
Can the housewives in our audience guess the answer? Well, suppose you tell us, Sally.
Well, it's dishwashing, of course, as every housewife knows.
To her sorrow, I suppose.
Well, there are ways to make it pleasanter. A lot depends on the soap you use.
Yes, if you care for your hands, and practically every woman does, a lot does depend on the soap. That's why millions of women stick to new Quick Lux for their dishes. They do it because it's so kind to their hands. Doesn't leave them with the coarse housework look that's so unattractive. Now, this has been proved very conclusively by recent tests of 5 leading soaps frequently used for dishwashing, including Lux. The tests were made under conditions similar to actual home dishwashing. Hundreds of women took part in them. Not 1, not 10, not even 50, but hundreds of women. Here's what they did. Each woman dipped one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from another soap, for 20 minutes, 3 times every day for weeks. The conditions, remember, were similar to your own dishwashing. At the end of the tests, the difference was truly amazing. Lux proved that it was milder. In case after case, the Lux hand had remained soft, smooth, and white, while the other hand was rough, red, and coarse-looking. Now, which kind of hand do you want? The soft, smooth one, of course. It's more attractive, more feminine, more lovable. So why not help yours stay that way by using new Quick Lux Flakes for your dishes? It's a good idea to get the generous large-size box, because it will do your dishes for a long time. And all the time, it will be caressing your hands, helping them stay soft and white and pretty. Remember that new Quick Lux comes in the same familiar Lux box. It's fast, thrifty, kind to your hands, and yet it costs you no more. Here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The lights come up, and Merle Oberon, George Brent, and Pat O'Brien return to the microphone after a great performance.
Well, it's the luck of the Irish, C.B.
Only 2 Irishmen could be that lucky.
I can't agree, gentlemen. A performance like tonight's is a matter of skill.
No, you got it wrong, C.B. Only 2 Irishmen could be lucky enough to have Merle Oberon in the same play with them.
I'm afraid one or both of you has been playing tag with the Blarney Stone.
Well, it must be Pat. He's been coaching the Notre Dame football team these days.
That's right, in the new Dragnet picture. How does the team look, Pat?
Oh, fine, Merle. I think we win a lot of games. As a matter of fact, if the Notre Dame team doesn't win in a picture called The Life of New Dragnet, there's something wrong.
And South Bend won't be safe for O'Brien, huh?
How do they treat you back there, Pat?
Oh, great, George. We shot a lot of scenes on the campus, and they put on such a welcome, I almost believed I was Dragnet.
Well, Pat, I'm anxious to see your team in action. Mr. DeMille, what's your play next week?
Next Monday night, Merle, we're bringing one of the screen's most popular starring teams to this stage. William Powell and Myrna Loy. And our play is After the Thin Man. Bill and Myrna will play Nick and Nora Charles, the gay husband and wife they've made famous in the Thin Man pictures. As the detectives in After the Thin Man next Monday night, they do their sleuthing in the same romantic and light-hearted way that you've applauded on the screen.
You've got all the ingredients of a hit there, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night. I hope it won't be long until we meet again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Powell and Myrna Loy in After the Thin Man. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Kathleen Fitz as Bonnie, Lou Merrill as Doctor, Wally Mayer as Rocky, and Ted Bliss, Fred Shields, Celeste Rush, Clara Blandick, James Eagles, Earl Ross, Warren Ash, Eric Snowden, and Lee Millar. This week, the people of the United States are celebrating Flag Week, culminating in the observance of Flag Day next Friday, June 14th. Now, all of you may join in the observance of this national occasion by displaying the American flag this week. May I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, the American Red Cross is appealing to all Americans for contributions to help the thousands of suffering women, children, and aged in war-ridden Europe. More help is needed, and now. Show your sympathy by sending a contribution to your local Red Cross chapter. The picture Till We Meet Again was produced by Warner Brothers. This studio's newest production is All This and Heaven Too, starring Betty Davis and Charles Boyer. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Nervous is meeting your boyfriend's family. All 16 of them.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Soft and Dry Roll-On. Nothing keeps you drier when you're nervous.
Nervous is taking your driver's test for the 4th time.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
Nothing keeps you drier, yet it never stings most girls, even after shaving.
My fellow classmates.
Nervous is why there's new Soft and Dry.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Hi, Bill. Hi, Stumpy. Hi, Henry.
Hi, Ron.
Hi, Ronnie. Howdy, Ronnie.
How'd you like the meeting tonight?
Well, I sure learned a lot about South America.
Boy, me too. Wouldn't it be swell to be a missionary like Mr. Ludlow?
Looks to me like it'd be pretty hard work, Ronnie.
Well, that doesn't matter. When a fella goes to work for God, he's got the best help in the world.
Right, yours, honey. We find that true every day.
I guess you do.
That's right. You don't have to be a missionary to learn about how good God is to the man who serves him.
Well, that's a fact too few Christians think about, Stumpy.
hi, Barth.
Hello, Barth. Howdy, Barth.
You know, I sure did like what you said tonight, Mr. Ludlow.
Thanks.
This is Ronnie Quiller.
He's been talking as though he wanted to be a missionary, Barth.
Well, far be it for me to discourage such a life, Ronnie. Being one myself and all.
It sure must be something down there in South America. All those exciting adventures you're always having.
Well, I'm afraid there's a little more to it than that. Before you decide to become a missionary, Ronnie, you make sure that God has decided it for you. Too many people get out there on the field and suddenly realize that it isn't the life for them.
Is that why you always hear about there not being enough?
Well, one of the reasons, yes.
You presented your field very well tonight, Barth. I have a feeling we'll be helping you out.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Bill.
What do you mean?
Well, that's one of the reasons that Mr. Ludlow was here tonight, Ronnie. He's raising support so that he and his wife can go back to South America.
Support?
I think you call it money back here in the States, Ronnie. You see, we aren't paid like ordinary people. We have to ask people to donate to our support so we can pay bills while we're down there on the field.
I didn't know you did anything like that. How come you don't get paid?
Well, when you come right down to it, when God is your only employer, the way he provides us with money is through the goodness of people.
Boy,
You're changing your mind already, are you, Ronnie?
No, that isn't what I was thinking. Mr. Ludlow, can you get enough together before you go back, or will you have to beg when you get there?
Oh, don't worry, Ronnie. You see, people and churches contribute a certain amount each month to us. That way, we don't have to collect some fantastic amount. And we never have to beg.
There's nothing I'd rather do than to give you some money.
I appreciate that more than I can tell you, Ronnie. I know you haven't got any to give. But there's something you can do.
What's that?
Pray for us. Does more good than any of us know for interested people like you to be praying.
I will then, every night.
Come on, Ronnie. I'll treat you to a Coke on the way home.
Oh, maybe you ought to save the money for Mr. Ludlow.
Ronnie's a nice fella.
Yes, he seems it.
How are you doing on your support-getting meetings?
Oh, we've raised almost all that we need. I think we'll be able to return early in the summer. I hope so, at any rate.
Anxious to get back?
Bill, I couldn't tell you how anxious. When we first arrived there 6 years ago, I looked around and wanted to get back on the ship and come home. But I knew God called us there. And I prayed like I never prayed before.
Now you can't wait to get back to him, huh?
That's right, Stumpy. When God finally puts his love into you for people, you no longer have to try to whip up your human love for them. They become real objects of concern, of care. As a matter of fact, I never loved folks back here as much.
I know. Christ liveth in me.
That's it exactly, Bill. As far as I can see, the only people who really make any headway for the gospel, either here or on the field, are those who love with a supernatural love. Those who, as you say, have Christ living in them.
And all the way home last night, all he could talk about was how much he wanted to help out the Ludlows.
Sounds to me like he's getting a little carried away with all this. I wish some of the people who were at the meeting last night who could help Barth and Jeannie would get that carried away. You got a point there, Sonny.
I have an idea that Ronnie won't be happy until he can do something about it.
Hey, look out, Henry!
Wow! I guess I better start watching where I'm going.
That was about as close as I've seen. Traffic gets heavier all the time downtown here.
Yeah, the traffic may get heavier, but the population just about got lighter.
Well, the way I figure it, there is anything at all to this here evolution business, nature is going to come up with a man who can jump 3 ways at once.
Hey, look over there. Isn't that Ronnie?
I say, it sure looks like him.
I wonder if he's hit on a scheme for raising some money for the Ludlows. Hey, Ronnie! Ronnie!
It don't appear as though he heard you, Henry.
Yeah.
I can't make out what it is he's got in his hand, but he sure is concentrating on it.
Oh, well, I guess we don't have a whole lot of time to stand around and talk anyhow.
I think if Ronnie really has come to an idea, he'll let you know about it, Henry.
Sure. Huh. It looks like he's going into the jewelry store.
Well, whippersnapper's probably running an errand for his mother.
Yeah, probably.
Where'd you get hold of this ring, Ronnie?
Found it.
You found it, huh?
That's right, Mr. Plimby. Is it worth anything?
Well, offhand, I'd say yes. This ring's worth quite a bit. You say you found it, huh?
Honest. It was down by the alley next to Schultz's meat market.
Fred wouldn't have bought anything like this, I don't think.
But you say the ring is worth a lot of money, huh?
Offhand, I'd say so, yes.
Could you say how much?
Oh, I'd say you could get close to $500 for her.
Wow, that much?
You figuring on selling the ring?
I sure am. Boy, I've been looking for a way to get some money for some missionaries I know. Now, it looks like this is it.
You think God came along and dropped that ring where you'd find it, huh?
Just like that.
Well, then I suppose that God will handle the owners for you.
Huh? What do you mean, Mr. Plimby?
You say you found that ring?
That's right. I did.
Well, then, near as I can figure, somebody must have lost it.
Oh, I never thought of that. Do you suppose it was somebody here in town? I mean, maybe it was somebody a long time ago or from some other city.
You found it today, huh? Here in Knotty Pine.
I guess I should find out who owns it, huh?
I reckon.
I thought I really had a good way to give Mr. Ludlow some help.
You were really going to give all that money away?
Sure. Those missionaries really need it. Did you know that they aren't paid like other people?
Neither am I.
Yeah, but you sell something.
That's the point. That's the point, all right. I still can't figure a youngster like you giving away all that money.
Well, I probably won't have it to give very long. As soon as the owner finds out I have it, then...
I can't help hoping that the owner don't show up.
Hi, has the owner of the ring showed up yet?
Not yet, Ronnie.
It's sure swell of you to try to find the owner for me.
It's some job. You should ask, have any of the owners that have showed up really been the owner of the ring?
What do you mean, Henry?
What Henry's trying to say is that there have been a whole office full of folks in and out here all day today, all claiming that they own the ring.
Boy, how could so many people own one ring?
Well, that's just the point, Ronnie. Probably a lot of them have lost rings in the past, and others have...
Is this where you're keeping my ring?
Is the ring yours?
That's right, kid. Oh, you must be the boy who found it. Thanks a lot.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I'll just take it along. Where is it?
Just for the record, sir, can you describe it?
Sure, just like it said in the paper. Diamonds, gold, like that.
Can you tell me how the diamonds are arranged on the ring?
Look, it's my ring.
It looks like a lady's ring to me.
Oh, sure it is. It is a lady's ring. I bought it yesterday for my wife for her birthday. I was going to surprise her with it.
I guess we better give it to him.
Not yet, Ronnie. He hasn't described it yet.
Look, I ain't the kind of guy that can describe a thing like that. I saw this ring, diamonds all lined up in a kind of design, and I said to myself, Jerry'll like that. So I bought it. And I lost it.
Maybe you can explain the inscription on the inside.
Bill, there isn't.
There isn't anything that looks like a J, is there?
All right. So I didn't want to tell you I bought it secondhand. I don't know who those initials belong to inside the ring, but I was going to have them taken off before I give it to her.
That's funny. If I was going to do a thing like that, I'd had it done right at the place where I bought the ring.
Well, they said it'd take a couple of days, so, I was going to get one of my friends to handle it. Well, do I get my ring? Does my story satisfy you?
It's a pretty good story, Mr.
Bayard. Al Bayard.
As I said, Mr. Bayard, it's a pretty good story, but not good enough.
You mean I don't get my ring?
If I believed that it was your ring, you'd be on your way out of here right now with it.
Listen to me, smart guy. I'll sue you for that ring. The law will back me up on this.
I doubt it, Sonny. Why don't you just go down to the sheriff's office and explain the whole thing to him?
You aren't going, huh? Is it because the ring really doesn't belong to you?
You can keep the lousy ring.
That was the smartest thing I ever saw, Bill.
We've had a lot of trouble like him today, Ronnie.
We sure have.
Next time you find something and advertise about it in the paper, you shouldn't be so good at describing it. Almost everybody who comes in here gives a pretty good guess as to what it looks like, because of all you told in the paper.
That's why Bill had to dream up that inscription bit.
There aren't any initials inside the ring, are there, Bill?
No, there aren't, Ronnie. But I'm hoping only the owner will know that.
I would have given that man the ring if you hadn't kept after him.
It was a smart thing for you to let Bill look after the ring for you, Ronnie.
It sure was.
Well, this makes about one whole day. Nobody's claimed that ring yet. I mean, for real. Maybe the real owner ain't around.
Does that mean that I can keep it?
We'll have to keep it here for 90 days, Ronnie. I've already checked over at the sheriff's office. There have been no reports of a missing ring like this one.
What would you do with the ring if you could keep it, Ronnie?
Well, don't you see, Henry? I was trying to figure out a way to help Mr. Ludlow get back to South America. I could sell this ring. The jeweler, Mr. Plimby, said it was worth about $500. Anyhow, I could probably sell it to him and give the money to Mr. Ludlow. That way he could get back to South America all the faster.
That's a wonderful thing to want to do, Ronnie. But we'll have to see whether or not the owner will claim the ring.
I don't think he will, Bill.
Why do you say that, young feller?
Because I think God gave me that ring so that I could give money to the missionaries. I know I have to at least give the owner a chance to get the ring back. But I don't think he'll take it.
Ronnie, I hope you aren't completely set on this. I mean, I agree with you that God has allowed you to find this ring, but I don't know for certain whether it's for the money involved.
What else could it be, Bill? I'm not going to keep the money for myself.
I don't know, Ronnie. I just don't think you ought to be too certain as to what God has in mind. If you happen to be wrong, and I'm not sure you are, you might miss what he really has for you in all of this.
I'll try to remember that, Bill. But it sure looks pretty simple to me.
Well, we'll all know in a few weeks. If the owner doesn't show up and you go through with your plan, that'll be pretty clear.
And if the owner does come in here and the ring is taken, then we'll have to look for another meaning.
Well, I sure can't see any other one.
Neither can I.
I suggest we wait God out on this one and see.
How long has it been now, Bill?
81 days, pal. The reason I know is because Ronnie keeps very accurate count.
Just 9 more days, huh? Yeah, it looks as though Ronnie was right about God giving him that ring.
I'm beginning to think so myself, Henry. We haven't had anyone in here looking for that ring for a couple of weeks. I think it was pretty good of Ronnie to wait all this time. I mean, 3 months is a long time when you want to help somebody out like he does.
It sure is.
I suppose it would have been easy just to sell the ring and give the money to Barth, but if the owner ever came to claim it, there might have been a lot of trouble.
You know, sometimes it sure is hard to do the right thing.
You think you're anxious to see this whole thing over? Imagine how Ronnie must feel.
I don't have to imagine. Here he is.
Hi.
Hello, Ronnie.
Hi, Ron.
Howdy, Ronnie. Well, 9 more days, huh, Ronnie?
This has been the longest summer of my whole life. Boy, if I ever thought 90 days seemed like a short time, I sure was all wrong.
Yeah, you just wait till you're a little older, whippersnapper. 90 days to an old walrus like me seems like a day.
That's a real walrus-type day, Stumpy.
Huh? What are you getting at, Sonny?
Well, we were studying in class about the North Pole and the Arctic Zone where the days are 6 months long.
Yeah, no wonder you never hear about Eskimos staying out all night.
Yeah.
Time just depends on who you are and what's happening. Like the woman who says, I've been telling you for the last hour that I'll be ready in a minute.
It's okay to joke, but I sure wish the time was over.
Well, we all do, Ronnie. I think half the town is staring at the calendar, waiting for the 90 days to be up. Everyone knows about what you're going to do with the money.
And they all think it's pretty swell, too.
Oh, I wish that nobody had found out about it.
I was just telling Henry before you came in that we haven't had anyone in here asking about the ring for a couple of weeks.
Do you think we could just sell it now and take care of it?
What do you think?
Oh, I want it so much, but I know I shouldn't. We might as well wait.
He's here. Start the ceremony, Stumpy.
Hey, what's this?
Just stand right there, Ronnie. Okay, Stumpy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From the Ranger Station at Knotty Pine, we bring you the moment we've all been waiting for. And here is Chief Ranger Bill Jefferson to make the presentation.
Thank you. Will Ronnie Quiller please step forward?
I think that's enough music, Stumpy.
Ronnie Quiller, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to make this award. After holding down all the things you wanted to do, and in accordance with the law, advertising in the local paper for 2 weeks, and awaiting the complete 90-day period, which expired at midnight last night, and seeing as the owner has not come for this ring, I present it to you to do with what you please.
Hooray!
You guys.
We really are proud of you, Ronnie. And I know that when Barth and his wife receive the money that you'll be giving them, they'll appreciate it all the more, knowing what you went through to get it.
Boy, it sure is a pretty ring. You want to come over with me, Bill, to Mr. Plimby's jewelry store?
You go on ahead, Ronnie. I'm sure he's expecting you. Expecting him? I saw Plimby over at the bank yesterday, drawing out $500 in cash.
Say, maybe we'd better go along just to make sure Ronnie's safe.
That might be a good idea, Henry. Come on, Ronnie. We'll drive you over in the Ranger car.
Here he comes. Look at that smile.
Did you ever see a feller so happy to be giving away so much money? I'd like to have a picture of this to use as an illustration of a cheerful giver.
Hi, everybody.
Well, where to, Mr. Quiller?
Boy, I feel like a rich man with all his money. But I won't be able to give it to Mr. Ludlow, not till tomorrow. Would you keep it safe for me, Bill?
Anything you say, sir.
It sure seemed like a long time, but it was worth it.
Come on, Mr. Quiller. We'll treat you to a soda.
Boy, this sure is good.
Sure is. Hey, we ought to treat more folks to sodas, Bill. That way I get treated, too.
I beg your pardon, but is this boy Ronald Quiller?
Oh, that's right, ma'am.
Did you want to see me about something?
Yes. You see, I've been east for the past 3 months. I just arrived in Knotty Pine this morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, the summer was complete, except for one thing. The day I left for my vacation, I thought that I had misplaced a diamond ring of mine. But I've looked everywhere and was sick when I realized that it was gone. You see, my late husband gave that to me.
A diamond ring?
That's right. As soon as I got home, I heard that you had actually found such a ring. I thought it might possibly be mine, and I was wondering if
What did the ring look like?
Of course you'll want me to identify it. I remember it very clearly. It had a cluster of small diamonds in a pattern such as this. It's a very old ring.
And what about the inscription inside?
Inscription? Oh. I'm afraid you don't have my ring. Mine had no inscription. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I was so hoping you had found it. Thank you for your trouble.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
Well, it was your ring.
But you said that
that was just a little trick we used to make sure the right person was wanting the ring. It's yours, all right. But I don't have it anymore.
You don't?
No. Last night, the 90 days that I was supposed to wait was up. I just sold the ring a little while ago.
We just came from selling it.
Oh, dear. If I'd come back even one day earlier. I can't tell you what that ring means to me. You see, my late husband...
We understand, Mrs. Laurel.
I just don't know what to do.
I know what you mean.
Certainly you could get the ring back.
I'm afraid it isn't as easy as that, ma'am.
Oh?
You see, ma'am, for the last 3 months, Ronnie here has been waiting for the time to be up so that he could sell the ring. He's been planning to give the money to a couple who are missionaries to South America.
I see.
Ronnie was looking for a way to give them the support money when he found your ring.
I thought it was God who left the ring where I'd find it.
So, you see where he is right now. The legal time is up. And what I mean is you have no legal claim to the ring now, Mrs. Laurel. And by the looks of you don't need the money. No offense, man. I was just pointing out the situation.
I understand.
I know you want the ring back because it really means something to you. But so does this money mean something to me.
You'll have to listen to God on this one, Ronnie.
Are you real rich, ma'am?
Yes, I suppose I am what you would call real rich.
Well, Ronnie, what are you going to do?
Bill, will you drive me back to the jeweler's?
Sure, Ronnie.
I know this lady wants that ring pretty bad. And I think God wants me to give it to her. boy, what a summer.
Yeah, it sure was.
Well, today is a good day for rain.
Yeah. Hey, Bill.
Yes, Ronnie?
Do you think I did the right thing?
Don't you?
Well, I think so. But what are the Ludlows going to do for support?
Do you think God doesn't know about their needs?
Well, I thought he was using that ring.
I know. We all did.
Hey, why the long faces?
Oh, hello, Barth.
Hi, Barth.
Hi, Bill, Ronnie.
Howdy, Barth.
I had to tell you what just happened. In fact, I was hoping to run into you, Ronnie.
Me?
Yes. A woman just came to our apartment. She looked like quite a wealthy woman. And she gave us, now get this, $500.
Hey!
And what's more, she wouldn't tell us her name. All she said was that the gift was on behalf of Ronnie. And then she left.
Bill, it must have been...
That's right, Ronnie. And from where I sit, it looks like God really did use that ring for his work. You know, boys and girls, lots of times in life, decisions are not so easy to make. Sometimes it isn't a simple matter of choosing right or wrong. At times like that, the important thing is to be in close touch with God. He'll honor the decision made at his direction. Well, see you next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago.
You're my butter lovers, right?
Right.
Now, I know you folks love butter more than anything, except me. Yeah. So, Julie's got something special for your pancakes. Log Cabin buttered syrup. Why, it's got that good old-fashioned flavor with real butter, too. Rich, thick, and smooth, just the way you like. Take Julie's advice. Fix up your pancakes with Log Cabin's buttered syrup. Butter lovers truly love it.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Okay, Fifi. I promise I'll meet you in 10 minutes. You see, Gracie is waiting, and I've got to go back to the studio. We're on the air in a few seconds.
Au revoir, Georges. Je t'aime et je t'attendrai toujours, chérie.
Oh, Fifi, that's wonderful. Do you really mean it?
Oui, oui.
Do you really love me?
Oui, oui.
How much?
I will tell you later when you come to my apartment.
Woo-woo. Just think, Poopsie Burns going out with a girl from the Folies Bergère. Now to get out of that broadcast.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen are the show and his orchestra for singing glee. We're the smoothies three. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Next on tonight's radio menu, we have Burns and Allen. And listen, mothers, put Spam on your school lunch menu, and you'll make a hit with the youngsters. Whether you fix a lunchbox or whether the children come piling in on you at noon, Spam has the meaty flavor, the delicious taste that completely satisfies a husky appetite. That's because Spam is a perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and ham meat. Nothing else but these two. Look for that on the label. Ask for S-P-A-M, Spam, when you shop. It's all ready to eat as soon as you open the can. Use Spam and you'll discover how easy it is to make delicious, satisfying lunches that get A+, whether they go to school or stay at home. And here they are, our two Spam-ambassadors of fun, George and Gracie.
Thank you very, very much.
Oh, George, the most exciting thing happened last night.
Gracie, I have
You know,
got
I
time.
was at Ciro's last night, and I was sitting opposite Spencer Tracy, and he looked at me, and I looked at him, and then I dropped my eyelashes, and he picked them up, and I said to him, I said...
Gracie, he picked up your eyelashes?
Well, why not? They weren't heavy.
I say they were artificial eyelashes.
Artificial nothing. I bought them at Bullock's Wilshire.
Well, we all have our faults.
So I said to Spencer
That's
Tracy...
a joke.
I said,
It's the only one I've got. So maybe something would happen.
George, I want to tell you this.
Gee, I'm upset.
Look, I said
We
to
all
Spencer...
had our faults.
You want to hear this or don't you, George?
Yeah, but gee, I feel awful. It took me an hour to write that joke.
Look, George, I said to Spencer Tracy, I said, my name is Gracie Allen, how about an autograph? And he said, sure. So I gave him one, and after that...
Gracie. Look, Gracie, I'm sorry, but I don't feel well tonight. You see, I can't finish the broadcast. I just have to go home.
But you can't go home, George.
Well, I've got to. And, Gracie, while I'm gone, I want you and Bud to carry on.
What? In front of all these people?
This is no laughing matter, Bud. After all, a body is just like a machine. You know what happens to a machine after it's been used for 30 years.
Yeah, Jack Benny buys it.
Gracie, I ache all over. I want to go and soak my feet in hot water.
Oh, don't do that, George. I tried it once.
Well, didn't it help you?
Yeah, but it ruined my shoes.
Well, anyway, I'm not going. I'm not well.
You're not
that
going?
I am going. And that false gag upset me so that I feel awful. Sound man, open the door.
4 years at Harvard, and all I do is open and close doors for a living.
Oh, keep quiet and stop grumbling. I know college graduates who would take your job for half the salary.
Please leave Yale out of this.
Well, open the door. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Oh, open the door. I just ripped my coat. How do you like that? And Fifi is waiting.
Fifi? What is that?
Well, Artie, I'm going to a doctor, and I have to pay my fee.
But you said Fifi.
Yeah, well, it's 2 doctors, and shut up. Now, look at my coat.
Well, take it off, George, and I'll sew it for you.
Well, thanks, Gracie, and please hurry. I want to get to the doctor. And see if he'll give me something for my stomach.
Well, you get more if you trade in your car.
I mean, I can't hold anything on my stomach.
Well, why don't you wear suspenders?
Gracie, sew the coat. Look at that. The whole back is ripped.
Oh, let's see now. Where will I get some thread? Oh, yes.
Bueno, ¿y qué clase de doctor es eso que vas a ver? ¿Es muy bueno o es cirujano? ¿Qué?
He always gets tired at the finish. What is it, Senor Lee?
If you're not feeling well, Senor Burns, maybe you've got very close brains.
Oh, keep quiet, you pest.
Pest? Did I hear you call me a pest?
Yes.
My hearing is pretty good, isn't it?
Gracie, please hurry. I don't feel well, and the doctor won't wait forever.
Well, come to think of it, it's a pretty late hour to be going to a doctor's office anyway.
Well, Artie, I'm not exactly going to his office. I'm going to his apartment.
Going to a doctor's apartment? How long you been seeing this doctor?
Well, ever since I've had chronic anemia.
Where can a fella catch a thing like that?
Artie, take that clarinet and blow.
Well, here you are, George. Your coat's all finished.
Well, thanks. Where are the buttons?
Well, I had to take those off.
Take them off?
Well,
for what?
To get some thread to sew the coat.
Well, I'll just have to wear it without the buttons.
Well, I'll help you on with it, George. Now, just put your arms through here.
But, Gracie, you sewed the front together.
Well, that's in case it's windy. Your coat won't keep blowing open.
But how am I going to get into it?
Through the back where it's torn.
Well, never mind. I'll wear it anyway. The doctor's waiting. Well, goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Gracie, where are you going?
I'm going with you.
Look, you don't have to go with me.
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because I sewed the coat onto my dress.
And while Gracie's going to try and remove herself from George's coat, the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing Moonlight on the Ganges.
Moonlight on the Ganges, my little Hindu. When I whispered love's sweet melody, all our dreams and our schemes came true. Someday on the Ganges, I'll meet you once more, and I'll kiss you and caress you where the waters kiss the shore. Dewdrops listening, no one listening. By the Ganges, someone whispering to a Hindu maid. Don't be sad, I'll return. Neath the moon, I'll be there soon. Moonlight on the Ganges, my little Hindu. When I whisper love's sweet melody, and all our dreams and all our schemes, they came true. Someday on the Ganges, I'll meet you once more, and I'll kiss you and caress you where the waters flow. I'll be there, you know, when there's moonlight on the Ganges.
Well, George, here's your coat. I had to put a big patch in the back.
Patch? Where did you get a patch?
Well, I cut it out of the sleeve.
But, Gracie, now there's a hole in the sleeve.
Well, just turn it inside out and the hole won't show.
Look, Gracie, don't do any more with my coat. I'm in a hurry to get to the doctor.
Senor Burns, if you're in a hurry, why don't you take a taxi cab?
Shut up, taxi crab. You didn't even say it right.
Perdóname. If you're in a hurry, why don't you take a taxi, crab?
Oh, never mind. I'm in no mood for this stuff. Hurry up with the coat.
George, don't get so excited. What's your rush?
Look, Bud, I'm sick. And time and tide wait for no man. You know what happens when your number is called.
Sure, you go to training camp.
Just so happens that I'm not in the draft. I missed it by a year.
Yeah, the year of 1880.
Look, I've got to get out. Chrissy, I'll answer the phone.
Hello?
If it's for me, I'm going, you see.
Hello? Stan Sweetheart. Gracie Allen speaking. Who did you say you are? Who? How do you spell it? Yes. Yeah. Well, the name is very familiar.
Maybe it's...
I think I've heard my sister speak of you.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, you're a friend of the family. You say you met me several years ago in the hospital? Oh, now I remember. Hello, Mother.
Oh, Mother, that's some memory.
What, Mother?
Gracie, get off the phone.
Well, of all things. Goodbye, Mother.
Look, Gracie, I'm not feeling well.
Oh, George, this is really something.
I know, but...
My sister was making raspberry sherbet for dinner, and Granddaddy was out on the back porch turning somersaults, and my sister said to him, she said...
Gracie, look, how can a man 87 years old be turning somersaults?
Well, his beard was caught in the ice cream freezer. so. My sister said to
Look, I don't want to hear any more about it. This time I'm really going... Come in.
Good evening, Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Charlie.
It's all fixed. You'll be able to hear the political speech tonight.
What's that thing?
Well, that's an old radio. It's been in my family for years and years.
What is it, antique?
No, Aunt Clara's.
Well, give me my coat. I've got to go.
Well, here it is, George.
Yes.
Oh, and you're going to look a lot huskier in this coat. It'll build you up. I put a can of Spam in each shoulder.
Spam will build me up?
Bud.
Ah, ladies and gentlemen, Spam will build you up, too. It will stick to your ribs like it's sticking to George's shoulder.
Thanks, Gracie.
You're welcome, Bud.
The radio's all fixed, Miss Allen. Listen.
He's down with a blow to the jaw. 6, 7, 8. The champ is down. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The champ is up on his feet again.
Wait a minute. That's the Dempsey-Tooley fight.
Well, George, I told you it was an old radio.
Gracie, are you going to finish that coat?
Well, the radio's fixed. Now, to turn it on, just move this button over like this.
Say, Charlie, get out of here before I throw you out. That radio's on the bum.
Yes, me, that bum is on the radio.
Look, can't you people understand? I'm not well. I've got to go home.
Senor Burns?
What is it, Senor Lee?
Maybe you're catching Scarlet O'Hara.
You mean Scarlet Fever? Scarlet O'Hara is a movie actress.
That's bad to catch?
Gracie, give me my coat.
Say, George, don't you think you'd better wait until the style comes in where they have pockets on the lapels?
No coat has pockets on the lapels.
I did it again.
Have you sewn anything right?
Well, I finished the front and I finished the back.
How did the sleeves come out?
Well, very easy. Here they are.
Artie, will you please lend me your coat?
Yeah, George, I'll be glad to. But see if your doctor can get a cute little doctor for me, will you?
Stop with those wisecracks. I'll return your coat next week. Sound man, open the door.
Sound man. It's a good thing that none of my college associates have ever found out what I'm doing. They're all professors, scientists, Nobel Prize winners, and it would be humiliating to me if they ever discovered what I do for a living.
Well, don't any of those geniuses ever listen to you on the air?
Fortunately not.
Why not?
They can't afford a radio.
Well, I'll open the door myself. I'm late for the doctor. I've never seen such cooperation.
George, give me a coat. I'll sew it for you.
Oh, I did it again!
Artie Shaw and his orchestra will play for the first time on the air Artie's latest composition, Love of My Life, from his new Paramount Picture second chorus, vocal by Anita Boyer.
To take the merry-go-round, I'll lead need you. Wait and you'll see. I hope in your horoscope there is room for a dope who adores you. That would make the only dream of my life come true. For the love of my life is you.
Gracie, will you hurry with that coat? Remember, I've got to see the doctor.
Gee, you really must be sick, George.
Sick? I may have to see the doctor every night this week.
Gee, that's terrible.
Yeah, should happen to me.
Well, anyway, I'm going.
Well, if you want to go, go. Far be me from it to interfere.
Far be me from it. You mean it's far from it?
Forget it, Judge. It doesn't make a difference.
Difference? You mean it doesn't make a bit of difference?
Oh, it makes a lot of difference. And that's just the way it is with Spam.
Spam?
Oh, you bet, George. Spam is the name Hormel gave to a brand new combination of meats, seasoned in a more delicious way and packed in a handier package. People prefer Spam because it is something different, George.
Different?
Certainly. So, you see, it does make a difference.
A difference? Well, far be it from it.
Well, Spam is the real thing, though. A combination of pork shoulder meat to make it sweet and juicy, and the ham it takes to give it extra flavor and goodness that simply wouldn't be there without it. That's why Spam served cold, just as it comes from the can, has the meaty flavor, the delicious taste people like. That's why sizzling golden brown slices of fried Spam are perfect for breakfast. That's why baked Spam is a main course that adds an extra good taste to any dinner. So you may know Spam has extra quality and goodness. It has this sentence right on the label. Pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Look for it. When you want delicious, easy-to-prepare meat at your house, ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M Spam.
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot. Spam hits the spot.
Oh, George, I've had the best luck. I've mended your coat and I've got 2 sleeves left over.
Boy, I can't stand this. Now I've really got a headache. Who's got some aspirin?
Here, take these.
Thanks. Oh, 2 sleeves left over. The front sewed on the back. The back sewed on the top. The top sewed on the bottom. Whatever I tell you to do, Gracie, you do wrong. Well, anyway, I'm leaving.
No, you're not.
Why not?
I did it again.
You did it again?
They weren't aspirin.
What were they?
Sleeping pills.
Sleeping pills? But I don't want to sleep. Oh, I got a date with a doctor. Oh, what'll I do? What'll I say to Fifi? I can't keep my eyes open. Oh.
George is asleep.
George is dreaming.
George is dreaming.
Ah, George, Fifi loves you. You're so charmant. And when you make love to me, your voice, it is so soft and sweet, just like a bell.
Ah, do you really think so?
Ah, yes.
Fifi, I'm really crazy about you.
And I'm crazy about you, too.
Wait, you sound like Gracie.
But that is impossible. We're alone and I'm Fifi.
But you sounded just like Gracie.
Did I really?
I could swear you were Gracie.
But I'm not. I'm Fifi.
Well, then, say something to me in French.
I don't speak French.
Then you're not Fifi.
Would I lie to you, George?
Now you sound like Fifi.
She is Fifi.
Then who are you?
I'm Gracie.
Why did you follow me up here?
I had to. I'm so to you.
How could you be so to me and come up here with me without my knowing it?
Oh, George, this is your dream. You'll have to figure it out.
Fifi, I love you.
Gracie, I love you.
That sounds like Senor Lee.
But I'm not Senor Lee.
Then who are you?
Daniel Broom.
It's not Daniel Broom. It's Daniel Boom.
Broom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, George, you just shot the man I love.
Gosh, and I didn't know it was loaded.
I'm dying. But I've got to go into the kitchen to die.
Why?
This is the living room.
Well, Gracie, there goes your sweetheart.
Oh.
You feel bad?
No, I'm counting donuts.
Ah, Fifi, do you really love me?
I do.
You love me now. But will you love me when I'm old and gray?
I do.
At last we are alone. And I love you, Fifi.
And I love you, Fifi.
If you are Fifi, how can I be Fifi too?
No, you're not Fifi 2. You're about Fifi 5.
Ah, my darling.
Fifi, my love, I just got back. Wait a minute, who are you?
I'm Fifi's sweetheart.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Goodbye.
He just jumped out of the window. Who was that?
My husband.
Your husband?
Pardon me, I forgot my hat.
Ah, Fifi, I love you.
Hello? What's that?
Gracie, why are you answering the phone? It didn't ring.
Yes, it did. Hello, who? George, it's for you.
I wonder who can be calling me. Hello?
Hello, George. This is Gracie speaking.
Gracie? How can it be Gracie?
George, let me speak to her.
I think I'm going out of my mind.
Hello, this is Gracie Allen. What is it you want? I want to speak to Gracie Allen. Sorry, I can't hear you. You'll have to speak a little louder. Who, me? Yes, you. I'm talking as loud as I can, and I can't hear you either. What number do you want? Gladstone 1131. Oh, I'm sorry. You've got the wrong number. This is Gladstone 1131. Goodbye.
Give me that phone. I don't believe you can talk to yourself, operator. Operator. Oh, hello. Listen, operator. Is it possible for a person to talk to herself on the telephone?
Well, if you ask me, it's impossible. You know what I mean.
Fifi, my sherry. How do you say in French, I love you?
Je t'adore.
Ah, je t'adore. Je t'adore.
And this is what I do for a living.
What was that?
Mr. Burns, you said shut the door.
But I'm trying to say I love you.
Please, Mr. Burns, I'm a married man.
Ah, Fifi, you are lovely. Will you marry me?
No, you are too strong for me. I want a man that is like putty, one that I can mold.
Fifi, I'm putty.
And he's moldy, too.
Gracie, will you please go? I'm making love to Fifi.
All right, I'm leaving. Where's the leash?
What do you want with a leash?
I want to take the tree out for a walk.
I don't care what you do. I want to be alone. There's someone at the door. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Burns. I'm from the Sleeping Hollow Dream Company. Do you like the dream you've got, or would you be interested in a new one?
A new one?
Yes, we make our dreams to order.
You mean you have your own slumber yard?
Wait a minute. You look like Bud Heaston.
Bud Heaston? Who's that?
Well, cold or hot, what hits the spot?
A Los Angeles driver.
I'll try again. What doesn't need any refrigeration?
A Los Angeles driver.
I'll get him this time. What sticks to your ribs?
Sticks to your ribs? I don't know.
I know.
Tell him.
A Los Angeles driver.
Gracie, will you go away? I want to be alone with Fifi.
Well, where'll I go?
Well, go anywhere. Go jump out of the window.
All right.
Gracie, come back. I was only kidding.
What did you say?
Well, Fifi, at last we are alone. Here I am on bended knee. I offer you my heart.
I accept you, George. Get up and kiss me.
I can't get up. What's wrong with me? I can't get up. I can't get up. I can't get up.
Wake up, George. Wake up.
Oh.
Wake up, George.
What happened?
Well, you must have had a nightmare.
Oh, well, I'm glad I'm awake. Wait a minute. I still can't straighten up. If I'm not dreaming, why can't I straighten up?
I did it again.
You did it again?
Yeah, I sewed the lapel of your coat onto your pants.
Oh.
Friends, Spam is absolutely the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. Even though it is new, you'd be surprised how many families already use it regularly. Are you one of the folks who has promised yourself that you'd try Spam soon? Have you tried it yet? If you haven't, now is the time. You're really missing something. Spam is delicious meat. It's handy to use. Try the easy recipes on the label of the Spam can. Be sure to ask your food dealer for S-P-A-M, Spam, when you shop tomorrow.
Thanks, Bud. Well, Gracie, say goodnight.
Good night.
Say, where's Artie Shaw?
Well, he had to leave. He was sick.
Sick?
Yes, he said when George wakes up, tell him I went to see his doctor.
Oh, good night, everybody.
Listen again next Monday night, same station, same time, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies, brought to you by Hormel and Spam. This is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
When a fruit and cereal lover finishes that last piece of fruit, she's finished. That's why Post makes Raisin Bran with so many sweet, chewy raisins. She can get fruit in her first spoonful, her next spoonful, and her next. The way Post makes Raisin Bran, she can get fruit in every spoonful and never have to run out. No wonder Post Raisin Bran is the fruit and cereal lover's cereal.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in a thrilling adventure, The Female of the Species. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before our story, here's an important message. In Erie County, New York, there's a 1,500-acre strawberry crop that makes a substantial contribution to the war food needs. This year, it looked as though the crop would be lost because of a serious labor shortage. But a general appeal went out to the people for extra help, and the crop was saved. Folks, this is just one example of how America's men and women and boys and girls are pitching in to help the farmers. They need 4 million extra workers, and these workers will be paid prevailing wages for the amount and type of work they do. No matter how little time you have to spare, you'll be making a real contribution to the war effort if you volunteer for part-time work on a farm this year. So stand by for the local call. Do your part when the call for workers comes in your community. And now, the Green Hornet. Dr. Radnor sat in his sumptuous office and looked with admiring eyes at the young and beautiful girl who sat opposite him. He was known throughout the city as a brilliant and successful physician, but to this girl he represented more than that. He was the personal representative of her country and leader of a well-organized subversive group who were desperately carrying on their secret work with the hope of turning back the tide of victory which was fast engulfing their homeland. Finally, Dr. Radnor spoke.
Frida, you are one of our best agents in this country. It is for that reason that I've decided to give you a very important and perhaps very dangerous assignment.
Thank you for the compliment, Dr. Radnor. You know I'm ready to do my utmost for our country and the Fuhrer.
I knew you'd be ready. And you're just the one to carry through to success the plan which I have in mind.
If you've decided to use me for this important mission, Doctor, please get to the point.
That's why you're so valuable to us, Frida. You don't mince words nor waste time. You're like a beautiful machine, cold and efficient. And yet I'm sure you could be, well, human under certain circumstances.
Please, Dr. Radnor. I'm waiting for your orders.
Don't be impatient. I'm saying these things because it may be necessary for you to be charming in a feminine way to accomplish our plan. But now I'll get to the point.
I'm waiting.
Very well. It's been arranged for you to attend a reception at the British consulate. There you will make it a point to meet a young American officer, Captain Perry Hartwell. Try to get him to make a luncheon or dinner engagement with you.
What is the necessity for that, Doctor?
I've learned through another agent that Captain Hartwell will be leaving shortly on a special mission to Allied headquarters in Normandy. You must find out why he is going and when.
I see. But, Doctor, if he is the type to be entrusted with such a mission, he would not be the type to give out information to anyone. I do not see how I could
You are
be of any
beautiful
help
and
to
smart. But by playing a naive part, you may be able to get him to talk.
If I'm ordered to take on this assignment, I'll do so, Doctor.
It's an order, Frida. And I must warn you, the captain, though young, is smart and level-headed. You must be very careful in your questioning and in your actions. Frida, remember the future of our country is at stake. We must all take chances, big chances, to help defeat the Allies. Go now. Remember, you must not fail. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
In the afternoon, 2 days later, Michael Axford, would-be reporter on the Daily Sentinel and self-appointed bodyguard to Britt Reed, young publisher of the newspaper, was talking to Reed's secretary, Lenore Case.
Say now, Casey, if Reed's looking for me later, tell him I've gone on down to Moe's place to rent me some fancy clothes to wear to the reception tonight.
Oh, don't be silly, Axford. Why don't you wear just a dark suit?
Silly, is it? Me hobnobbing with British diplomats and a lot of generals and all. Sure, and I've got to be dressed decent to fit the occasion, that I do.
All right. Do as you please, but if they take you for a waiter, don't say I didn't tell you.
Sure, and without even opening my mouth, they're liable to take me to be one of the diplomats.
And if you do open your mouth, they'll be certain that you aren't, Axford.
Phooey. Now, you just tell Reed what I told you, and never mind trying to tell me what to do.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Always belittling, that you are. And me, the guy who's liable to come back with the best story for the morning edition. You wait and see.
That evening, Axford attended the consulate reception and wandered aimlessly among the guests, waiting for a chance to interview the guest of honor, a visiting British official. As Axford entered the large drawing room, he noticed a tall young officer standing near the doorway and staring with frank admiration at a beautiful young girl seated nearby. She was apart from the other guests and seemingly lost in thought. Then suddenly she rose, dropping her evening bag on the rug before her.
Sure now, young lady. I'll pick that up for you.
Oh, please allow me.
Oh. Sorry for bumping you, Captain. I got it. Here you are. Oh, me foot.
Oh, sorry. Did I step on your foot?
Oh, sure, no. That was nothing at all. I have a bad corn, that I have.
Here's your bag, Miss...
Oh, thank you, Captain. You're very kind.
Oh, not at all. May I introduce myself? I'm Perry Hartwell.
Well, I suppose under the circumstances, Captain Hartwell, it's all right to give you my name. I'm Edna Lynette.
Oh, very pretty name, too. Edna Lynette. Yes, I like your name very much.
Oh, I'm glad you like it. Thank you again for retrieving my bag, Captain.
Say now, young lady, could you tell me...
Would it be asking too much on such short acquaintance if I request a waltz with you out on the terrace, Miss Lynette?
Well, I really don't...
come now. You're not thinking of turning me down?
All right, Captain. I see you're not one to be put off lightly.
We'd better hurry then. The music may stop. I've been wanting to ask you all evening.
That dame stomped right on me foot on purpose. I'll bet on that. Sure, and I don't know what the younger generation's coming to when they get... Say, now. She went right off and left that bag after all, lying on the chair. Sure, and I can't go busting out with all them people dancing, so I'll keep it for her till she comes back. Oops! Oh, glory be. Now I've got to pick off all them gadgets there. Oh, such a mess of junk women carry in their handbags. That they do. And little or no cash. There. Oh. A little slip of paper I didn't put in. Oh, well, now. What do you think of that? Captain Perry Hartwell, it says. Now, I wonder how she got that in there when I just heard her meet the guy. Oh, well, I'll go hunt up that guest of honor for an interview. Then I'll come back and give her this. The way she was looking at that young captain, she'll never miss it. I bet on that.
The following morning, Axford was talking to Lenore Case in the outer office when Britt Reed entered.
Good morning.
Well, good morning, Mr. Reed.
Hi, Reed.
What's that you have there? Don't tell me you've taken up purse snatching, Axford.
Sure, and I couldn't get more than a cup of coffee for what I found in this one.
I've been trying to get Axford to tell me who the lady was he was out with last night when he was supposed to be at that reception.
Now, Casey, don't be funny. You know I went to that reception. Didn't I get that interview that's in the morning edition?
Where did you get that evening bag, Axford?
Well, I'll tell you, Reed. Last night, some dame, a good looker she was, too, left it lying on a chair. I stuck it in me pocket and forgot all about it.
Well, let's see it.
Oh, nothing in it but a lot of junk, Reed. Face stuff and the like.
What's this? Captain Perry Hartwell.
Oh, that. I saw that paper with the printing on it, and I remember thinking how funny it was.
Funny? In what way, Axford?
Well, you see, Reed, the girl who owns the bag dropped it. Me and a young American officer both went over to pick it up for her.
You would.
Hush, Casey, hush. As I was saying, he introduced himself as Captain Hartwell, and then they went to dance, and she left her bag behind.
It's strange that she should have his name already in her bag if he had to introduce himself to her.
Now, that's just what I thought last night, Reed.
What was her name? Do you remember?
Edna something or other. Oh, yes, Lynette. That was it.
A girl with a name like that's just the type to go around dropping her handbag in front of handsome young officers.
Now, there you go, being catty. No, she hadn't even noticed him up to that time.
That's what you think.
Say, I just noticed something else. His name is written, or rather printed, on the back of part of a doctor's prescription blank.
Say, now, I didn't notice that. Maybe we can find out from the doctor's office where this girl lives.
Well, there's only part of the doctor's name here. D-N-O-R. M.D. Well, the office address and the phone number must have been in the corner of the missing half.
D-N-O-R. Well, Mr. Reed, I might look through the physician classification in the back of the phone book for the doctor whose name ends with those letters.
Suppose you do, Miss Case. There won't be many names with that ending. And by elimination, we might locate the doctor and get the girl's address from him. It's an expensive bag and should be returned to its owner.
Well, I'll leave the bag here with you, Casey. I'll go on down to police headquarters and see what's doing, Reed. I'll see you later.
All right, Axford.
So long.
Just after dusk had fallen, a black sedan with 2 men in it moved up the avenue leading to the apartment house in which Captain Hartwell lived.
Fraulein Himmler's smart. I would be interested to know how she got the information that Captain Hartwell would be leaving tonight.
Well, Dr. Radner told me. It was simple for her. Why, even the best man can't cope with a clever woman, Carl.
Tell me how she found out, Carl.
She met the captain last night. He was charmed by her beauty. She managed to get him to invite her to lunch today. Then she told him she'd like to give a dinner party for him soon. Well, he said he wouldn't be able to attend such a dinner. He'd be out of town. Then she tried to pin him down to accepting a dinner date before he left town. He said lightly that he'd like to have been able to go to such a party, but that since he hadn't met her until last night, it would be impossible.
So Radner thinks that means the captain's leaving tonight, hmm?
Why, yes, it's evident. Because Frida was convinced that he was very much infatuated with her. That if it were in any way possible, he'd jump at the chance of seeing her again. But he didn't ask to see her again, which means he can't do so. Therefore, he must be leaving tonight.
I see.
Oh, stop, Carl. We can watch the entrance from here.
There's a taxi waiting there right now, Mark.
Well, perhaps we weren't any too soon. We shall see.
Now, look. There's a man in uniform coming out.
Wait till he gets under the light. Yes, he fits the description Frida gave me. Tall, dark. He's in officer's uniform. Carl, that's Captain Hartwell, all right. Get going, Carl.
If he's going to the military airport, they should turn into the river road at the next corner.
Yes. Look, they're turning. Now step on it. We mustn't lose sight of that cab.
Stop! Stop or we'll wreck your car! Hey, Captain, I gotta do what they say. I gotta.
Hey, what's the meaning of this?
You'll soon find out, Captain Hartwell.
So that's it, huh?
Hey, you punks can't stop my cab like this. Suck your cab driver while you dirty rat.
Carl. Use your gun, Mark. No, we have orders to break him in alive.
Not while I have the breath to...
Quiet him. Quick, Carl. We must get him into our car before somebody comes along. Here, help me.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Mark, I'll drive this car behind while you drive that cab with the driver up the road a bit and over the bank into the river. After that, we'll take this Captain Hartwell to Dr. Radner's place. The captain will wish he'd used a gun on him before Radner gets through with him tonight.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a minute. Would you women listeners like to feel that you're really a part of this war, that you're an actual member of the great American team moving against the Nazis and the Japs? You can have this satisfaction if you join the Navy's Waves. For each one of the 67,250 women now on active duty are helping to bring the battle to a victorious finish. Waves are helping to send the fleet its ships, its trained personnel, its armament, equipment, and food. Their jobs are as varied as the jobs of all Navy personnel, and each one is essential to the smooth running of our great fleets. If you're not working at an essential war job, serve your country where you're needed most by joining the Waves. Write today to Waves, Washington 25, D.C., for the story of you in Navy blue. And now, back to our story. A short time after the young captain had been waylaid by the two Nazi agents, Britt Reed was talking to his secretary, Miss Case, in his office at the Sentinel Building.
I'm sorry to keep you later than usual, Miss Case, but those letters were important.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Reed. I finished all of them, so I'll be able to leave now.
Good. By the way, did you run into much difficulty trying to locate the doctor?
Doctor?
Oh, you know, the one who might be able to tell you where to contact the owner of the evening bag Axford picked up?
Oh, well, yes, I did have difficulty. There were two physicians listed whose names ended with the letters D-N-O-R. One was Dr. Ledner, and the other was a Dr. Radner. I called them both.
What was the result?
Ledner said he couldn't recall a patient by the name of Edna Lynette, but that he'd look in his files. So I waited, and when he came back to the phone, he said he had no such patient.
How about the other one?
Dr. Radner told me immediately that he had no such patient. When I asked him if he were sure, he was quite put out about it and hung up.
I see. Well, we'll advertise the bag in the Lost and Found column tomorrow. I guess you'd better go along home now.
All right. I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Miss Case. Well, I might as well go along home, too. I didn't realize that it was... Hello?
Hello, Reed. This is Axford speaking.
Yes, I know. What's up, Axford?
Plenty, Reed. But it's something you can't print yet. That's why I'm calling you instead of the rewrite.
Something we can't put into print? What is it?
Well, Sarge got a tip-off from Inspector Martin of the Federal Bureau to start a search for an army officer who disappeared.
Disappeared, eh?
Yeah. He was supposed to take a cab to the military airport to catch a plane. He never arrived. A checkup of the taxi companies showed that one of them sent a cab out for him. The cab and driver were just found in the river.
It's bad. And there was no trace of the officer?
Nope, not a sign of him.
Maybe if they dragged the river for him, they might...
Reed, Sarge says it wasn't any accident. The driver had a bullet hole in his head.
Murdered, eh?
That's right. And wait till you hear this, Reed. The officer who's missing is none other than that young guy I saw last night. That nice-looking chap who went to dance with the young girl who owns the evening bag. Remember? His name is Captain Perry Hartwell. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, I must say that's very startling news, Axford. If you hear anything more, give me a ring.
Okay, Reed. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. I believe the captain was on army business of some kind. It sounds very much as it might be the work of foreign agents. I'd like to... That girl... I have a feeling that she might know something that would be of interest about this. This is a case that needs a quick solution. Perhaps the Green Hornet can help solve it in a hurry.
Leaving a Sentinel office building, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. And soon they were driving through the city streets in the Black Beauty.
Where we go, Mr. Britt?
To the office of a Dr. Radner, Cato. I looked up the address. It's in the next block on this street.
Perhaps girl just pick up blank someplace and print name on it.
I believe a doctor gave that slip to the Lynette girl, and that he was the person who printed Captain Harpo's name on it for some reason. Stop in those shadows ahead, Cato.
What you expect to find?
I want to look in Radner's files and see if that girl is listed as a patient. In that way, I might get her address and, through her, a clue to the men who waylaid Hartwell. Wait here. I won't be long.
Moving quickly and keeping close to the buildings, Britt Reed soon entered the entrance to the building in which Dr. Radner had his office. Using the stairway to escape notice, he found the office door on the second floor, and with the aid of a special master key, effected an entrance into the darkened anteroom.
That must be the secretary's desk. I'll have a look around with this flashlight. There's a filing cabinet over there. Now look through the patients listed under the L's. L-A-N. Nothing there on Lynette. Well, I guess this Dr. Radner spoke the truth after all. Well, my hunch was pretty strong that... Somebody must think the doctor stays here late. I'd better let it ring. It might be that somebody expected him to be here. I'll take a chance. First, I'll put this handkerchief over the mouthpiece. Hello?
This is Frida, Dr. Radner. I've been waiting to hear from you. You said you'd call me.
Did I?
Of course you did. You promised to call me as soon as you left the depot. You must have finished with him since you returned there. I'm anxious to know what happened and what you did to him.
Suppose I tell you somebody phoned here today and asked for Edna Lynette.
Well, you told me that this afternoon, Doctor.
Oh, yes.
What come over you, Doctor? I can't hear you very well. You sound muffled. And why have you forgotten about what you told me about that inquiry?
I want to get in touch with Edna Lynette. Her file card has been misplaced somehow.
But, Doctor, are you joking? You yourself gave me that name, and now you aren't Dr. Radner.
Hello. So that's it. Though she called herself Frida, she was also known as Edna Lynette. And Dr. Radner is implicated, but definitely.
Why you have me drive out River Road when you say girl say doctor should be at depot, Mr. Britt?
Cato, it stands to reason if I'm really on the track of the men who took Hartwell, I think I am, they wouldn't dare appear at the railroad depot with the captain in their custody, since the entire city is being searched.
Then would depot tell you something else?
Yes, Cato. If you recall, there's an old deserted freight depot which hasn't been used for many years out here about 2 miles from the city. I believe that's the hideout of the men who have Hartwell. I'm hoping we'll be in time. That girl will find some way to warn them, and they may do away with Hartwell. Step on it, Cato. There's no time to lose.
Meantime, Axford was riding in a squad car with Sergeant Burke and his driver. They had gone out to view the scene where the car had gone over the bank and were returning to the city.
It sure is a puzzle, Axford. It was tough on that cab driver, poor guy.
Yeah, but what about the young captain? I'm telling you, Sarge, if the cops don't pick up a clue soon, maybe there won't be any use trying to.
Great day in the morning. Look at that speed that will go. Cassidy, stop and turn around. That's one speed demon we're going to follow until we catch him, if it takes all night.
In the basement of the old freight depot, which had been fixed over as headquarters for the Nazi foreign agents, Dr. Ragnar, with his 2 operatives, Carl and Mark, stood staring down at Captain Hartwell. His wrists and ankles were tightly bound to a heavy chair. Though beads of perspiration stood out on his forehead and red welts showed across his cheeks, he stared back at them defiantly.
Well, Captain, up to now you have tried our patience. We have been lenient with you. From now on, we shall be more severe in our treatment if you do not cooperate with us.
Go to the devil, Nazi.
Maybe we won't get you to talk, but at least we'll see that you're silenced once and for all. Mark, take your gun and...
The signal, Dr. Radner. Must be Frida.
Let her in, Carl.
Dr. Radner. Oh, it's a good thing I live close to here. I drove over in a big hurry. Something has gone wrong.
What do you mean?
What's the matter, Frida?
Wait. I thought I knew that voice. I couldn't see you well at first, but you, Edna. So that's how this came about.
Quiet, you. Go on, Frida. What's happened?
Did you have to hit him like that?
Frida, answer the question. What happened?
I called your office and somebody answered the phone. I thought it was you at first, and I mentioned the depot. If they should find out that...
Little fool!
I've taken a lot from you, Dr. Radner. But that I won't take.
Frida, put down that gun.
What's come over you, Frida?
I betrayed Captain Hartwell, the first man who ever treated me with kindness and consideration. But he's unconscious from your blow, Carl, so he can't hear me. Well, I've had enough of your Nazi culture. Enough, do you hear?
Frida, stop this at once.
I won't back down now, Doctor.
You don't know what you're doing. He could never mean anything to you. He wouldn't replace...
I have no false hopes, Dr. Radner. But I can do one decent thing in my life before it's too late. And that is to see that you do not harm Captain Hartwell.
Mark, Carl, get her gun.
Yeah.
No! No!
I have it, Radner.
And I'll hold her, Doctor.
Good. Now let's get on with our work. You heard what she said. We must finish here and get out quickly. Mark, take your gun and eliminate Hartwell.
Very good, Radner.
No! Stop it! I won't let you!
Hurry, Mark. This vile Ted... Oh, she bit my arm.
Shoot, Mark.
No, Mark, no! Oh.
Mark. She ran in front of him. She shot.
Hold it, Nazi.
A masked man.
The Green Hornet. Shoot him, Mark.
The lights. Somebody turned out the lights.
Me fight better in dark.
Get to the door. Get to the door.
Oh, no, you don't. Take it, Nazi.
Gas gun.
I find other ones soon.
No, wait. I give up. I give up, Green Hornet.
Oh, there you are.
Take your share of this.
No. Yes, I can't.
Switch on the lights, quick.
There. Lights on now.
There's a man in a captain's uniform tied to that chair. That's Hartwell, all right. The girl at his feet. She must be... Let's see.
Girl killed, maybe.
No, she's been shot through the shoulder. She'll come around, all right. Untie Captain Hart...
People come. Maybe police.
Quick, there's another door out over there. There'll be some way out through that other room. Come on.
Glory be, look.
Great Saint Sarge, there in the chair, tied hand and foot. It's Captain Hartwell himself.
Hartwell? Well, ain't that something? Get him loose, Cassidy, and be quick about it. Who's the girl? Looks like she's hurt.
Say now, that's the girl I saw at the reception. Edna Lynette. And Sarge, them guys must be the ones who killed the taxi driver and snatched Hartwell.
Well, what's happened?
Take it easy, lad. You'll be all right now.
The Nazi agents, are they... Oh, you've got them.
Sure, you're safe, and your little lady friend, too.
Lady friend?
Look, there at your feet.
Edna Lynette. Well, she's one of them.
Yeah? Well, whatever she is, son, you owe her a vote of thanks. We found her slumped there in front of you with her arms spread out like she was shielding you. and a bullet wound in the back of her shoulder.
Then she saved my life.
No, she'll be all right in time. So she's a spy, huh?
Yeah. Second Mata Hari in a way.
Sure, and I thought that she was a Nazi like the others. Shut up, you dimwit. Mata Hari was the name of a famous German spy in the last war.
Oh.
Say, who did all this to these Nazis, Captain?
It must have been she. But I don't know how she did it by herself.
The female of the species is more deadly than the male. Maybe for saving your life and all, the courts will go easy on her.
Hey, look on the forehead of each one of them.
For man alive, 'twas the devil himself did all this.
What do you mean, Sergeant?
I mean 'twas none other than that disappearing wonder, the Green Hornet himself.
That's the Lux Street safe bomb! Killers caught, firing, broken free to have against prison term. Green Hornet implicated, read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. That's the Lux Street safe bomb!
The purchase of war bonds is not a get-rich-quick scheme, but it is a get-rich-safely scheme. You get back $4 for every 3 invested, and at that rate, it doesn't take long to salt away a good-sized nest egg. Just forget for a moment the patriotic reasons for buying war bonds and concentrate on what you yourself can get out of an investment of this kind. In the first place, the civilian goods market is pretty lean these days. Add to this the fact that there's more money around than ever before. Therefore, instead of trying to buy up these scarce goods and consequently raising prices, put the money away in war bonds where it will earn extra money for you and help to safeguard your post-war financial security. Put your money into war bonds right now and get back $4 for 3. It's the best buy in the country today. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Once there was an ant and a grasshopper. The ant worked day and night while his friend the grasshopper fiddled away his free time. Then when the ant left on his winter vacation, was the grasshopper left in the cold? 'Cause the grasshopper was on the payroll savings plan. And by now, all those U.S. savings bonds added up to a big surprise to the ant and a big winter vacation for the grasshopper. Moral, buy U.S. savings bonds and you don't need a rich ant.
Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
I'll silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. When the masked rider of the plains led his courageous fight for justice in the early days of the western United States, he never forgot the great American principle that all men are equal before the law. The Lone Ranger's justice meant justice for all men, regardless of race or creed. And it was this principle that led him into one of his most exciting adventures. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for Stillwater. Tonto's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Our story begins in the town of Stillwater. The Lone Ranger, carefully disguised, is standing at the bar of the cafe, listening to the conversation of a group of men. Among them is the sheriff, Charlie Dodd, and... No, sir, fellows. I'm frank to say it's got me beat.
Charlie, how many is there missing so far?
15 or 20, I reckon. Ain't that about it, Brad?
Must be, Sheriff. Well, just think of it. 20 Chinamen disappearing into thin air, and no trace of where they're going to.
Pardon me. Oh, howdy, stranger. I was just noticing you standing there. Care to join us in a drink?
No, thank you. I was just interested in what this man said about there being no trace of the Chinese who disappeared.
Newt's right. No one's found a sign of them.
I'm wondering if anyone's looking very hard.
Maybe there's something to that, stranger.
They were all men employed by the railroad and the construction camps, weren't they?
Uh-huh. And where the railroad got all them coolies, I don't know.
I heard they're bringing them into Frisco by the thousands. There's ships coming from China that's got coolies loaded in so thick they're like to bust the hatches.
They're good workers, and it doesn't cost the railroad much to keep them.
That's sure the truth.
Keep them in grub and pay them almost nothing and promise that in case they die, they'll be shipped back to where they come from to be buried, and that's all they ask for.
They're supplying just what this part of the country needs at present, however. Manpower. Labor that will push the rails eastward across the mountains to meet the rails being built westward.
Yeah, I suppose that's right.
But what's that to you, stranger?
Merely that I believe they're entitled to the same protection others receive.
Ain't they getting it?
You can't say they are when almost every week more disappear and no clue is ever found as to what's become of them.
Oh, this the doggonedest thing. Now, don't get me wrong, stranger. Because them coolies are different from you and Brad Newt here don't mean I wouldn't be willing to do my best for 'em. I've give my word to uphold the law, and I'll do that same, no matter what. But like I was just saying, this is the time I'm stumped for fair.
You've looked everywhere?
Me and Brad here haven't missed a square foot for miles around.
Brad's your deputy?
That's what I am.
I wonder...
Yeah?
Have you been in Apache Valley?
Huh?
Apache Valley?
Say, stranger, are you local? Ain't you heard about that place?
I've heard a number of things.
Mister, I wouldn't go in that valley for all the gold you could give me. Not unless I get to hankering for sudden death, I won't.
Has anybody been there recently?
When was the last time, Brad?
Don't you remember? It was more than 6 months ago. That was when Jed Rivers and a party of prospectors headed that way, thinking there might be gold in the valley.
Yeah, came hightailing back out of there faster than they went in.
Indians?
Not just redskins, Apache Indians, which same are plain poison.
I'd heard that a long time ago the valley used to be sacred to the Apaches, but I thought as the country became settled, they moved further back into the mountains.
That's what Jed thought. That's why he went there. But he sure enough found out different. You should have heard him when he got back. He said him and his pards never did travel so fast as he did that time, making themselves scarce.
How could they be sure there were Indians in the valley?
They seen them.
They even brought back some of the arrows them redskins shot at them.
I see.
No, stranger, them coolies ain't in Apache Valley. Or if that's where they went, they're done for by now. You know, I've been doing some wondering myself.
Yes?
I've been wondering if them coolies that disappeared didn't do that same a purpose.
What do you mean, Sheriff?
Well, look at it this way. Who'd have any reason for making them prisoners or any such thing? What in the name of heaven would you do with them if you had them?
Don't ask me.
The more I try to figure it, the more I think the only ones that disappeared was ones that wanted to.
Yeah?
They most likely got tired of working. They likely slipped away, figuring that to have a heap easier time of living off the country.
That still doesn't explain why nothing's been seen of them.
Oh, shucks, that's easy. They was brought here on contract. The contracts is made by the railroads, by them, what do you call them, Brad?
Tongs.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of, tongs. I suppose they figure they'd better make themselves scarce of the tongs they belong to and make it hot for them.
That's possible. However...
What's the fuss? Well, that's Dick McLeod from the railroad camp.
Yeah. Hey, Sheriff.
What's the matter, Dick?
You gotta come over to the camp right away.
What's happened?
Half a dozen more of them coolies have cleared out. That's what's happened. And if you don't find what's become of them, there's going to be the devil to pay.
With the information he had gathered in town, the Lone Ranger returned to the place where he had concealed his great horse Silver, mounted and raced across country to the well-hidden camp where Tonto was waiting.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh. Tonto.
Me here.
I learned a little more in Stillwater, Kimosabe.
What's that?
In the first place, more Chinese laborers have disappeared. The man from the railroad camp just reported it to the sheriff.
That heap bad.
We've got to learn where they're going. This makes more than 20. The sheriff seems to think they're men who are running away on purpose. He believes they simply gotten tired of working.
Oh, him wrong.
He must be. Those men couldn't live off the land here in the West. They'd be completely lost. They haven't had the experience.
That's right.
I learned another thing, too. The people in town are convinced there are Indians in Apache Valley.
No. Me not think that. Tonto's Indian friend tell me them gone.
They've seen Indians there, however.
Oh, that's plenty strange.
The valley's always had a bad name. In the old days, no white dared enter it.
That's right.
But I'd hoped if your Indian friends were telling you the truth, all that had been changed by now. And yet, if the whites are still afraid to enter Apache Valley, it may help us.
What you mean?
Just this. The Chinese who have disappeared must have gone somewhere, but this whole district has been searched except for the valley.
You think them there?
I don't know. They've been made prisoners and taken there. I haven't any idea why it was done. And if they deserted and went to the valley by themselves, I still can't see a reason. From what I've been told, it wouldn't provide a very good living.
That's right.
It contains nothing but trees and rocks, scarcely any open country that could be cultivated. Nevertheless, Tonto, that's where we're going.
We ride now?
As soon as I've taken all this disguise and put on my mask.
Let me help take off disguise.
Thanks. Kimosabe, Apache Valley may mean death to whites that go inside. What's more, it may hold no clue to the disappearance of those Chinese. But we're going to try to solve its mystery if we have to risk our necks to do it. Get our things together. We're leaving at once.
Although the masked man and Tonto urged their mounts to their greatest speed, it was nightfall before they reached the mouth of Apache Valley. They made camp just inside its boundaries, and in the morning saddled again and prepared to go forward. But before they mounted, a feathered shaft struck the trunk of a tree not a foot from the Lone Ranger.
Tonto, what was that?
You look. It arrow.
An arrow? Huh? That was an Indian, Tonto. Could you understand what he said?
Him say, leave valley or get killed.
A warning.
We go get him?
We can't catch him, Tonto. He aimed at us from the ledge of that cliff up there. By the time we found a way to get up there, he'd be gone. That's what he must have been banking on. This proves your friends were wrong, though, Tonto. There are Indians here.
That's right.
We've been given a warning and a chance to turn back and escape. I have an idea that if we continue, we won't get another chance. The next time, they'll attempt our lives.
Maybe you're right.
You'd rather leave, Tonto. There's still time.
No. Tonto not afraid. Me go where white friend go.
Good for you, Tonto. Then forward it is. We'll meet trouble when we have to. Steady, Silver. Yep.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
On they rode into the valley. The cliffs which hemmed it in were so high that the sunlight penetrated for only a few hours in the middle of the day. The trail led through a dense forest, and underfoot the going was rough and treacherous.
Tonto, the more I see of this valley, the more I wonder why anyone would want to come here.
You stop. Oh, Scout. Oh, Scout. Oh.
What is it, Kimosabe?
You look. There.
Yes?
Them dig pit. You see? Look where branch stick up.
That's what it is, Tonto. It must be. Wait. I'm going to have a look. Come here.
Oh, there. Heap big hole.
Covered first with branches, then with dirt and leaves. And look down there on the bottom.
Oh.
Stakes sharpened to a point. We'd fallen in there with our horses, and those stakes might have killed us.
That's right.
Tonto, listen to me. We can't go on this way. We can't always be dodging their efforts to get us. Sooner or later, they may succeed.
That's right.
Unless we turn the tables on them. Unless, instead of being killed, we capture them.
You got plan?
I believe I have, Tonto.
Not good.
It's getting dark again. We'll soon have to make camp for the night. And that's when we'll be in the greatest danger. The night will hide the Indians. Even if one of us keeps watch while the other sleeps, we can't be sure of safety.
What plan you got?
First, let's make camp. We've gone far enough for the day. I think that place over there will do very well. Then, Tonto, I'll explain what I have in mind.
The Lone Ranger outlined his plan to Tonto as they ate their evening meal. When night had fallen, they placed their blanket rolls close to the dying embers of the fire. Then the masked man and the Indians slipped away from the camp and into the cover of a small clump of trees.
Tonto, do you think anyone could have seen us leave our camp?
No. Them not see us.
I hope not. We got away all right. Our plan should work. I think those blankets look enough like men sleeping to fool almost anyone. Quiet.
What you'll hear?
Nothing, I guess. For a moment, I thought I heard steps over there, but I must have been mistaken. Of course, they may not attack at all. We may have made our plans for nothing. I doubt it, however. They're too anxious to get rid of us to let a night pass without some attempt on our lives.
We wait. Them come by and by.
Yes.
What that?
You see something?
There. Black shadow. There, other black shadow. Shadows move.
Indians. And working directly toward the spot where they think we're sleeping.
Now what we do?
Let them get a little closer, Tonto. We don't want to make a move before we're sure all of them are on hand.
Tonto only see two feller.
That's all I can see.
Them go now.
All right, Kimasabi. Come. Those redskins are going to get the surprise of their lives. Quietly, though.
You not make noise.
At
them, Tonto. He got him. Stand where you are. Tonto, that way. Take that one. I'll get this fellow. Hold on. There, I've got you. Blast you. What? Let me go, I say. Let me go.
Tonto, have you got that fellow?
You got him.
Then take a look at him. These men are dressed like Indians. They shot at us with arrows. But, Tonto, they're no more Indians than I am. They're white.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger discovered that the men who had attacked him and Tonto were not Apaches but white men, he made them prisoners. Then he gave Tonto some instructions, and early the next morning the Indian left the camp. We see the masked man now as he walks toward the outlaws.
You there. Your name is Rio, isn't it?
What if it is?
And you call yourself Windy?
A lot of good it'll do to know our names.
I think I've heard those names before. If I'm not mistaken, both of you are wanted for crimes in quite a few different places.
Yeah?
It would be easy to find out.
Just what are you getting at?
Just this. Either you'll talk, either you'll tell me what's behind all this, or be given to the law.
Blast it, you've been asking us questions all night. We've told you before you won't get nothing out of us, and we're telling you again, so quit it. You can keep at us from now till a year from now, but you won't get no answer except what we've given you.
Perhaps I'd better use some persuasion.
You think we don't savvy who you are?
You know me?
We know as much about you as anybody does.
Yes?
You're the fella they call the Lone Ranger. We've known it ever since you headed for the valley. Why don't you get sense? Clear out while you can still save your hides. I'm telling you, you ain't got no more chance of getting a boss than a rabbit with a lobo wolf. Sure, there's things going on in this valley. Big things. The boss is playing for big stakes, and he's got things planned so's he'll win. He's the slickest customer I ever met up with, bar nobody. You won't bust up his game, and neither will the next fellow that comes nosing around, or even the next after him. Now just throw your bedrolls across your horses, head south, and make tracks for home. Take it from me, that's the smartest thing you can do.
I'll just... What was that?
There. We told you we had pards nearby.
I'll find out what...
Oh, the masked man. They got the masked man.
Tonto!
Serves them right.
Tonto!
What matter? Who fire guns? What matter? What? Oh, you get shot.
Tonto, listen. I'm afraid this means we'll have to turn back. We can't go on after this.
Oh, you plenty bad hurt.
Could you lift me to your saddle, Kimosabe?
Oh, Tonto, do that. We warned you, mister. You can't say we didn't. Rio, call out for the boys. No. You keep still. You make noise, me shoot you. Careful, Wendy. The redskin means just what he says.
Call the horses, Tonto.
Here, Silver. Here, Scout.
Now, give me your hand.
Here.
There. I'll ride with you, Tonto. You'll be able to hold me in the saddle. Now, help me up. There. Steady, Scout. All right, Tonto. Up with you.
Me up. Get clear of the valley, mister. Another dose of lead'll just about be your finish.
We're leaving. But remember this.
Yeah?
When this wound is well, we'll be back. Let's go, Tonto. Follow along, Silver, old fellow.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode back the way they had come, the Indian supporting the weight of his white friend. But they had covered less than a mile when the masked man straightened in the saddle and Tonto reined up.
Whoa, Scout. Whoa. Whoa.
We tricked them, Tonto. They really believed I'd been shot.
Fooled them plenty.
Here's Silver. You know what to do, Tonto?
Hip. Me ride back to town.
Yes, and keep the blankets across the saddle in front of you. Ride fast so any guards who may be posted in the valley won't have a chance to discover I'm not with you. Hold on to the blankets as though you were keeping me in the saddle.
Tonto, do that.
They may notice that Silver isn't following, but that can't be helped. They think of it at all. They'll likely decide Silver broke away. When you reach town, Kimosabe, tell what we've discovered. Tell the law whites have been masquerading as Indians. Then the law will have to act.
Me make posse come.
I'm depending on you, Tonto. I'll allow 5 days for you to reach town and get back. When you get here, do your best to see that no one escapes to give his leader warning.
But how me find you?
There'll be some way for me to send you a signal, Tonto. What it'll be, I won't know until I've looked over the ground. You can depend on it, however. But now I've got to get back to where we left Rio and Windy.
Them break way heap quick.
Yes. I made the knots in the ropes that bind them loose enough so they can free themselves when they try. The first thing that they'll do when they get free is to report to their leader that we're on our way out of the valley. What they won't know, however, is that I'll be trailing them to their leader's headquarters.
Not plenty clever.
Now on your way, Kimosabe, and be back in 5 days.
Me do that. Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
It did not take long for Rio and Windy to undo the ropes that bound them. They took to the saddle and spurred their mounts northward, deeper into Apache Valley. Finally, they left the valley behind them and followed a narrow, winding trail that opened on a smaller valley. On they rode, and at last drew rein before the door of a ramshackle office.
Whoa. Come on, Windy. I'm with you. Boss. Hi there, boss. You inside?
That's you, Rio.
It's me and Windy, Mr. Brady.
Come on in.
Well, what have you got to report? The job's done, boss.
Yeah. Mr. Brady, the masked fellow and that Indian friend of his are hightailing out of the valley so fast you can't see him for dust.
What happened? Gosh, Mr. Brady, that's something I ain't sure about.
No?
For a fact, I ain't. One of the other boys really done the trick. Which one it was, I couldn't tell you.
I don't understand.
Well, it was this way, boss. The masked hombre and the redskin got by all the other fellows but us.
Yes?
And then they sort of got us in a bad fix.
They were slick, Mr. Brady. They tricked us fair and proper. We figured they was wrapped in their blankets asleep. But when we sneaked up on them, they come from behind some trees and got the drop on us. Then they tied us up and tried to make us talk. But we didn't, Mr. Brady. We never said a word.
I think you both understand what had happened to you if you ever did. Now then, they got the drop on you. How'd you get the best of them?
Well, that's what I was saying. We didn't. It was one of the other fellows, I reckon, that must have followed after him. He drilled a masked fellow from cover, but we never got a look at him. I guess he never seen us, neither.
That's funny.
Oh, I don't know. Me and Windy was sitting down, tied again a tree. The masked hombre was standing up. Whoever done the shooting most likely couldn't see where we was at. We couldn't yell out on account of the redskin. Then when the redskin and the masked man lit out, this other fellow likely didn't stay around to do any investigating. What he done was probably follow after him to see they kept on going.
That's what he should have done.
Sure.
I don't believe with the Lone Ranger all the way we have much to worry about. If he failed, there's certainly no one else around this part of the country to trouble us. It's just barely possible that the law might get here. If it did, there wouldn't be a coolie to be found.
No? I don't savvy what you mean.
Never mind. You can take my word for it, and that's enough.
The masked man had followed the two outlaws to the secret inner valley. During the 5 days that followed, he investigated the situation and made several interesting discoveries. Then, on the 5th day, Brady called Pete to his office.
You sent for me, Mr. Brady? Got more work for you to do, Pete. Yeah? Another trip outside.
Oh, I get you. More coolies, eh?
Exactly. With the new tunnels we've opened, we can double the number of workmen. I want more coolies within a week.
You'll get 'em. How many men can I take?
As many as you'll need. Just so there are enough left to keep the coolies we've got in line. How have they been behaving? Making trouble?
Them that have been sorry for it.
I imagine they have. Very well, choose your men and get started.
Sure thing. I'll get red and lie.
You'll get no one.
A masked man.
What? Keep your hands from your guns.
You Rio and Windy, the blasted fools, told me you were shot, that you'd left the valley.
You see, I haven't. What's more, Brady, I've been around for the last 5 days.
Spying on us.
Getting evidence that will see you and your men hung.
I think not.
You kidnapped Chinese laborers working for the railroad and made slaves of them. You've kept them here as prisoners, forced them to mine gold on which you have no legal claim. You were clever, Brady. Free labor, a rich vein. Men packing the gold you took out across the border. Other men keeping intruders from the valley. But now you're finished.
That's what you think.
I know what I'm talking about. Right now, the law is in the valley. Tonto brought it here. Enough law to handle you and your old organization.
So you think you got me trapped?
You are.
And what if those coolies disappear? What if the mine can't be found? Then what? What'll the law do to me then?
That won't happen.
No? You think it won't? You think I wasn't ready for just this? You said I was clever. Now I'll show you just how clever I really am.
Boss, what are you doing?
Put out that match.
It's lit. The fuse is lit. Try and stop it. Just try. You thought you had me beat. Why, you fool. There hasn't been an hour since I opened this mine that I wasn't prepared. Now bring on your law. I'll laugh in its face.
But, boss, that fuse...
I keep my own secrets, Pete. Stranger, I've planted enough blasting powder at that mine to blow out the side of a mountain. That fuse leads right to it. And in just about 10 minutes, there won't be enough left of the mine or the men in it to send me to jail for a day.
We'll see.
Wait. There! Gone. Mine, coolies, evidence and all. Gone, every bit of it.
Brady, look out of the window.
Good Lord. But what? Boss, how?
The mine wasn't even touched.
It can't be. I planted that blasting powder myself. Something's going wrong.
You planted the blasting powder, Brady, but I changed it.
Why?
Stand back. Yes, changed it, Brady. And the blast you prepared to get rid of the evidence is bringing the law here this minute. It's a signal town has been waiting for.
We were tricked. I'll show you. My head.
Don't make another try for a gun. That means you too, Pete.
Enforcement.
This way, Tonto.
Let me go. Let me out of here.
Quiet. Here's your prisoner, Sheriff.
I'll take care of the skunks.
Tonto, I didn't expect you here so soon.
Me pine trail. Right this way when we hear blast.
Sheriff, you'll find all the evidence you need right at hand. The mine is in the face of that far cliff. The Chinese who disappeared are all there. And I think that when Pete tells the rest of Brady's gang that their leader not only planned to blow up the Chinese in the mine, but his own men who were inside as well, they'll testify plenty.
I got my posse rounding them up right now.
Wait, Sheriff. Let me go. I'll pay you. I'll make you rich. I'll give you all the gold you can ever spend. Just let me go, that's all.
You can't give me a blame cent.
But listen. You've got to listen. Just hear me out.
Shut up.
No, wait.
All right, then. Keep on talking, you polecat. Talk all you're a mind to. 'Cause when you're hanging from a tree, you'll stop talking sudden and complete.
Hello,
Cutler! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
After you take away the bread, cheese, lettuce, tomatoes, and mayonnaise, what have you got? Well, with Oscar Mayer bologna, you've got meat, and lots of it. Cuts from the beef brisket, chuck, round, and flank. Cuts of pork side and shoulder, never cereal or filler. Oscar Mayer bologna. The beginning of a beautiful sandwich.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is paper. P-A-P-E-R.
Really?
You bet your life. More than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
He's a waste of time. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples.
We asked for some young people to volunteer tonight, Groucho. And just before we went on the air, Mrs. Amelia Mendez de Bitterline, Mr. Bill...
Stop ad-libbing.
I couldn't do it again. And Mr. Bill Albans were selected. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Amelia Mendez, eh? And Bill Albans.
Yes,
sir. Where are you from, Bill?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte, North Carolina?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
I'm almost 28.
Almost 28. Well, you're a fine-looking lad. Are you married?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm single.
Do you care for the ladies?
Oh, yeah, man. I've been crazy about them since I've been that big.
What did you do about it when you were that big? Well, I'll see what I can do for you, Bill. Amelia Mendez, de Bitterline, huh? Where are you from?
Panama City, Panama.
Oh, from Panama, huh? Well,
Sir.
we've rarely had anybody from Panama. Where's your hat? Now, you know, people all over America are planning their vacations these days. Well, some of them may want to visit Panama. How would you suggest that they go, by ship or by plane?
I would suggest that they go by plane because it's faster And then they could stop in several Central American countries as well as Panama. For example, they could go to Guatemala, to Nicaragua, and Costa Rica.
You say they'd visit Guatemala? How long would we stay in Guatemala?
Overnight or a day, or depends on how much time you have.
Just one day in Guatemala? Well, I guess that's right, that old saying, here today in Guatemala. Bill, where do you plan on going on your vacation this year?
Well, I'm going to try to be in Helsinki, Finland.
What's your language, Bill? There are ladies present. Why would you want to go to Helsinki, Bill?
Well, you see, that's where they're going to hold the Olympics this summer.
Oh, well, are you going as a spectator or as a participant?
I'm going to try to go as a participant, yes.
Oh, well, that's a very great honor to be on the Olympic track team. Have you had much experience?
Well, I was on our last Olympic team.
Well, congratulations. We're honored to have you. Just to be a contestant. What event will you win?
I was in the hop step.
Is this training for pedestrians? Are you planning on entering the hop, step, and jump this year?
No, I'm going to try for our decathlon team this year.
Well, what about this fellow up north? What's his name?
Yeah.
You know who I mean? What's his name?
I believe it's Bob Mathias.
Mathias, yeah. Well, are you going to have to compete against him?
Yes, sir, I think
Well, that's tough going, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be one of the greatest since Jim Thorpe and
I
Bay
believe...
Dickerson, eh?
Well, he probably is the greatest, I guess, yeah.
And you'll have to go up against that? And you don't get any handicap or anything?
No.
I think you're very foolish. If I were you, I'd go to Panama. Well, it's been certainly pleasant talking to you two, and I hope you win lots of vacation money here tonight. Of course, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to some words of special importance.
Take the 5-mile trial. Take the 5-mile trial. Go in tomorrow to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer and drive the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the famous Power Master 6. Compare the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 with any car on the road today, not just on the straightaway, but going up steep hills and through stop-and-go city traffic and under all road conditions. You'll discover the sensational acceleration and reserve power of the new 160-horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome V8 engine at all speeds. It's America's most advanced engine design, giving you more power from every drop of gas and on regular gasoline. DeSoto full power steering takes the work out of driving, and when parking, it makes turning the wheel as easy as dialing a phone. Get the feel of DeSoto's full power steering, the only type of power steering that takes the work out of steering all of the time. Yes, go to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and take the 5-mile trial in the spectacular DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the handsome DeSoto Power Master 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how well you work together as a team. Fire Dome Fenneman.
Coming.
Give him that 160 horsepower motor and tell him the rules.
All right. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later on in the show.
Let's see how high I can bid you $20. Out of our list of 20 categories, you selected number 9, which happens to be cities with names of famous people. All right, now here's your first question. How much will you bet? And talk right out loud.
$18.
All right. Ohio's largest industrial city bears the same name as one of our former presidents. What is the name of this city?
Cleveland.
Cleveland, right.
And you're on your way with $38.
How much of the $38 are you going to risk?
I say 37.
It's all right.
37? A large city in Maryland was named for the founder of the state. What is the name of this city?
Lord Baltimore.
Baltimore is right.
You're climbing. You have $75.
Now, here's your third question. How much will you bet?
74.
74.
Okay.
What is the name of the Wyoming town founded and named by Buffalo Bill? If you don't know, guess.
Wyoming.
What is the name of the Wyoming town founded and named by Buffalo Bill?
Cheyenne.
No, I'm sorry. It's Cody.
Cody.
C-O-D-Y.
And you've
That
dropped
was
down.
Buffalo Bill's real name.
Dropped down to $1 now.
Well, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
Bet the buck.
Bet the buck. The largest city in Kentucky was named for a French king. What is the name of this city?
Louisville.
Louisville is right.
And you wind up with $2.
Nobody leaves here with $2. I'll give you one more question. You get this right, and we'll bring it up to 25. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Groucho, we invited some young single. Groucho,
Where were you last night, Tom?
Groucho, we invited some young single
You
Republicans.
go right home and go to bed early tonight.
I will.
You've got to watch yourself now.
We invited some
And
young...
burn the candle at both ends, you know.
We invited some young single Republicans to the program tonight, along with some young single Democrats. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Shirley Palbaum and Mr. Mike Richardson. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Shirley Palbaum, eh?
Right.
And Mike Richardson.
That's right.
I presume that's you, Mike
That's my
Richardson?
name.
A young Republican and a young Democrat. Mike, I think it'd be nice if you two held hands. Would you mind holding hands for just a second? Oh, go on.
Sure.
Hold hands with him. Now keep them that way. Don't let go.
We're too nervous.
It's the old joke. If they let go, they'll kill each other. How old are you, Shirley?
Well,
It isn't.
I look older than
It
I
isn't.
am.
It isn't obligatory. You don't have to answer. You look like a real young, attractive, pretty girl.
Thank you.
How old are you? How old are you, Mike?
I'm 31.
Now let's see. You're the Democrat. Is that right, Mike?
No, sir, that is not right.
That's becoming fighting words. You don't have to get angry. You'd think I'd call him a wife beater. You must be the Democrat, eh?
I certainly am.
Look how pleased she is. You think I'd call her Marilyn Monroe. How active a Republican are you, Mike?
Groucho, I'm the president of the Westwood Young Republicans.
What sort of work do you do, Mike?
I'm the purchasing agent for the Hardman Tool and Engineering Company. We build aircraft chairs.
What is your job, Shirley?
I'm a legal secretary. I work for Richard Richards, who's chairman of the Democratic County Central Committee.
You're not married?
No.
For a Democrat, you sound more like an independent. How about you, Mike? You married?
No, I'm not.
A single Republican and a single Democrat, eh? You two should get married by all means. You could have your own third party. Now, what's the purpose of the Young Republicans?
Well, we try to supply transportation to the polls. We do babysitting on Election Day. We stuff envelopes, make sure that thousands of pieces
Is that
of...
all you stuff? Are you sure you just stuffed the envelopes? That was a Freudian slip, have I ever heard of. What do you mean you provide transportation?
Well, on Election Day, I'd say some of our members make as many as 20 trips to the polls.
Well, don't the Democrats object? Or are they busy making 21 trips to the polls? I'm strictly neutral in this battle because it happens I'm a Whig. Except on windy days when it blows off. Well, let's hear. Could we have a little sample campaigning? Mike, give me all the reasons I should vote the Republican ticket this year. And take all the time you want. You've got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I would say you should vote the Republican ticket, first of all, for the obvious reasons you see in the newspaper.
You said paper, so you win $50, and your partner here, your mortal enemy, also gets $50. You can buy a lot of votes with this money.
Well, let's campaign some more.
It won't do you any good. The duck has run out of money. He's clean out of money. All right, let's hear the campaign speech. 30 seconds.
Hold my hand.
The young Republican is now on a different campaign. And a much smarter one, if you ask me. Well, Mike, that was a perfect political speech. I slept through every minute. Shirley, girlie, it's your turn now. You got half a minute to convince me I should vote the Democratic ticket. Now, go ahead.
I've always been a Democrat, and I expect to remain a Democrat. I think the Democrats are for the working people, which is quite evident today. The employment has risen to great heights. In the Hoover administration, we had depression. Now we've got...
Poor old Hoover. He's been out of office 25 years, and they're still hollering at him. It was a very impressive speech, though, Shirley. You have beautiful teeth. Well, enough of this petty talk about the fate of the nation. Let's get down to important matters. You two already are, I notice. Huh? What kind of a girl are you looking for, Mike?
Well, I'm looking for what I would consider a wonderful girl, the type that I would think as much of on Sunday as possibly on Saturday night. I'm looking for the type who would revere me.
That's a new approach. I've never heard that. Now, how would Shirley differ on Sunday than she would on Saturday night?
I think she'd be fine on Sunday.
What about Saturday night?
Just as good.
He's a politician, all right. Now, suppose she happens to be a Democrat, this dream girl that you're pursuing. Hmm?
Well, I hope that in time we might sort of think alike politically.
I'm sure you will, and my boy, you're going to make an excellent Democrat. Congratulations, kid, and I'll pronounce you man and wife. And Shirley, you can be the Speaker of the House.
Thank you.
You can run things on the floor, Mike, like the vacuum cleaner. And may you have lots of little planks in your platform. Well, it's been very nice talking to you two, and I hope in November the best man wins, even if it's a woman. By the way, there's one thing that's definitely a winner, and no matter what party you belong to, and that's the new DeSoto Fire Don't Make. It's a real great car. All right, forget your differences now. You're going to work together for a chance at the $1,000 question. You beat our other couples, and the chance is yours. Is that fair enough?
Fair enough.
Fenneman, remind our listeners how things stand up here.
The girl from Panama and her partner won $2. And the secret word is paper.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected resorts of the United States. These resorts and towns are visited by thousands of tourists each year. Here's your first question. How much will you bet? Talk up.
We're going to bet the whole $20.
I
Republicans are shooting the works this year.
They're not only shooting the works, they're shooting the Democrats. All right, in what state do you find Atlantic City?
New Jersey.
New Jersey is correct.
And you're on your way with $40.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $40 you going to risk now?
$40.
$40. In what state do you find Cape Cod?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
You climbed to $80.
Here's your third question. How much of the 80?
The whole thing.
The whole works. In what state do you find Sun Valley?
Idaho.
Idaho is right.
You now have $160.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 160 are you going to try?
The works.
In what state do you find the Catskills?
New York.
New York is correct.
And you wind up with $320.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Mike is cooked. I can see it in her eyes.
We asked for married couples with interesting backgrounds and stories to volunteer tonight. And just before we went on the air, Mr. and Mrs. John Caldwell were chosen. And here they come, folks. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. and Mrs. John Caldwell, eh? John, where are you from?
I was born in Fort Worth, Texas.
How old are you, John?
I'm 33 years old.
Mrs. Caldwell? That's you, huh?
Yes.
What's your first name?
Mary.
Mary. Well, John and Mary, eh? Where did you ever get such unusual names? Where were you born, Mary?
Yorkshire, England.
Oh. Yorkshire? Were you born inside of a pudding? If you're from England and John's from Texas, where did you meet him?
Well, I met him down under. Well, no, in Sydney, Australia.
Oh, you mean the Antipodes, huh? Mary, where did you get married, in Texas or down under Sydney?
No, we were married in Sydney, but the day we were to be married, John was up in Brisbane, and that's 600 miles away.
John was 600 miles away? John is no fool. Where were you heading, Johnny? Towards Alaska?
No, I was up in Brisbane trying to get a plane down to Sydney for my marriage that afternoon.
Where did you go on your honeymoon?
Well, that's the sad part. We didn't.
As a rule, it isn't. But, however, I'm willing to listen to any story.
We didn't have a honeymoon because 3 days later I shipped out in the Merchant Marine.
How long were you separated from your bride?
Oh, a long time. This ship that I left on was wrecked up in New Guinea, and then I was put aboard another ship that went around the world and touched in about every port except an Australian port, and eventually I wound up in New York City more than a year after having seen my bride, and naturally feeling very cheated and wanting to get back down there.
Well, what happened? Here you are in New York, and she was in Australia.
Well, she couldn't get over here, and I couldn't get down there on a ship, so I thought if I went down to Panama, I could get a British ship, but when I got down there, I couldn't, so I bought a little 29-foot sailboat and thought I'd try, sail it to Australia.
Well, tell us about your boat trip. How many other lunatics were aboard?
Well, that's sad, too. I was alone.
You were alone?
Yeah.
Well, what about at night? Did you have to sleep?
Yeah, but that little boat did all right. I'll tell you about it. The trouble was that I'd never sailed a boat before.
Well, that's certainly the right equipment to go around the world. But, I think a fellow's crazy to have any experience in a thing like that. Just buy a boat and sail around the ocean.
I had a book on how to...
You were foolish to do it in a boat, though. You should have done it on a log or something. Pogo stick or something, exciting.
I had a couple of books aboard, though. I had a book on how to sail.
Well, that's good. That's really all you need.
No, because
what about at night when you wanted to sleep? What'd you do?
Well, I had a book on how to navigate.
Well, you read this while you were sleeping?
No.
Did you have a motor on this thing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gasoline motor? And did it work all right all the way through?
After 5 days, it conked out. Pulled a shark aboard, and he banged away the cockpit and got his head on the engine and broke spark plugs off. An engine, but I had sails.
But you had the shark then for company, didn't you? After the shark play cards or something? I mean...
No,
this wasn't a card shark, huh? You meet them on boats, You got to be very careful when you're traveling. So?
Well, I got past the Perlas Islands nearby Panama and past the Galapagos, that's 1,000 miles away, and past the Marquesas, that's 4,000 miles out into the Pacific. But I had some tough luck. After leaving the Marquesas, I ran into a hurricane and I was dismasted. Of course, most of my food was destroyed, my compass was broken, the sextant was no good, and putting the boat under a jury rig, I just drifted helplessly.
How long did you drift?
49 days adrift in the South Pacific, looking for land.
Did you have enough food and water for this emergency?
Well, the food gave out very soon, and of course you start getting hungry. And I got so desperate I ate the moss off the side of the boat, and I finally found a jar of Vaseline, and that really wasn't so bad, and face cream, and I made a slingshot and knocked down a seabird, but I was using nuts and bolts from the engine and ran out of nuts and bolts. And of course, by that time, things were getting to
Getting
get
pretty
grim.
involved, I guess. up to then, it was a picnic, huh? There's one thing I want to know. Did you live through this ordeal? And if not, where are you now?
Remote island of Tuvada in the exploring islands of eastern Fiji.
Yeah.
And finally, they took me off to a Cooper schooner and then to the main island, and I connected with a bomber to Australia. But, of course, when I made this date with Mary at the time I left Panama, I told her I was leaving on the smallest boat I'd ever been on with the smallest crew. And I'd be there in 6 or 7 months while I was 3 months late when I got there.
I bet she was pretty angry, too, huh? Well, you've had enough adventures to last a dozen lifetimes. You realize, of course, you could have avoided all this trouble if you'd met each other at Catalina. Although, don't think you can't get in trouble in Catalina. Well, you're a nice couple, and I hope you win lots of money tonight. Because right now you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $1,000 question. Are you ready?
Sure.
All you got to do is run your $20 and more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The young Democrat and the young Republican are ahead with $320.
You selected nautical terms as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
All of it.
Hold on. What is the after part of a ship called?
Stern.
Stern is right.
You have $40.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $30 will you try this
40.
time? $40.
All of it?
$40?
I'm the skipper on the boat, but...
What is it called when you change the course of a vessel by shifting the position of the sails?
Tack.
Coming about.
Tack or tacking? That's right. You keep on.
You now have $80.
How much you betting? The whole thing?
Yes.
What do you call the ship's diary or journal?
The log.
Logbook is right.
You climbed to $160.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 160?
All of it.
All of it? What is the left side of a ship called?
Port.
Port is right.
You wind up with $320. And that means that you're tied with the young Democrat and the young Republican, who also have $320, and you'll both get a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question in just 1 minute. Repair bills are the price you pay for not lubricating your car properly. And you can avoid so many costly repairs by driving your car into a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's for a lubrication checkup every 1,000 miles. Depend on it. You'll get more than just an ordinary grease job. More than just a change of oil in the crankcase. The men at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers work to exacting factory specifications. And that's your assurance of a proper, complete lubrication job. In fact, no matter what the job, from an engine tune-up to a major repair, you'll get the same thoroughgoing attention. Because your DeSoto Plymouth dealer knows your car best. His master technicians are thoroughly experienced and trained in factory methods. They use the finest tools and equipment available. And if your car should need parts, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer can supply you immediately with the right factory-approved parts. So, whether you're interested in a lubrication job or a repair job, big or small, you can be sure of this. You'll get top service. Fast, efficient, and courteous service wherever you see the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Well, here come the two couples who are tied for our big question tonight, Groucho. The young Democrat and the young Republican, and Mr. and Mrs. Caldwell. Come on in here, folks. Get in here all together and...
Here's where you all sail the 7 seas.
Each couple, it says on our card here, Groucho, will decide on a single answer and write it down on one of the cards they have in their hands. Now, if both couples get it right, they'll split the money between them. Okay? You have 15 seconds, and here is the question.
In 1894, a French army officer was found guilty of betraying army secrets and was sentenced to Devil's Island. Through the efforts of Emile Zola and others, his case aroused public opinion, and he later was pardoned. For $1,000, what is the name of this celebrated French officer? No answer? Let's see the answer. The correct answer is Alfred Dreyfus.
Oh, of course.
That's pretty easy, too. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win in the quiz, George?
Well, they went the limit, $320 each.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Congratulations. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... See DeSoto, fire don't mate tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't stick your neck out in traffic. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Sid, now what are you guys doing? Shh. We're watching the film from my great-uncle Ernest's latest safari into Africa. He discovers new things every time. Yeah. Why do you shoot an 8mm black and white film? He goes with the classics. Okay. Then, you know, this undiscovered part of Africa he's in looks an awful lot like Disney's Animal Kingdom. Really? Yeah. He's been raising money on GoFundMe for years for this. Yeah. So the question is he senile or a scammer? Probably a bit of both. He did work with Charles Ponzi on his first scheme, but he doesn't know where he is most of the time. Well, see you next time, folks.